Chapter 701. Hua Xiaoheng knew that Chun-Li was most concerned about Yi Zitan, but unfortunately, she was the biggest suspect. He sighed. Chun-Li, don't let your emotions get the better of you. If Dr. Yi isn't a suspect, she will naturally be released. What do you mean? Chun-Li walked out from behind his desk and stood in front of Hua Xiaoheng. Although he wasn't as tall as Hua Xiaoheng, his anger made him seem 8 meters tall. Hua Xiaoheng thought about it and called Zhao Liangzi. Did you find the things I asked you to find? Zhao Liangzi quickly asked. The 3 letters you asked me to find before you came back. Yes, did you find them? Hua Xiaoheng glanced at the confused Chun-Li. If you found them, send them to Dr. Chen's office. 5 minutes later, Zhao Liangzi knocked on Chun-Li's office door. Hua Xiaoheng personally opened the door and took a file stamped confidential and read from his hands. Mr. Hua, General Ji has already called you several times, Zhao Liangzi said worriedly. Shouldn't you find a chance to call General Ji back? No matter how angry he was, he couldn't be angry with his superior. Hua Xiaoheng understood this, but he really wasn't in the mood or energy to report to General Ji. Also, things on the other side were more complicated, but he had to solve all the things on hand first before going to General Ji to settle things on their side. Stairs had to be climbed step by step. If he went to the top without a solid foundation, it would be easy to get knocked down. Hua Xiaoheng said to him, if General Ji calls again, tell him we're really busy here. Many people are locked up in solitary, and I have to check them one by one. When things here are over, I will personally go to the Standing Committee of the Supreme Military Council to make a detailed report. Yes, Chief. I've written it all down. When Mr. Hua is done here, report to the Standing Committee. Okay, that's it. Hua Xiaoheng nodded at him and closed the door. Returning to Chun-Li, Hua Xiaoheng shook the file in his hand and said, Chun-Li, I'm sorry about this, but you have to know that I didn't do it without a reason. The corners of Chun-Li's mouth twitched. Of course you have a reason. Hua Xiao of the Special Operations Forces always has a reason for everything he does. Hua Xiaoheng didn't care about Chun-Li's sarcasm. He handed the file to him. Here are the original stubs of 3 registered letters and 2 letters. Take a look. Chun-Li was baffled, but he still took it and opened it. He quickly read through it and said, 3 registration stubs. Why are there only 2 letters? Where's the other one? He looked at the stub of the registered letter, and his heart sank. That letter was sent to me? Hua Xiaoheng nodded and slowly walked to the window. With his hand behind his back, he looked out at the dazzling night view and said calmly, I went on a mission to New York a few months ago. You know that? Yeah, it's for the Prime Minister's daughter. Chun-Li pursed his lips. I knew at the moment I came out today. How was it? Was there a contradiction? On one side, there's a little girl who's infatuated with you. And on the other side, there's a rich and beautiful girl from a noble background. Who will you choose? What nonsense are you talking about? Hua Xiaoheng turned around and glanced at him. I'm serious. Okay. Please continue. Chun-Li raised his hands in surrender. I'm all ears. I went on a mission to New York, and something went wrong. Our operations were all under surveillance, and we were almost wiped out. Chun-Li was speechless. He started to become serious. Are you serious? Why would I lie to you? In our line of work, although we're always prepared to give up our lives, we're not always prepared to be betrayed by our own people. Hua Xiaoheng turned around. His expression was still calm, but his words were murderous. In our line of work, we won't let go of anyone who betrays their comrades. Wasn't your own fault that your operation failed? Do you have evidence to say that someone betrayed you? Chun-Li didn't know why, but his heart started to beat faster. Yeah, it's possible. Hua Xiaoheng turned around again and continued to look out the window. So I was abroad for a few months and investigated one by one. I also sent 3 registered letters to the 3 organizations in the country that were most likely to leak the secret. Chun-Li's breathing stopped. He looked at Hua Xiaoheng nervously. And then, only the letter that was sent to you was verified to be related to the person who betrayed me. Hua Xiaoheng's voice was flat and emotionless. Chun-Li's legs had already turned to jelly, and he sat on the ground. His round face was pale, and behind his round glasses was a pair of round eyes filled with fear. No, that's impossible. Could there be a misunderstanding here? Hua Xiaoheng didn't turn around. He didn't want to embarrass Chunlai. Chunlai, as you said, I've been friends with you for more than 10 years, and I've never doubted you. There are too many secrets between us. If you wanted to betray me, any one of them could have killed me. You didn't have to go through so much trouble. Hearing Hua Xiaoheng say this, the smile on Chunlai's face was uglier than crying. He opened his mouth, wishing he could take the blame for everything, but his years of experience as a soldier made him unable to open his mouth. Because this wasn't a normal responsibility. It was the responsibility of betraying one's comrades and killing them. Even if he was willing to take the blame, Xiaoheng wouldn't allow the real traitor to get away scot-free. Because if he did that, it would cause more comrades to sacrifice their lives. No matter how selfish Chunlai was, he couldn't do such an unprincipled thing. He was in so much pain that he was about to die. There was a heavy stone in his heart, so heavy that he couldn't straighten his back. Chunlai, I think you've realized. All the letters here, even the phone, were handled by Dr. Yi. I asked little Zay to retrieve these 3 letters, and only you guys didn't find them. I asked Zhou Qiyuan to ask Yizitan, and she said she didn't see this letter. Chunlai sighed and stood up with the help of the table leg. With some hope, he said, maybe she really didn't receive it. Maybe it fell into someone else's hands. You know, I really didn't see that letter. What you said makes sense, but Zhou Qiyuan checked, and the letter was registered in the receiving department. That means it was sent to your hospital building, and there were also distribution records. The last place it went missing was at Yi Zitan's place. Hua Xiaoheng sighed and shook his head. Actually, I didn't want it to be her, but all the signs pointed to it being her. We had no choice. As soon as he returned, the first thing he did was deal with the traitor. He had cast Yi Zitan's net for 3 months before he finally pulled it in. Chunlai was silent and sat on the sofa with his head down. His fingers unconsciously dug a small hole in the sofa, and no one knew what he was thinking. Hua Xiaoheng continued. Other than this letter, Yi Zitan also did something I can't forgive. Chunlai snorted and said, she betrayed you, and that's already the most unforgivable thing. Is there anything more serious than that? Yes, she betrayed Nianji, Hua Xiaoheng said dryly. Don't you want to know who tied up the cat and threw it down the building? This time, she's one of them. What? Chunlai jumped up. This matter was completely subverting his understanding. WWY. Impossible. Isn't she on good terms with Nianji? Why would she do this to Nianji? Chunlai looked at Hua Xiaoheng in shock, and all sorts of conspiracy theories popped up in his mind. He even wondered if Yi Zitan also had a crush on Hua Xiaoheng, and that was why she was jealous of Nianji. Hua Xiaoheng saw the look in his eyes and knew he was thinking too much. He coughed silently and looked away. Actually, I also want to know Yi Zitan's motive. Chunlai, do you want to ask her yourself? Chunlai hugged his head and curled up on the sofa, feeling very conflicted. If what Hua Xiaoheng said was true, then Yi Zitan really couldn't escape death. But what if it was a misunderstanding? What if there was a very smart person who set up a trap and framed Yi Zitan? Hua Xiao, are you sure it's Yi? Dr. Yi? She? Why would she do this? Chunlai was very confused. Whether it was her treatment or her status, she didn't need to do this. Hua Xiaoheng nodded. I think so too, but all the evidence points to her. I can't do anything. Chunlai looked at Hua Xiaoheng in distress. I think you don't need to think. Hua Xiaoheng interrupted Chunlai's hesitation. There's one more thing. Because of Yi Zitan's betrayal, 2 of our field agents died in Berlin, Germany. Chunlai felt as if his heartstrings had finally snapped. Before, he had a glimmer of hope that he could plead for mercy for Yi Zitan. Even if she was sentenced to life in prison, it would be better than being executed immediately. But now that 2 lives were involved, he knew that if he pleaded for mercy, he would be like Yi Zitan, a traitor to his comrades. Although he had a crush on Yi Zitan for many years, he couldn't tell right from wrong. Also, the Yi Zitan he had a crush on wouldn't do such a heartless thing. Hua Xiao, tell me again, how do you prove that she did it? Chunlai asked for confirmation one last time. His face was numb, and he put an end to his crush that had died without a cause. Hua Xiaoheng crossed his arms and leaned against the window sill. The night wind blew in, bringing with it the chill of late autumn. His deep, mellow voice rang out in the room like a subwoofer. First, I sent 3 letters in the United States, representing 3 different locations. That was where I was staying in New York. Finally, only the location represented in the letter that was sent to you attracted CIA agents to search that block. Second, Zhou Qiyuan's investigation showed that Ninji had called and texted you before, but her text messages and caller ID could not be found on your phone. Later, technical means were used to recover the deleted records. That period of time was when you were in surgery and Yi Zieten was holding your phone. Third, before the field office sent 2 field agents to Germany, they came to the infirmary to get vaccinated. Later, after the technicians recovered the data on her phone, they found that she had sent a text message to a very special phone number. Not only did she provide the photo of the 2 field agents to that number, but she also indicated to the other party to follow the 2 field agents, saying that they would be able to find Ninji that way. This was the first night watch. It looked like the monthly votes would reach 2,700 today. Today was the third night watch. A reminder for everyone. The second monthly vote would be 2,700, and the third night would be 7 p.m. Thanks to Qi Dian's Only Reading Makes People Happy in Life, and Enigma Yangxi for their 10,000 Qi Dian coins each yesterday. Moi. Chapter 702. Hua Xiaoheng's words were like a heavy hammer that hit Chun Lai so hard he almost fainted. He rubbed his forehead with his hand, his heart heavy. He couldn't figure out why Yi Zieten would do this. Hua Xiao, you really want me to ask her? Chun Lai put down his hand and asked woodenly. He really couldn't figure it out, so he had to ask her personally. What if Yi Zieten told him that she was innocent? Chun Lai went to the Department of Discipline's building with this 1-in-a-million hope and went to see Yi Zieten with Hua Xiaoheng. He had just been released from this building in the morning. The place where the suspects were held was about the same size as the solitary confinement room, but it had an extra bed, a table, and a chair, as well as a small bathroom with a toilet. The conditions were about the same as a single-person's cell. But no matter how good the conditions were, it was still a cell, and most people wouldn't want to live there. Chun Lai came to the interrogation room and sat down. The interrogation room here was different from a normal one. The entire square room was separated by a transparent glass wall in the middle of the room. He sat on one side, and Yi Zieten sat on the other. As soon as Yi Zieten saw him enter, she immediately stood up and leaned forward. She leaned against the glass wall and asked nervously, "Dr. Chun, what the hell is going on? Please save me." The glass wall actually wasn't soundproof. Of course, perhaps there was a loudspeaker, but the two of them didn't need a receiver or headphones to speak clearly. Chun Lai looked at her sorrowfully and didn't understand how all of this had happened. Yi Zieten's beautiful oval face was already very haggard. Her hair was messy, and her clothes, which used to be neat and tidy, were full of wrinkles. She leaned against the glass wall, her beautiful eyes unblinking as she looked at him, full of pleading and longing. In Chun Lai's memory, this was the first time Yi Zieten had looked at him so intently and passionately. He looked back at her, his eyes full of sorrow and despair, as well as deep confusion and guilt. "Doctor, I also want to ask you, what did Nianji do to you that you would harm her like this?" Chun Lai exhaled deeply and asked his biggest question directly. Yi Zieten was caught off guard and couldn't hide the expression on her face in time. She took a step back in shock, her eyes flashing as she looked elsewhere. After a while, she mumbled, "Dr. Chun, I don't understand what you mean." Chun Lai had a crush on Yi Zieten for many years and knew her every move by heart. The series of small, unconscious movements just now had not escaped Chun Lai's eyes. The last shred of hope in Chun Lai's heart disappeared. He had originally thought that if there was even the slightest possibility that Yi Zieten had been framed, even if it meant breaking ties with Hua Xiao, he would fight for her innocence to the end. But Yi Zieten didn't have time to hide her shock and dodge, so she exposed herself. If she didn't have a guilty conscience, why was she avoiding his gaze? If she didn't have a guilty conscience, Why would she retreat in shock? Chun-Li looked at Yi Zitan, his eyes gradually turning red. He took a step forward and placed both hands on the glass wall. With a thick nasal voice, he asked, "Why? You tell me why. You betrayed Hua Xiao. Even if you let your brother down, I will still go against my conscience and speak up for you. But Nianji, she's so young and pitiful. How could you have the heart to rub salt into her wounds? How could you have the heart to collude with outsiders to harm her? What did they offer you? How dare you do such a thing?" Yi Zitan hadn't expected Chun-Li, who had always been so submissive and nice to her, to ask such a question. She found it hard to accept his attitude. How could a person who had a crush on her for so many years ask such a question? Yi Zitan stared blankly at Chun-Li and asked quietly, "Chun-Li, in your heart, the person you love the most is actually Gu Nianji, right?" Chun-Li, Mother asterisk her. What nonsense was she spouting? Chun-Li slammed his hand against the glass wall and panted. "Yi Zitan, I know you never had me in your heart, but you can't. You can't slander me like this. You can choose not to love me, but if you twist my feelings for you like this, it will make me look down on you and myself. If the person you love is me, why are you speaking up for others?" Yi Zitan looked at him sadly. "It's not like you don't know the situation I'm in right now. You're my only hope." Chun-Li stared blankly at Yi Zitan. Looking at the woman he had a crush on for 7 or 8 years, he realized he had never really known her. Not only had she done something wrong, but she also had no intention of repenting. "Yi Zitan, tell me, why did you do this? Did I not treat you well? Or did the military general hospital not treat you well? Or did Nianji not treat you well?" Chun-Li was a very scientific person. Even if it was a complicated and messy relationship, he still tried to analyze it with strict logic and clear reasoning. Yi Zitan hung her head and said in a panic, "Why did I do this? What did I do? I'm locked up here. You still won't admit it? Your phone is in their hands." Chun-Li was in a bad mood. "Yi Zitan, if you have difficulties..." Before he could finish, Yi Zitan interrupted him. "That's impossible. There can't be evidence on my phone." She had clearly deleted everything. Chun-Li glared at her and was shocked again. "I didn't even say it was evidence. And you already thought of it? So it really was you. Don't you know that it's useless to delete the evidence? Don't you know the Special Operations Forces methods? Even if you smash the chip, they have a way to restore it." Yi Zitan shuddered, and fear finally appeared on her face. She shook her head furiously and retreated step by step until she reached the corner of the wall. When she had nowhere else to go, she hugged her head and knelt down against the wall, sobbing. "What's the point of crying? I really don't understand. You're not even 30 yet, and you're already a major. I'm writing a report to the military to promote you to lieutenant colonel next year. What's wrong with you?" Chun-Li ran his fingers through his hair in frustration and paced around the other side of the room, turning his head to look at Yi Zitan huddled up against the glass wall, then thinking about Gu Nianji lying unconscious on the hospital bed. Chun-Li felt terrible. Who could accept that the girl he truly loved was a psychopathic person who betrayed her comrades and friends? But the feelings he had given couldn't be taken back so easily. He still had feelings for Yi Zitan, but it wasn't beyond reason. So he was even more heartbroken. "You still won't tell me? Forget it. What's the point even if you know? Anyway, there are a few conditions. It's either for money or for someone. Dr. Yi, you've never been a vain woman, so it should be for someone. What methods did they use to seduce you? Did you fall for the pretty boy trap?" Chun-Li continued to ask with a blank face. He knew he wasn't a handsome man and wasn't particularly attractive to women, so he only dared to have a crush on Yi Zitan. He never dared to say it out loud, afraid that if he did, they wouldn't even be friends anymore. Hearing his words, Yi Zitan raised her head and bit her lip as she looked at Chun-Li, as if his words had struck a nerve. She widened her eyes and said, "Dr. Chun, you don't have to belittle yourself. With such an outstanding person like you by my side, how could I fall for the pretty boy trap?" She never liked a man's appearance. Chun-Li froze. "What do you mean? What do I mean?" Yi Zitan was suddenly angry. She stood up and rushed to the glass wall, waving her fists at Chun-Li on the other side. "You're asking me what I mean. You're so outstanding. So outstanding. He could perform any kind of surgery with ease. You write so many high-quality papers every year, and so many new treatment patents. Even if I don't eat, drink, or sleep and stay in the lab 24 hours a day, I still can't be half as good as you. You. What did you say? Chun-Li was so shocked he stuttered. Yi Zitin's words just now shocked him even more than Hua Xiaoheng saying she was a mole. Yi Zitin actually calmed down after saying what was on her mind. She ran her fingers through her hair and smiled bitterly. So, Dr. Chun must look down on me? She leaned her head against the glass wall and looked straight ahead. She murmured, I was born in a normal family. I know that people like me have to work very hard to become someone above others. Ever since I was young, while my peers played around, I was doing homework and doing competition questions. When I was in university, my roommates all started to enjoy university life, finding boyfriends and dating. I woke up early every day and returned late to study in the library to fight for more lab time. I worked so hard, and I always got first place. But after I was assigned to the military hospital, I met you, Chun-Li. You're someone I can't surpass no matter how hard I try. Chun-Li had never imagined that he was one of the reasons Yi Zitin became a mole. Chun-Li looked at Yi Zitin with his mouth agape. He couldn't say anything. Hua Xiaoheng's expression darkened. He pushed open the door from the room next door and said to Yi Zitin, Someone else's excellence is the reason you betrayed your comrade? Yi Zitin, don't blame your mistakes on someone else. As soon as she saw Hua Xiaoheng, Yi Zitin's earlier anger disappeared. Her entire body trembled as she slowly slid down the glass wall and knelt on the other side. Tell me, what benefits did they promise you? Who was the person who contacted you? Hua Xiaoheng gestured at Chun-Li with his lips to signal for him to leave. Chun-Li had already gotten all the answers. He didn't want to stay here any longer. His footsteps were unsteady as he left the interrogation room in a daze. Hua Xiaoheng stood there with his hands behind his back. Zhou Qiyuan pushed the door open, walked in, and began interrogating Yi Zitin. He had asked her many times over the past few days, but Yi Zitin had gritted her teeth and refused to say anything. It wasn't until today that Hua Xiaoheng had asked Chun-Li to pry open Yi Zitin's defenses. Yi Zitin, who contacted you first? How did he come into contact with you? Zhou Qiyuan began to ask step by step. However, Yi Zitin was unwilling to answer Zhou Qiyuan's question. She only glanced at Hua Xiaoheng and said, Hua Xiao, I'm very sorry that Nianji died. The person I owe the most is Nianji. Hua Xiaoheng, who told you Nianji died? This is the second monthly ticket of 2,700 plus one update. A reminder for everyone. 7 p.m. of the third watch. Moi. Chapter 703. Gu Nianji really didn't die? Yi Zitin asked in shock. From Chun-Li's tone earlier, she had thought she was infected with H3 Didn't they say that anyone who was infected with this virus would die? You sure know. The corners of Hua Xiaoheng's mouth twitched. His calm face had a hint of mockery. Nianji is far away in Germany. How do you know what virus she was infected with? Did she not get it? Yi Zitin was even more shocked. That's impossible. Don't treat things that are beyond your knowledge as impossible. Dr. Yi, you're also a person with a scientific spirit. How can you be so narrow-minded? Zhou Qiyuan added insult to injury. Tell me, how did you interact with those people? We've already recorded the papers they sent you. Please don't think you can get away with it. What? How can you touch my things? Yi Zitin completely broke down. Those papers were exquisite and beyond medical knowledge. They were treasures to her. They had almost become her religion. Once her faith collapsed, all her support would be gone. Yi Zitin raised her head and glared at Hua Xiaoheng. Her lips quivered as if she wanted to say something, but she silently closed her mouth and hung her head heavily. Her entire body collapsed to the ground. Yi. Zhou Qiyuan still wanted to ask, but Hua Xiaoheng suddenly raised his hand. No need to ask anymore. People like her might not be telling the truth. Zhou Qiyuan nodded. The chief is right. We've interrogated her the most during this time, but she hasn't revealed any truly useful information. We suspect that she actually doesn't know who to contact. In other words, Yi Zieten was only a small fry. According to Zhou Qiyuan, they should follow the clues and investigate further. Hua Xiaoheng stood in the interrogation room with his hands behind his back. He looked at Yi Zieten deeply and quickly weighed the pros and cons in his mind before making a decision. No need to ask anymore. She tipped off the enemy and caused the deaths of 2 field agents. Innocent Huaxiao imperial citizens were harmed. The evidence is conclusive, and she should be executed immediately. In the Special Operations Forces, he had the authority to deal with traitors. Yi Zieten's case had already been heard in a secret court in the military court, but nothing was revealed. However, her conversation with Chun Lai had been recorded. It could be used as evidence in court. She had already confessed that she had done those things, so there was no possibility of her being wrongly accused. Yes, Chief. Zhou Qiyuan hurriedly saluted and immediately went out to order people to find the military court to complete the procedures. Although Hua Xiaoheng had ordered her to be executed immediately, they still needed a death sentence from the military court. This is a matter of procedure. After Zhou Qiyuan left, Hua Xiaoheng stood quietly in the interrogation room for a while, his deep gaze falling on Yi Zieten. After a long time, he finally turned and left. Hua Xiaoheng came out of the interrogation room and saw Zhou Qiyuan waiting for him, as if he had something to say. What is it? Chief, I have something to report to you. Zhou Qiyuan gave Hua Xiaoheng a look. Hua Xiaoheng nodded and turned to leave. The two of them walked out of the Department of Discipline building and headed towards the hospital building where Chun Lai was. Along the way, Zhou Qiyuan whispered, Hua Xiao, are you really not going to investigate anymore? What's there to investigate? Hua Xiaoheng asked calmly. Did you find out something? No, but if we want to investigate Yi Zieten's case, I'm afraid there's a problem that's hard to say. Zhou Qiyuan was more worried that if someone really wanted to overturn Yi Zieten's case, this problem might be a breakthrough point. What problem? Hua Xiaoheng stopped walking. Say it. It's the phone number that contacted her. We tracked it down and found that it was an empty number. No one used it at all, and the mobile company couldn't find any records of it. The last time this number was used was 17 years ago. Hua Xiaoheng's eyes narrowed. Maybe the person behind this is very cunning, or maybe their backer is very powerful. Although we found out it was an empty number, it might not really be an empty number. Zhou Qiyuan nodded. I think so too. So why not use Yi Zieten to lure out the person behind her? Hua Xiaoheng usually didn't like to explain things to people, but Zhou Qiyuan was one of his confidants, and he valued him a lot, so he patiently found an excuse. An empty number that even the mobile company can't find. If it's someone with power, then this person's power is extraordinary. If it's not using power, but using technology, then this level of technology is really not something an ordinary person can achieve. From what I know, even the American CIA, British MI5, Russia's KGB, and Israel's Mossad can't do it. If these people can't do it, then Zhou Qiyuan suddenly understood. No matter how they looked at it, the person behind Yi Zieten was very powerful, and they didn't want to face them head-on for now. So for a small fry like Yi Zieten, early death was the right method. If they kept her alive, if the other party suddenly exerted its strength and rescued her, they would lose the entire game. Yi Zieten had been in the Special Operations Forces for so many years, and no one knew how many secrets she knew. So the best way to deal with it now was to get rid of this person as soon as possible. Yes, Chief, I understand. Zhou Qiyuan saluted respectfully and planned to personally go to the military court to get the death sentence. Hua Xiaoheng returned to Chun Lai's side and first went to the single room to see Gunyinji. She was still sleeping, and her high fever hadn't subsided. Her little face was burning red, and her lips were chapped. Hua Xiaoheng took a sterilized gauze and dipped it in distilled water. He pressed it on Gunyinji's lips bit by bit to soften the chapped tissue. Chun Lai heard him return and came out of his office. He rubbed his hands and looked at him nervously. Hua Xiaoheng didn't even look up. He continued to wipe Gunyinji's lips and said quietly, If you have time, you can go see Zieten before dawn tomorrow and see her one last time. Chun Lai. Although he was mentally prepared, Chun Lai still couldn't take it when Hua Xiaoheng suddenly said it like that. He took off his glasses and took out a cloth from his pocket to continuously wipe them. His hands trembled, and he couldn't speak for a long time. Chun-Li wiped his glasses whenever he was nervous, and Hua Xiaoheng was very familiar with this habit of his. I understand how you feel, but a mistake is a mistake. You have to take responsibility for it. Her mistake can't be forgiven just by saying sorry. She committed a crime, and she committed a felony that carries an immediate death sentence. Hua Xiaoheng looked at Gu Nianji's lips. The chapped dead skin had already been wiped away by the gauze dipped in distilled water. Her lips had a faint blush, and her soft and full lips had almost no wrinkles. Her lips were very light and pale to the point that they were almost transparent. Hua Xiaoheng looked at her silently for a while and tucked her in. Chun-Li covered his face and turned to run back to his office. He slammed the office door shut. Hua Xiaoheng knew that Chun-Li must be feeling terrible, but he couldn't tolerate it and couldn't continue waiting. He sat in Gu Nianji's room and had originally planned to stay there, but not long after, Zhou Qiyuan called him and said that the judge of the secret military court still had some doubts and was unwilling to issue the death warrant immediately. Hua Xiaoheng thought about it and said, "Call Director Bai from the legal department and have her negotiate with the judge. I'll be right there." Hua Xiaoheng hung up the phone and knocked on Chun-Li's door. Chun-Li dawdled inside for a while and came out with red eyes. "What is it? I have to go out for a while. Take care of Nianji here." Hua Xiaoheng patted his shoulder. "My condolences." Chun-Li was speechless. After Hua Xiaoheng left, Chun-Li didn't return to his office. He sat by Gu Nianji's bed and watched the data from the instruments while chattering to her. Because he knew she was still unconscious and couldn't hear anything, Chun-Li said everything. "Nianji, are you better? I'm really sorry. I didn't know Yi Zitan would be like this. But Hua Xiao wants her dead so soon. You must hate her a lot, right? Nianji, wake up soon. Maybe what?" Chun-Li suddenly couldn't continue. One-sided love wasn't that strong. In this relationship, there was no response, no beautiful memories. There was only Chun-Li's one-man show. At this point, he also felt that it was very boring. Love is really the most boring thing in the world. It's the most time-wasting thing. Chun-Li looked at the data records and changed the paper inside. He threw the full roll of paper into the stainless steel trash can and set it on fire. Not long after, Chun-Li noticed that Gu Nianji's high fever had already gone down. It was half the time it took before. He focused his attention on Gu Nianji again. He adjusted the instruments and observed her. When Gu Nianji woke up, it was already past 1 in the morning. She woke up when Chun-Li chattered about Yi Zitan in her ear. She was confused and finally couldn't help but open her eyes and ask, "Brother Chun, what happened to Dr. Yi?" Chun-Li was shocked by Gu Nianji's sudden words. He froze for a moment before smacking his forehead and smiling. "That's great, Nianji. You're really fine now." Gu Nianji sighed. "My whole body feels weak. Does that count?" She continued to ask, "Brother Chun, what were you saying just now? Why do I feel like you want to burn incense for Dr. Yi?" Chun-Li asked, "Is it that obvious?" "Oh." Gu Nianji was shocked. She struggled to sit up on the bed. "What happened? Nianji, tell me. Did you call me when you were in Germany?" Chun-Li asked her sternly. Gu Nianji nodded. "I did. Dr. Yi picked up. She said you were operating on the chief." She added, "You also texted. Why did you text me and call me?" "I was being hunted in Germany and asked you for help. I want you to help me find Brother Xiong and Brother Zhe." Gu Nianji instinctively swallowed the words Hua Xiao. It was the third watch. A reminder for everyone. Good night, everyone. Chapter 704. You were really being hunted down? Why were you being hunted down in Germany? Chun-Li's round eyes grew even wider, and his last sliver of hope sank to the bottom. His heart felt like it was soaked in coptis juice, and it tasted bitter from the inside out. Gu Nianji didn't know what was wrong with Chun-Li to ask her that. She couldn't help but look at him with a half-smile. "Yeah, I was bored, so I was looking for people to hunt me down for fun. Are you satisfied with this reason?" Chun-Li immediately knew he had gone too far. His round forehead beaded with sweat, and he took out a handkerchief to wipe it off as he apologized profusely. Nianji, I didn't mean that. I I just feel bad. He choked up. This is all Dr. Ye's fault. If it weren't for her, you wouldn't have been hunted down. I only found out now that she kept you from me by texting and calling me. Gunyinji's eyes widened as well. She hadn't expected this at all. What happened? How could it have anything to do with Dr. Yi? I didn't believe it at first either. Chunlai spread his hands. But Hua Xiao produced evidence, and Dr. Yi admitted it herself. Oh, it really was her. Gunyinji sat up straight. Could it be that the two field agents' deaths had something to do with her? The two field agents were the biggest pain in Gunyinji's heart. They had died because of her, and she had vowed to find the traitor when she was in Germany to avenge them. She hadn't expected the traitor to be Yi Zieten. It had something to do with her. She was the one who leaked the news about them, so that people would hunt you down. Chunlai's eyes reddened again, and he quickly wiped his face with the back of his hand. Hua Xiao won't let her go. He already told me to see her one last time. Gunyinji was speechless. She didn't know what to say. Normally, she should be comforting Chunlai. But seeing Chunlai so sad, she thought of the families of the two field agents. Their relatives, friends, parents, wives, and children. How sad they must be. As for herself, because of Yi Zieten's betrayal, not only did she lose the precious opportunity to contact the base for rescue, but she also almost died. If it wasn't for the fact that the other party wanted more things from her, she would have been buried in some mountain range in the Alps a long time ago, just like those two field agents. Gunyinji's eyes darkened, and her hands clutched the blanket on the bed tightly. She held it in and said, "Brother Chun, I'm sorry, but I can't comfort you, and I don't want to tell you it's okay, because what Dr. Yi has done is unforgivable." Chunlai's tears fell even harder. I'm very familiar with Dr. Yi, and we can even be considered friends, but when I think about the two field agents she killed, I want her dead immediately. I know you like Dr. Yi very much, Brother Chun. I shouldn't pour salt on your wound at this time, but if you blame those of us who were killed by her for that kind of bad person, then I'm sorry, Brother Chun. I think I'll really fall out with you. Gunyinji lifted the blanket and held onto the bed frame to get off. Chunlai quickly supported her. Although he was still crying, he sobbed and said, Ninji, don't be angry. I really don't blame you. I know what she did is unforgivable. I know that she's indeed crazy and guilty of the most heinous crimes. But you know, I'm human and I have feelings. I've liked her for so many years. Although the feelings I invested were only my own, they were still feelings. I can't take them back just because I say so. I actually already know that she's not the person I have a crush on. Or rather, I've never truly understood her. But when I heard you say her name and thought of the fate she's about to face, I still can't help it. Then go ahead and cry. After you cry this time, don't shed another tear for that kind of person, because it's not worth it. Gunyinji took a deep breath. She had also been deeply in love before, although she had only been a one-woman show. Therefore, she could empathize with Chunlai's sadness and despair. Gunyinji took out a tissue from the box on the table and passed it to Chunlai. Brother Chun, don't use a handkerchief anymore. Use this. She then took Chunlai's arm and sat down on the sofa against the wall. Brother Chun, you're so amazing, smart, and funny. There are actually many girls who like you. I'll introduce some good girls to you in the future. Then you'll know how unreliable a crush is. Chunlai cried for a while and felt better. He wiped his face with a tissue and said listlessly, What do you mean by a crush? I think it's a waste of time and boring. Well said. Gunyinji couldn't help clapping. Brother Chun, you really hit the nail on the head. Dating is really unreliable, a waste of time, and discourages people from improving themselves. I've finally seen through it. Seen through it? How old are you? You've already seen through it? Then what about Hua Xiao? Chunlai finally laughed at Gunyinji's words. You're making light of the situation. You already have a boyfriend, and you're making such sarcastic remarks. You know people want to beat you up for saying that. Gunyinji smiled faintly. How can I have a boyfriend? Brother Chun, you think too highly of me. I'm just shamelessly throwing myself at him. Chunlai was speechless. That didn't sound right. It was too serious. Ninji, what is it? Did you get a concussion from the electric shock? You're talking nonsense. Isn't it still a concussion? Chen Lai turned to look at her. "I did a CT scan on you. Your brain is fine, and you don't have any symptoms of vomiting." Gu Ningji put a hand to her forehead and leaned back on the sofa. "Brother Chun, I'm serious. Just like how you came to a sudden realization about your feeling for Dr. Yi, so did I." Chen Lai frowned as he looked at Gu Ningji. He had a nagging feeling that something was wrong with her, but he had been through so much turmoil recently. Today, he had been traumatized by Gu Ningji and Yi Zitan's incident. His body couldn't take it anymore. His brain refused to analyze it rationally. Chen Lai yawned. "I can't take it anymore. I have to sleep for a while, and then I have to see Dr. Yi one last time before dawn. I want to tidy up." Gu Ningji said, "Go get some sleep. When you plan to wake up, I'll wake you up." Chen Lai looked at his watch. "I'll sleep for 2 hours. Just wake me up at 3:30. He then asked Gu Ningji, "You really don't want to sleep?" Gu Ningji shook her head. "I feel like I slept for a long time. I'm not sleepy at all." Chen Lai also knew that Gu Ningji had a special constitution. If she said she wasn't sleepy, then she wasn't sleepy. He didn't stand on ceremony with her. "Then stay here and don't go anywhere. I'm still waiting for you to wake me up. There's an iPad and a computer here. You can play by yourself." Chen Lai pointed to the entertainment facilities, then went into the office inside to sleep. The lone light in the single-patient room shone on all kinds of medical equipment and emitted a gentle glow. Gu Ningji sat on the sofa, outside alone. She picked up the iPad and began to make a list of her assets to see which belonged to her and which belonged to Huo Xiaoheng. She planned to break up with Huo Xiaoheng, so of course she had to move out of his house. Although the house had already been transferred to her, she didn't want it. Not all. Those things constantly reminded her that everything she had was actually his charity and that she wasn't even on the same level as him. No matter how she looked at it, she wasn't worthy of him. She already had no love, so she couldn't lose her pride. When Huo Xiaoheng brought Yin Shixiang to the military court's secret courtroom, Bai Yueran and Zhou Qiuan were already arguing with the judge. "Judge Liao, we have all the paperwork, and the evidence is conclusive. Why can't we sign the death warrant right away?" Bai Yueran argued with the judge word by word about the terms of espionage. "Her situation is special, and we can completely handle special cases. Director Bai, you also studied law. Don't you know that special cases are the most taboo in the law? Special cases aren't the law." Judge Liao was obviously conflicted about this case and opposed the execution of a person just like that. "Judge Liao, you can't say it like that. Since when did the law prohibit special cases from being handled special cases? As long as it's allowed by the law, special cases are handled according to the law. It's legal and reasonable." Although Bai Yueran had been arguing with Judge Liao for half an hour, her attitude was still very amiable. Not only was she highly professional, but she was also very magnanimous when it came to dealing with people. She dealt with the big and let go of the small. She was soft when it needed to be soft and hard when it needed to be. Sometimes, she was even more appropriate than her father, Bai Jiansheng. It could be said that ever since the Special Operations Forces legal department had Bai Yueran, not only had their efficiency increased a lot, but their relationship with the other departments of the state had also improved a lot. Huo Xiaoheng listened at the door for a while before pushing it open to enter. He gestured for Yin Shixiang to bring up the supper he bought on the way. "Judge Liao, Director Bai, you've worked hard. Have some supper first and take a break before we talk." Yin Shixiang had bought De Huchen's famous shrimp, pork, and clams pan-fried, and Huo Xiaoheng had asked him to buy 3 baskets of it. Opening the lid of the container, the freshly cooked shrimp, pork, and clams pan-fried were steaming hot. The round pan-fried dumplings had snow-white skin and looked very tender. It whetted one's appetite just by looking at it. Even Judge Liao, who had always been upright and outspoken, couldn't help but eat 3 in one go. After eating, he drank a cup of hot soy milk that he had bought along with the pan-fried dumplings. People who had been starving in the middle of the night and were extremely mentally exhausted received the nourishment of supper. Everyone felt alive again. Judge Liao was obviously easy to talk to. "Huo Xiao, it's not that I don't want to give you face, but is there really no room for negotiation on this matter?" Judge Liao came out after washing his hands and sat next to Hua Xiaoheng to talk in a low voice. Hua Xiaoheng sat on the sofa with his legs crossed and also looked exhausted. He said, "If it's possible, I also want to slow down. But what she did was really too bad, and our Special Operations Forces was only established not long ago. If we let her off so easily this time, how are we going to carry out our work in the future? You also know that in a special organization like ours, the biggest taboo is betrayal and betrayal. More than 100 years ago, our ancestors dealt with such traitors by exterminating entire families. There was one time when our ancestors let 2 children go in a moment of soft-heartedness. In the end, the 2 children turned the tables and pointed out many of our underground workers to the enemy. In the end, even more people died. Tell me, how should we settle this debt?" Judge Liao's hair stood on end from Hua Xiaoheng's words. This was the first night watch. It looked like the monthly votes would not reach 3,000 for the time being. The third night watch would have to wait for tomorrow. Then let me remind everyone about the recommendation votes. At 7 p.m. the next night. Moi. Chapter 705. Bai Yueran understood Hua Xiaoheng's meaning and said, "Judge Liao, you're not a normal judge. You're a judge of our military court's secret court. You should know that your job is different from normal judges." Judge Liao was speechless. Although Mr. Hua said that we should focus on speed and efficiency, this case has actually dragged on for a long time. To be honest, we did make a mistake on this case. It took too long, and we missed a lot of valuable information. Bai Yueran added further. Seeing that Judge Liao was already convinced by their carrot and stick tactics, she finally took out the death sentence. "Would you like to sign this?" Judge Liao had also been pressured by his superiors to treat this case cautiously, so he didn't dare to give in. However, Hua Xiaoheng's words had indeed scared him. He seemed to have just realized that the soldiers he was facing were not normal soldiers. "Let me think about it." Judge Liao stood up. "Every sentence has to be archived and sent to the Supreme Military Court for review. I've been a judge for so many years, I don't want to make any mistakes on this matter." "Okay." Hua Xiaoheng stood up as well. "I hope you can think it through before 6. I'll wait for you here." Judge Liao felt his straightened back bend again. He walked to his office with a hunched back and left the door ajar. Hua Xiaoheng stared at Judge Liao's office door with his hands behind his back, as if he could pressure Judge Liao through the door. Bai Yueran stood behind him and whispered, "Mr. Hua, are you really going to wait here forever?" "I said 6, so I have to get the death sentence at 6, Hua Xiaoheng said calmly. He also wanted to know who was pressuring Judge Liao. Bai Yueran covered her mouth with her hand and yawned. "Then I'll go sleep in the room next door. Call me if you need anything." "Okay." Hua Xiaoheng didn't turn around. He put his hands in his trouser pockets and slowly walked toward the window. After Bai Yueran left, Yin Shixiang sat on the sofa and played with his phone. Hua Xiaoheng turned on his Bluetooth headset and ordered Zhao Liangzi, "Is there surveillance on the lines at the military court?" "Yes, immediately." Zhao Liangzi did not follow them. Instead, he waited in the central control room of the Special Operations Forces headquarters. According to the rules, the Special Operations Forces were not allowed to intervene in domestic affairs. However, this time, those people had broken the rules and used the Special Operations Forces as a tool to intervene in domestic affairs. Of course, Hua Xiaoheng, who had never been at a disadvantage, would not let go of this opportunity. He took the opportunity to intervene in domestic affairs. He was extremely protective of his people. Whoever wanted to hurt his people, he would definitely return the favor 100 times or 1,000 times over, no matter who you were, no matter where you were, and no matter what position you were in. Perhaps it was because Hua Xiaoheng's presence was too strong, or perhaps the other party was too cautious, but as soon as he called Judge Liao, he discovered that someone was monitoring him. The phone only rang once, and the other party immediately hung up. Zhao Liangzi didn't even have time to track down the caller. Judge Liao waited for 2 hours, but there were no new instructions from his superiors. He was frightened by Hua Xiaoheng's words, so he finally picked up the pen and signed the death sentence. It was 3 in the morning when Hua Xiaoheng received Yi Ziten's death sentence. It took Gun Yinji nearly 2 hours to complete the list of her assets. She looked expressionlessly at the page of records in front of her and sighed softly. No wonder people always wanted to separate them. They were indeed not suitable for each other. So many things, an astronomical amount of wealth, had never been hers in the first place. In the past, she had thought that she would definitely marry Hua Xiaoheng. When the time came, they would be one. Hua Xiaoheng's things would be hers, and her things would also be Hua Xiaoheng's. Therefore, she had accepted it without any psychological pressure. But now that Gun Yinji thought about it, in the eyes of others, or even in Hua Xiaoheng's own heart, they all thought that she was born to depend on him. So she didn't have a particularly important place in his heart, right? Important missions and comrades were ranked ahead of her. She accepted it all and didn't want to compete with Hua Xiaoheng for these rankings. She was already mentally prepared. She knew that in order to be with Hua Xiaoheng, she had to accept his military side. Those were his career decisions. Otherwise, he wouldn't be the person she loved. But who the hell was the Prime Minister's daughter? Bringing the Prime Minister's daughter back home was also a secret mission. You must be kidding me. Now even some random Tom, Dick, and Harry were ranked ahead of her. Not only could Gun Yinji not tolerate it, but she also flipped the table. She let go of her prejudices and thought about it. She felt that she really was at odds with the Prime Minister's daughter. Whether it was the former Prime Minister's daughter, Do Qingyan, or the new Prime Minister's daughter, Tangeran, all of her love rivals were pampered and came from prestigious families. She was the only one who had no background and was like duckweed. Gun Yinji pouted and brushed the two of them out of her mind. If it was in the past, she would have complained that these two were so well off. Why did they have to compete with her for a Hua Xiao? Now, she blushed just thinking about it. Everyone wanted good things. Why was it that only you could have it and not others? She couldn't compete with them, so she had to accept her loss. She couldn't do something like pestering them anymore. Gun Yinji rubbed her forehead with some melancholy. Thinking about her past self, it felt like a dream. She looked down at the property list on the iPad and remembered that the keys and documents for the real estate were all in Hua Xiaoheng's official residence. The deposit receipts, tidying up, and investment accounts were all in Hua Xiaoheng's official residence. Most of her clothes, shoes, and bags were also in Hua Xiaoheng's official residence. So why did she make a list? She could just cut it in half and not go to Hua Xiaoheng's official residence. Anyway, none of the things there belonged to her. Gun Yinji smiled bitterly. She really was poor and proletarian. The only things that belonged to her were actually very few. However, she still had to take away the clothes, shoes, bags, and skincare products. Many of them were brand new and unopened. Not only were they made according to her measurements, but she also didn't want to see others wearing her clothes and shoes, carrying her bags, and applying her cream. She was such a petty person. She would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. However, according to the market price, these clothes, shoes, and bags were worth the price of a 2-bedroom apartment on the 5th Ring Road in the imperial capital. Gun Yinji went to check her bank account. She had a special bank account to save her salary and school subsidies. The money in it was all earned by herself, not from Hua Xiao, because she didn't usually use money or used her card directly, and Hua Xiao was the one who paid the bills. She didn't know how much money she had in this account. Now that she looked at it, yes, although it wasn't enough to buy a 2-bedroom apartment, it was more than enough for a down payment. She planned to look for a house when she returned to school. It would be best if she bought a ready house, so she could move in immediately. After taking care of everything, Gun Yinji sent the list to her school email, then logged out of her email account from Chun-Lai's iPad to erase all traces of her login. She washed her face and went to wake Chun-Lai up. Chun-Lai slept on the table for a while and was still a bit uncomfortable when Gun Yinji woke him up. He sat there blankly for a while and rubbed his eyes to wake up. What time is it? Just 3:30. It's still dark outside. Gun Yinji looked out the window and asked Chun-Lai, "Brother Chun, how did I get here? I remember. I think I was on Professor Yi's plane." Chun-Lai was speechless. Gun Yinji raised her eyebrows and looked at Chun-Lai inquiringly. Chun-Lai frowned and walked to the small cloakroom inside to change his clothes. He mumbled, "Hua Xiao sent you here. Thanks to you, because you fainted and got injured on the plane, Xiao wanted me to treat you before he let me out of the detention center. Gun Yinji was speechless. Brother Chen, what do you mean? Why are you in the detention center? Gun Yinji leaned against the door to talk to Chen Lai. She was still wearing the clothes she had changed into on Hijichu's plane. It was a large, light gray pullover sweater and a pair of tight-fitting gray yoga pants. Her back was slender and her legs were straight and slender. Because her clothes also looked like a hospital gown, Chen Lai hadn't changed her clothes after she had been sent to him. She had slept in them for the whole day. Now that she was up, the clothes didn't have any shape to begin with and didn't appear wrinkled. She pulled her hands back and tied her long, loose hair into a ponytail. Chen Lai changed into a white suit and came out with several ties in one hand. He asked Gun Yinji, "Which one do you think is better?" Gun Yinji pursed her lips and pushed Chen Lai inside. "Why are you wearing a white suit? Are you afraid people won't know you're going to see her one last time? Don't you think I look better in white?" Chen Lai looked in the mirror. Gun Yinji was speechless. "Brother Chen, I think you look best in dark gray." Gun Yinji helped Chen Lai rummage through the closet and found a dark gray shirt with light vertical stripes and smoky gray formal pants. She also found a pair of leather shoes for him to change out of his sneakers. "You don't need to tie. Undo this button on your neck. Yes, roll up your sleeves." Gun Yinji helped Chen Lai dress up. Chen Lai looked in the mirror again and realized he was really different. It seemed like he really did have the aura. He sighed and thought, what's the point of dressing up to be handsome now? Even if he left a good impression on Yi Zitan, she wouldn't be able to escape death. "Brother Chen, you still haven't told me how you ended up in the detention center." Gun Yinji continued to ask. Chen Lai straightened his sleeves and didn't look up as he said, Hua Xiao was on a mission in New York and discovered spy. He found out the spy was sending information from us, so he locked us up. Gun Yinji was speechless. Does it also have something to do with Yi Zitan? Gun Yinji couldn't help asking. Yeah, otherwise, why would he lock me up? Chen Lai finally recovered. Thinking about Yi Zitan didn't hurt as much anymore. Then, Brother Chen, you should be fine now. Gun Yinji returned to the door and leaned against the door frame. My condolences. Chen Lai was speechless. Your tone is exactly like Hua Xiao's. And you said he wasn't your boyfriend. Chen Lai teased Gun Yinji. Gun Yinji straightened her expression and said dryly, I really wasn't. Brother Chen, I won't ask you about Yi Zitan in the future, and you also won't ask me about Mr. Hua. Okay? Hua Xiaoheng, who had just stepped into Chen Lai's office, heard this and silently turned to leave. It was the second watch. Then I'll remind everyone about the recommendation votes. Good night. Chapter 706. Chen Lai was looking at himself in the mirror when he heard the question. He looked away in shock and looked at Gun Yinji. Mr. Hua, when did you become so distant with Hua Xiao? Gun Yinji shrugged. It's only right. I was too immature in the past. He treated me just a little better, and I didn't know my place. Why'd I have to do that? I pestered him, but in the end he despised me. Yinji, why do you sound so sarcastic? Chen Lai stopped looking at himself in the mirror and walked around Gun Yinji. Did you have a change of heart during your trip to Germany? Uft. You're the one who has a change of heart. Gun Yinji glanced at Chen Lai. I've given up just like you. I've given up, understand? Chen Lai shook his head with a regretful expression. I don't understand. You can live a good life, but you have to go through all this trouble. Do you really have to end up like me? Stop. Gun Yinji quickly stopped Chen Lai from continuing. I'm fundamentally different from you. Don't act like Sister Xianglin. It's annoying. It's not a big deal. Brother Chen, don't say any more. I'm just being a busybody. Why would I tell you? You can't keep things to yourself. It's not even dawn yet, and you're already talking about it to the entire base. I'm warning you, if a second person finds out, I'll spill everything about you. Chen Lai finally glanced at her and leaned over to whisper, Are you serious? If it's not serious, then is it fake? Gun Yinji turned to walk out. I went through fire and water on this trip to Germany. Don't you know? Between life and death, people are suddenly enlightened and see many things clearly. Chen Lai sighed and muttered to himself as he followed Gun Yinji. Some people don't know how lucky they are. Even if they want to die, I can't do anything about it. I've already tried to persuade them. I've already done my best as a friend. Gu Nianji was speechless. She could only pretend she didn't hear him. She returned to the sofa and watched Chun Lai walk out of the office. She looked down at her iPad. Chun Lai walked out of the office and looked at the dark sky outside the long corridor. He sighed deeply and turned to walk to the elevator. At the elevator entrance, she saw Hua Xiaoheng smoking by the window with his back facing the hallway. His figure was tall and his back was straight. His shoulders were broad and strong, and he wore a wide belt. Below his muscular waist were long legs. However, even such a handsome and capable Hua Xiao would be dumped one day. Chun Lai suddenly felt very relieved and a little more confident. He straightened his back and coughed. Hua Xiao is back. Why don't you come in and take a seat? I'm going to see. Dr. Yi. Hua Xiaoheng ignored him and continued to smoke outside the window. Chun Lai frowned. If you want to smoke, go outside. Strictly speaking, this is a non-smoking area. Although there are windows, Hua Xiaoheng stopped smoking, but he held the cigarette in one hand and continued to look out the window. Yin Shixiang stood behind him, his thick eyebrows and big eyes almost wrinkling his handsome face. Chun Lai waved at Yin Shixiang and entered the elevator to where Yi Zitan was being held. After Chun Lai left, Yin Shixiang finally couldn't help but ask quietly, Hua Xiao, what's wrong with Nianji? When Gu Nianji had called him Mr. Hua, Yin Shixiang had been shocked to the core. It was as if he had seen his precious daughter suddenly turn her back on her father. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at him and looked down. He said dryly, she's probably still sick. You have to take medicine if you're sick. Otherwise, you'll scare people to death. Yin Shixiang scratched the back of his head. Then are you still going in? Hua Xiaoheng threw the remaining half of his cigarette into the trash, can under the windowsill, and lit another. Yeah, wait for me to finish this one. Yin Shixiang looked at the first cigarette he had just thrown into the trash, then at the second cigarette in Hua Xiaoheng's hand. He decided to shut up. Yi Zitan didn't sleep. She couldn't. The last dinner she had was much more generous than usual. She knew it was over. She hadn't expected it to happen so soon. After dinner, she took a good shower and changed in her favorite clothes. She sat at the foot of the bed and waited for the sun to rise. When it was almost 4 in the morning, the guard came in to say that Chun Lai had come to see her. Yi Zitan smiled bitterly and walked out of her room. She went to the interrogation room with a glass wall between them. Chun Lai was very well dressed and very elegant. He stood in front of the glass wall and looked at her with a serious expression. When he saw her come in, he nodded and said, Dr. Yi, this is the last time I'm here to see you. I want to know if you can tell me what they used to move you to the point that you lost even the most basic humanity. Yi Zitan hadn't expected Chun Lai to say that. Her face turned completely white. Her lips opened and closed. After a long pause, she said in a trembling voice, You don't understand. You don't understand. Their technology is so much more advanced than ours. We can't catch up, and you can't either. Dr. Yi, this is the difference between you and me. I never thought that anyone could be better than us. If there was, we would surpass them in the future. No one will be number one forever. Everyone is constantly improving and developing in a spiral manner while trying to catch up with each other. Chun Lai pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose. I'm sorry that you're actually such an unscrupulous person. Yi Zitan finally couldn't take it anymore and burst into tears. She regretted it now, but it was too late. There was no cure for regret in this world. She covered her face and cried her heart out. Chun Lai didn't say anything and quietly listened to her cry. He waited for her to finish before saying, The fact that you can still cry means that you know you were wrong. When you meet those 2 field comrades in the afterlife, remember to say sorry to them. Also, say sorry to them for me. Yi Zitan trembled all over. Am I going to die? Chun Lai didn't say anything. He couldn't bear to look away. Yi Zitan's head leaned against the glass wall. She was shaking like a leaf in the wind. After a while, she looked up at Chun Lai. I'll let them down. If I see them, I'll definitely apologize to them. She paused and asked, What about Nianji? Is she okay? She's fine. She just woke up. Chun Lai nodded. Luckily, she's fine. Otherwise, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to stop myself from killing you. Yi Zitan looked at him with a bitter smile. Dr. Chun, I want to see Nianji and say sorry to her personally. She would only have the chance to apologize to those 2 field agents after she died. Gu Nianji, on the other hand, only wanted to say sorry to them while she was still alive. This might be Yi Zitan's last wish in this life. Chunlai thought about it. Wait. He walked out and called Hua Xiaohan. Hua Xiao, Dr. Yi said she wants to see Nianji. What do you think? Hua Xiaohan was still smoking in front of the window beside the elevator when Chunlai's voice came through his Bluetooth headset. He thought about it for a while and said, let her see him. He glanced at Yin Shixiang behind him. Take Nianji to see Yi Zitan. There were audio and video recordings in the interrogation room anyway. He wanted to see what Yi Zitan would say to Nianji. Nianji was so smart. He didn't know if she would lure the mastermind behind Yi Zitan out. Roger, Chief. Yin Shixiang thought so too. Yin Shixiang hurried to Chunlai's office and saw Gu Nianji still playing games on her iPad. He quickly waved at her. Nianji, Dr. Yi wants to see you. Come with me. Gu Nianji was a bit surprised. She put down the iPad and straightened her clothes. She called out crisply, Brother Xiong, long time no see. Then she got up and briskly walked to the door. Why does Dr. Yi want to see me? I don't know either. Dr. Chun just called to ask Hua Xiao, and he approved. Yin Shixiang said as he secretly observed Gu Nianji's expression. In the past, Gu Nianji would definitely smile like a flower when he mentioned Hua Xiao. Today, however, she was very calm and didn't show any emotion. Yin Shixiang scratched his head and didn't dare bring it up again. Gu Nianji followed Yin Shixiang to the elevator. When they entered, she saw that Yin Shixiang was still looking around. Brother Xiong, what are you looking for? Yin Shixiang opened his mouth, but when he recalled Gu Nianji calling him Mr. Hua, he decided to keep his mouth shut. He smiled and said, I'm seeing if anyone else is coming. If not, I'll close the elevator. Gu Nianji pouted. It was 4 in the morning. Why would there be so many people taking the elevator at this time? He didn't even know how to find a reasonable excuse. She didn't say anything else and quickly followed Yin Shixiang to the interrogation room. Chunlai was waiting for them at the door. When he saw Gu Nianji, he grabbed her arm and went in with her. Yin Shixiang stood guard at the door. In the interrogation room, Yi Zitan was already curled up against the glass wall. She looked very haggard. Gu Nianji quietly walked over. Seeing Yi Zitan like this, she also felt bad. Gu Nianji coughed and said, Dr. Yi? Yi Zitan slowly looked up. Her eyes lit up when she saw Gu Nianji. She quickly stood up with the help of the glass wall and stared at Gu Nianji. Her gaze was so passionate that it bordered on greed. Nianji, are you really okay? It's great that you're okay. Nianji, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have made a deal with you for the experimental data. Her voice was high-pitched and had a different kind of emotion and excitement than usual. Gu Nianji was speechless. What could she say? Thank her for not killing her? So she could only stay silent. Yi Zitan's emotions were extremely unstable. She looked at Gu Nianji through the glass wall and cried and laughed at the same time. Nianji, the person I'm most sorry to is you. You're actually more pitiful than me. I shouldn't have cooperated with others to hurt you. I still remember that time you were raped to that state. You were covered in cuts and bruises. I felt so bad when I saw it. How could I pour salt on your wounds? I must have been possessed. Gu Nianji's expression gradually darkened. She stiffly interrupted Yi Zitan. Dr. Yi, do you know what you're saying? What do you mean by raped? I didn't. Zhao Yangzi, who was recording the entire process in the central control room, saw this and immediately turned off all the recording and video equipment. He quickly notified Hua Xiaohan. Hua Xiao, listen to what Yi Zitan is saying to Nianji. Yi Zitan's crying and laughing voice could be heard from Hua Xiaohan's Bluetooth headset. That time you were raped to that state. Motherf asterisk her, you're asking for it. Hua Xiaohan, who was usually as calm as a mountain, suddenly threw away the cigarette in his hand and cursed. This is the first chapter. Seeing how anxious everyone is, today is the 3rd chapter. Monthly votes of 3,000 will be added in advance. Also, let me remind everyone of the recommendation votes. Monthly votes of 3,000 for the 2nd chapter will be added in advance at 1 p.m., and the third chapter will be at 7 p.m. P.S. I'm not a full-time writer. I still have a very busy full-time job. I can guarantee 2 chapters a day of 5 to 6,000 words. If I want more chapters, I hope everyone can motivate me with monthly votes. After all, I can only sleep for 3 to 4 hours between the third and fourth chapters. I can't live like this forever. Let's understand each other and not hurt each other, okay? Chapter 707. Hua Xiaoheng entered the elevator with a solemn expression as he spoke to Zhao Yangzi through his Bluetooth headset. Inform the execution team to execute her immediately. Zhao Yangzi looked at his watch. It was only 4:30 in the morning. Prisoners were usually executed at noon, but Yi Zitan had drawn a death sentence for herself. She wanted to die so badly. When the prison executed prisoners, they would usually be given a good last meal and would be given a few sets of clothes they liked according to the prisoner's requests. Usually, when there was food, drink, and clothes they liked, the prisoners would know that it meant it's time. In the interrogation room of the disciplinary team, Gun Yinji looked at Yi Zitan with a dark expression and said coldly, "Dr. Yi, that's enough. I originally thought that a dying man's words were kind, so I came to see you for the last time. But listen to what you're saying. Do you sound human? No wonder you would betray your comrades in exchange for benefits. People like you will never be number one in medicine. You're always trying to be opportunistic and steal other people's things for your own achievements. Shame on you." Gun Yinji's words hit the weakest spot in Yi Zitan's heart. To her, the desire for medical breakthroughs and breakthroughs had already become her obsession. Just like the Japanese doctors in the infamous 731 unit, they didn't hesitate to use real people for human experiments in order to pursue breakthroughs in technology. The demon doctors in Unit 731 didn't treat the Chinese as humans. Instead, they treated them as animals. They even treated them as pieces of wood and stones. They were just a group of experimental data, not living humans who could cry and feel pain like they did. What was the big deal about betraying comrades? When necessary, they would even betray their ancestors, family, and even themselves. You'll never understand how much more powerful they are than us. You were able to escape death this time, but you won't be so lucky next time. You can't escape. They've got their eyes on you. You'll never escape. Yi Zitan was almost driven insane by Gun Yinji's words. She raised her hands and laughed loudly, like she had gone crazy. Gun Yinji sneered and crossed her arms in disdain. "Dr. Yi, don't waste your energy. It's useless to pretend to be mentally ill. I'm a lawyer, and I can tell you responsibly that mental illness can't be used as an excuse for espionage." Yi Zitan's maniacal laughter stopped abruptly, and she glared at Gun Yinji with bloodshot eyes. Her neatly combed hair was now a mess, and she indeed looked like a lunatic. "You don't believe me?" Gun Yinji was full of confidence when it came to her profession. Espionage is not a normal crime. It requires the criminal to have absolute mental control and the ability to act. Therefore, people who can commit espionage cannot be mentally ill. Conversely, it was impossible for a psychopath to successfully carry out espionage. You better save it. Your master behind the scenes has obviously given up on you. You're just a lowly little minion. You're the kind of idiot who would wave the flag and cheer for your master before your execution. No. They said that I'm very important to them. I'm their only informant in the Special Operations Forces. Yi Zitan shook her head furiously, as if she could deny Gun Yinji's words if she shook her head hard enough. Gun Yinji snorted. She propped up one hand and tapped her right cheek with her slender fingers. "Keep numbing yourself. You're their only informant? How could you believe something like that? I really admire those people now. They really know how to look for weaknesses in human nature. To you, Dr. Yi, the usual tools of bribery, money, and handsome men definitely won't work. So what can they do to turn you against them? They can only target your eagerness to reach the pinnacle of medical technology. Don't be so smug. Do you think you can escape again after escaping this time?" Yi Zitan gave up and glared at Gun Yinji. She looked like a completely different person from when she was crying and remorseful. She had originally wanted to sincerely apologize to Gun Yinji, but she hadn't expected Gun Yinji's words to be so sharp. Yi Zitan's apology instantly vanished. Haha, do you think I'm stupid? If they were that powerful, they wouldn't have turned you against them to track my whereabouts. If Gun Yinji wasn't capable herself, she would have been buried under the Alps a long time ago. Gun Yinji had to rely on herself to escape that time. Although she was very sad, she also had confidence in her own abilities. Although failure was the mother of success, only success could give birth to self-confidence. Chunlai was so shocked that he almost fainted when he heard Zitan tell him about the first time Gun Yinji had been infected with H3 of 7 and how Hua Xiao had spun her around in circles to the point where it was too horrible to look at. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He was only glad that he had held back and didn't tell Yi Zitan the whole truth. Yi Zitan only knew that Gun Yinji had been drugged to that extent, but she didn't know it was because she had been infected with H3 of 7. She only thought it was a normal aphrodisiac. She also didn't know it was Hua Xiao. Luckily, she didn't know. Otherwise, Hua Xiao would have been even worse. Hua Xiao, this is as far as I can help you. Chunlai thought silently, and was about to pull Gun Yinji away when he saw Gun Yinji's face darken and immediately take control of the conversation. Under her provocation, Yi Zitan almost went crazy. Chunlai didn't say anything. He pricked up his ears and carefully listened to their confrontation. He also wanted to know who the Yi Zitan mentioned were. But just as Yi Zitan pounced on the glass wall and wanted to punch through it to fight Gun Yinji, Zhou Qiyuan's voice sounded from outside the door. Time's up. The criminal is going to the execution ground. Chunlai, Gun Yinji. The two of them looked at each other blankly. The door to the interrogation room opened, and In Shixiang waved at Gun Yinji. Yinji, come out quickly. Gun Yinji saw a tall, thin man standing at the door. He looked very ordinary, the kind that would be hard to pick out in a crowd. But occasionally, that person's gaze swept over, and his gaze was so sharp it made people shiver. Gun Yinji's heart skipped a beat. This person was so powerful. How come she had never seen him before? This person was one of Hua Xiaoheng's 2 other secret personal secretaries, Zhou Qiyuan. He was also the person in charge of the Special Operations Force's disciplinary team. Chunlai pushed Gun Yinji, and the two of them quickly walked out of the interrogation room. Big Xiong, it's not even noon yet. Are you going to execute her now? Chunlai asked with a frown. He looked behind In Shixiang and didn't see Hua Xiaoheng. He suspected it was Hua Xiaoheng's idea. It was indeed Hua Xiaoheng's idea. When he heard Yi Zitan tell Gun Yinji about that incident, he cursed himself for making the same mistake as his grandfather for being soft-hearted. In their line of work, being soft-hearted was a big taboo. If he had shot Yi Zitan a long time ago, there wouldn't have been so much trouble. The Special Operations Force's execution team arrived at the execution ground. It was only 5 in the morning, and the sky was about to brighten. The first rays of dawn had just appeared, and the air carried the chill of late autumn. The Special Operations Force's execution ground was in a valley surrounded by fiery red maple leaves. The grass there was greener than anywhere else. Yi Zitan was brought to the execution ground with a hood over her head. A tall man wearing sunglasses and a mask covered himself completely. He walked in front of Yi Zitan, pulled off her hood, and used an iris scanner to scan her iris. Then he ordered someone to lift her hand and check her fingerprints. He also took a drop of blood from her fingertip and put it on file. After verifying her identity, he pushed her to the execution ground and stood with her back facing the executioner. Yi Zitan's legs had already turned to jelly, and she couldn't stand up at all. She could only kneel on the grass. The moment the sun rose, the executioner took out his gun, aimed it in Yi Zitan's direction, and pulled the trigger. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The sound of bullets echoed in the air above the execution ground. The executioner emptied a magazine, calmly changed to another one, and continued shooting. In the end, he only finished after changing 3 magazines. In Shixiang watched the entire process from the small room of the execution ground. After the executioner finished shooting and confirmed that Yi Zitan was dead, He threw the gun to the soldiers on the execution ground and turned to walk back into the small room. In Shixiang watched silently as the executioner took off his gloves and threw them into the trash can. He respectfully handed a wet tissue to the executioner to wipe his hands. So the executioner was actually Hua Xiaoheng. With his status, he had personally come to execute Yi Zieten. It was clear how angry he was at what Yi Zieten had done. In Shixiang didn't know what to say, so he could only awkwardly try to find something to say. Hua Xiao, why did you shoot so many times? Usually one shot is enough, two at most. Hua Xiaoheng took off his sunglasses and said calmly, I'm not good at shooting, so I shot a few more times. In Shixiang immediately knelt down. Let me tell a joke. Hua Xiao said his shooting skills were not good. Do you believe it? I don't believe it equals underscore, smiley face. This is the second monthly pass of 3,000 early updates. It's the third update today. Also, I want to remind everyone of the recommendation votes. 7 p.m. of the third update. Chapter 708. Yi Zieten was taken away, and Gu Nianji and Chun Lai also left the Department of Discipline building. Chun Lai was in a daze the whole way. He couldn't focus at all. In the end, he didn't want to go back to the office and said to Gu Nianji, I'm going back to my dorm to rest for a while. Nianji, can you go back to the ward alone? Although Gu Nianji no longer had a fever, Chun Lai was still worried. He wanted to keep her under observation for 2 more days, so he didn't allow her to leave the hospital for now. Gu Nianji nodded. Brother Chun, have a good rest. She continued, when you're done resting, can I go back to school? Okay, we'll talk about it when I get back. Chun Lai waved without looking back and turned to another path back to the dormitory. Gu Nianji returned to Chun Lai's office alone and sat down in the single room outside. She let out a long sigh. Yi Zieten had been taken away and would probably never return. Gu Nianji thought about it carefully and realized that she didn't have any extra sympathy for her. Perhaps she really didn't light up the Holy Mother's skill point for hitting the left side of the face and offering the right side up. Perhaps Yi Zieten's last words had wiped out the last bit of sympathy she had left. She leaned back on the sofa and covered her forehead with the back of her hand, thinking silently. Although Gu Nianji had rebutted Yi Zieten's last words on the spot, it was impossible for her not to suspect anything. That time, you were raped to that state, and you were covered in bruises all over. Yi Zieten's words echoed in Gu Nianji's ears over and over again. As she recalled the past, her face gradually turned pale. Gu Nianji remembered very clearly that although she had been drugged with an aphrodisiac at her university classmate Feng Yishi's birthday party, she had sought out Chun Lai before the drug had taken effect. Chun Lai had brought her to the Special Operations Forces base in Sea City. She just couldn't remember what happened after she arrived at the Special Operations Forces base. By the time she woke up, it was already 2 weeks later, and she had also missed He Zichu's interview because of this. If what Yi Zieten said was true, then she could only have been raped during the period when she lost her memory at the Special Operations Forces base. However, the Special Operations Forces base was Hua Xiao's territory. How could something like that happen? Gu Nianji felt that Yi Zieten wasn't telling the truth, no matter if it was logical or illogical. But Yi Zieten also swore that she saw her covered in wounds, and that after she woke up, it was indeed Yi Zieten who took care of her. What the hell was going on? Also, she clearly remembered that her first time was with Hua Xiao. Her thoughts suddenly flew to her first time with Hua Xiao. It didn't seem to have been on the bed, but in the bathtub? That was strange. Then did she bleed? Actually, not much time had passed, but she couldn't remember the details. Rubbing her forehead in frustration, she picked up the iPad on the sofa and started playing games. When she was in a bad mood, only games could divert her attention. When Hua Xiaoheng returned from the execution ground, he couldn't help but go to the medical building at the military base. He brought In Shixiang to the floor where Chun Lai's office was and paced around the elevator for a while. In Shixiang followed behind her for a few steps and suddenly had an idea. He thought, is Nianji arguing with Hua Xiao? So Hua Xiao never went to see Nianji. Then what was he going to do? To be a big light bulb? Hua Xiao would be embarrassed, even if he wanted to coax Nianji. In Xixiang decided not to go. Xiao, I'll go see how little Zay is doing. Can you go to Dr. Chen's office alone? Xiaoheng didn't turn around and waved his hand to indicate that it was okay. In Xixiang sighed in relief and ran to find Zhao Liangzi with a face full of gossip. Gun Yinji, who had always listened to Xiaoheng like a god, had finally rebelled. In Xixiang was so excited that he couldn't help but want to share it with someone. He couldn't be the only one scared. Little Zay had to be scared too. It was better to scare everyone than to scare him alone. The distance from the elevator to Chunlai's office was only about 10 meters, but Xiaoheng felt like he had walked for a long time. When he reached the door, he quietly looked at it and opened it after a while. Gun Yinji was playing on the iPad on the sofa when she heard the door open. She thought it was Chunlai coming back and didn't look up. Brother Chun, why are you back so soon? Did you rest well? No one spoke at the door. Gun Yinji suddenly felt the air become heavy. She looked up in surprise but didn't see Chunlai. Instead, she saw Xiaoheng standing at the door. The lights in the hallway shone from behind him and cast a tall silhouette. He stood at the door, his deep, dark eyes staring at her without moving. How long had it been since they last saw each other? Gun Yinji couldn't figure it out at the moment. She looked at him, but realized that she didn't feel as elated as she used to when she saw him. On the contrary, as soon as she saw him, she recalled the scene when he and Tan Guirin got off the plane. That casual smile, the way he subconsciously helped her up, and the way he accepted the bouquet. All the scenes flashed through Gun Yinji's mind. What little was left of her nostalgia was instantly shattered. She originally thought that when she saw him again, she would cry and make a fuss. She would vent all her grievances before breaking up with him. But she realized that her heart was as calm as a mirror. She nodded at Xiaoheng. Mr. Hua is here. Xiaoheng looked up at her. Yinji, must you be so distant? Then call you Uncle Hua? Familiar enough, right? Xiaoheng felt a lump in his throat. The corners of his lips couldn't help twitching. He finally walked in and closed the door. Walking to Gun Yinji, he asked calmly, Are you feeling better? Yes, much better. Thank you for your concern. Gun Yinji turned off the iPad and stood up to give Xiaoheng her seat. Please sit. Do you want some tea or coffee? Xiaoheng put his hands in his trouser pockets and continued to ask her, Do you feel unwell anywhere? No, I'm fine. Gun Yinji was polite. Thank you for bringing me to Brother Chen's place. Xiaoheng sighed, and his voice became even lower. Yinji, don't be like this. I'm just like that. I'm sorry, but I don't fit your expectations. Gun Yinji turned around and looked at Xiaoheng with clear eyes. I actually have something to talk to Mr. Hua about. I originally thought that you were so busy that it would take 1.5 years before you could take the time to see a nobody like me. I didn't expect to see you in just one day. Stop it. Xiaoheng reached out to hold Gun Yinji's hand. You know that I'm always free to you. I really don't know when you'll be free. Gun Yinji took a step back, and Xiaoheng's hand missed. Gun Yinji thought she would cry, but she didn't. She didn't want to be too sarcastic and make it seem like she was jealous. She didn't want to continue leaving that impression on Xiaoheng. Perhaps it was because Xiaoheng's impression of her was too poor. So no matter how hard she tried, he only thought she was throwing a tantrum. She had risked her life in Germany, but he only left the impression of her as throwing a tantrum. Gun Yinji finally felt her heart ache. Her nose felt dry, and tears gathered in her eyes, but she didn't cry. Lowering her head and taking 2 deep breaths, Gun Yinji recalled what Yi Zieten had said. The question that had been rolling around in her mind just now couldn't come out when she faced Xiaoheng. It wasn't that she was embarrassed, but Gun Yinji subconsciously felt that with Xiaoheng's abilities, he could easily fool her. So if she really wanted to find the answer, she definitely shouldn't start with Xiaoheng. She should start with Chunlai. Chunlai had a big mouth, so it would be much easier to get information from him than from Xiaoheng. Gun Yinji was lost in her thoughts, and Xiaoheng grabbed her hand. She quickly struggled. Let go. Yinji, let's talk this out. Xiaoheng used a bit of strength to pull her back to sit on the sofa. Gun Yinji used more strength and finally broke free from his hand. Turning around, she took the iPad and hugged it. She thought she should cut the Gordian knot quickly. It was better to get the pain over with than to prolong it. Hua Xiaoheng looked at Gun Yinji, who was inches away from him. He really wanted to hug her, but seeing that she was about to explode at the slightest touch, he restrained himself. They hadn't seen each other for a few months, yet she was like this when they met again. Hua Xiaoheng propped up his elbow and leaned against the sofa's armrest. His long legs stretched out lazily, and his other arm was draped over the back of the sofa behind Gun Yinji, wrapping his arms around her. Gun Yinji turned those words over in her mind a few times. Looking down, she finally said with difficulty, "Mr. Hua, thank you for taking care of me all these years. I'm very grateful." "Yinji, look at me. What did I teach you in the past? It's impolite not to look into the other person's eyes when you speak," Hua Xiaoheng said calmly. He quietly sat closer to Gun Yinji. It was the third watch, and it was the third watch today. Also, a reminder for everyone's recommendation votes. Good night, everyone. Chapter 709. It was still the familiar doting tone and deep, seductive voice. In the past, Gun Yinji's legs would turn to jelly just hearing Hua Xiaoheng speak like this, not to mention looking at his mesmerizing eyes. He looked at her so intently, as if she were the only thing he was interested in the world. But what was the truth? Gun Yinji shook her head lightly and looked up to meet Hua Xiaoheng's gaze. Her eyes were also very large, and when she looked at you, you could even see the reflection in her eyes. Now, those soul-stirring eyes were as clear as an autumn lake with a hint of blue, but they didn't have the intoxication and joy that he was familiar with in the past. Hua Xiaoheng's heart sank. Gun Yinji looked at him and smiled. In Mr. Hua's eyes, am I still that insensible child? Of course not. Hua Xiaoheng looked away and sat closer to her. Then in Mr. Hua's eyes, what kind of person am I? Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. Of course he knew what kind of person she was. She was obedient to the point of being well-behaved, smart, and very kind, compassionate, and righteous. All in all, he had raised her, so how could he not know what kind of person she was? Hua Xiaoheng didn't say anything and reached out to caress the long hair behind her back. Gun Yinji looked away and took a step back. Seeing that Hua Xiaoheng didn't speak, Gun Yinji could only speak to herself. In Mr. Hua's eyes, am I an obedient little girl, smart, kind, and compassionate? It was the same as Hua Xiaoheng thought. The corners of his lips curled up, and he replied in a low voice, Huh. Gun Yinji laughed helplessly. See, this is the difference between us. Straightening her sleeves, Gun Yinji took another step back, almost to the side of the sofa. Actually, I'm not like this. I'm like this because I know you like it, so I act like this in front of you. See, didn't you believe me? Hua Xiaoheng stopped and placed his hand on the back of the sofa behind Gun Yinji. Didn't you? Of course not. Actually, I'm not an obedient person. If you spend more time with my classmates, as well as the professors and teachers at school, you'll know that Gun Yinji has never been an obedient person. I like to question authority and challenge the impossible. I'm smart, but I'm also stubborn. When I'm stubborn, I'm so stubborn that people want to beat me up. I actually have a very bad temper, and I turn hostile as quickly as flipping a book. Mr. Hua, you should be happy because my petty temper and petty thoughts have never been used on you. Hua Xiaoheng didn't know if he should be happy or sad. He frowned and said indifferently, Who doesn't have a temper? I know that you have these small problems, but in my eyes, they're not problems. Gun Yinji smiled. Yeah, you're a magnanimous person. Of course you don't care about my small problems, but they are part of me. I am petty and possessive. There are some things that I would rather smash than share with others. Hua Xiaoheng didn't say anything else. He only looked at her deeply, and his furrowed brows didn't loosen for a moment. Gun Yinji picked up the iPad and slid her fingers across the smooth, glass-like screen. Her voice was cold, like the icicles that formed in the Alps during the Ice Age. Every word she spat out pierced Hua Xiaoheng's cold heart. Mr. Hua, you feel that my attitude has changed and that we're distant, but do you know why? Hua Xiaoheng maintained his position on the sofa, but he sat closer to Gun Yinji. Gun Yinji had already retreated to the other end of the sofa and had nowhere else to go. Hua Xiaoheng's tall body pressed over and encircled her in the corner of the sofa. Gun Yinji was lost in her memories. She didn't seem to care about his actions, or perhaps she didn't even realize what he was doing. Those two people pretending to be police officers stuffed me in a Seth's car. I thought I was dead for sure. I know better than most people what kind of person Seth is. When he dealt with Li Haiqing, he would absolutely torture him to death. But I was lucky and actually woke up unscathed. The corners of Hua Xiaoheng's eyes twitched uncontrollably. I took advantage of Seth's evil intentions to kick him and injure him. Then I escaped from the car. At the time, it was raining heavily outside, and I was panicking on the narrow mountain roads in the Alps. I didn't dare to steal a car because there were cliffs on both sides of the road. I was afraid I would fall off the cliff before I could even get out. But in the end, I still jumped off the cliff because I had nowhere to run. Hua Xiaoheng's lips pressed into a thin line, and his heart was beating very hard. This level of danger was nothing to him, but Gun Yinji was different. She had never experienced such danger before. Although he had taught her some survival skills in the wild, it had never included survival training that involved jumping off cliffs, which was extremely difficult for Special Forces soldiers. At the time, I was still thinking that I might never see you again. Gun Yinji calmly recounted the deep feelings of the past, as if she were telling someone else's story. Hua Xiaoheng took another step closer and wrapped his arms around her, wanting her to lean into his embrace. However, Gun Yinji didn't lean in. She still sat upright and stared straight ahead, as if she could see that rainy night in the Alps. Later, when I woke up, they still didn't let me go. They hung 4 fake police officers from the cliffs to hunt me down. I could only continue running for my life. Along the way, I slept in the open and fought with wild beasts every day. Luckily, I met a cute little black bear. It helped me a lot. Gun Yinji sniffled. I miss it. Hua Xiaoheng clenched his fists. He placed one hand on Gun Yinji's shoulder and the other on her arm. He only needed to use a little strength to lift her up and place her on his lap. However, Gun Yinji's entire body was stiff and straight. Her pale face was like exquisite porcelain, and he didn't dare to use too much strength in case he crushed her. I didn't even dare to call you guys when I was being hunted down by those people, because I was afraid it would affect your work. I had no other choice but to call Brother Chen's cell phone. I didn't expect that one call would cause 2 field agents to lose their lives. Gun Yinji's nasal voice became even more pronounced. Hua Xiaoheng knew that she was feeling guilty. He patted her shoulder. Don't be sad. It's not your fault. I didn't kill them, but they died because of me. How can I not feel guilty? Gun Yinji asked seriously. She looked up and realized that Hua Xiaoheng was already sitting so close to her. His body was steaming hot, radiating her with his aura. Gun Yinji looked at him, and her expression had already calmed down. I was in such a dangerous situation, but I couldn't bear to trouble you guys. But what about you? What were you doing at that time? Watching the sea with the Prime Minister's daughter, or listening to the rain with her? Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. I'm not blaming you. I know that was a mission given to you by the higher-ups, even though the mission was F***ed up in my opinion. Gun Yinji cursed rudely. Hua Xiaoheng instinctively wanted to correct her, but after thinking about it carefully, she wasn't wrong. The mission after that was F***ed up. He patted her back and said, I'm sorry. She was struggling to survive in the wilderness and yearned for his rescue. But what about him? No wonder she was so sad. Hua Xiaoheng took a deep breath and didn't explain the dangerous situation he had been in. A mistake was a mistake. There was no need to find excuses. You don't have to apologize to me. Really? Gun Yinji took out the gift she had originally planned to give Hua Xiaoheng, the Zippo lighter. Then I met Reinitz and ALS. I didn't investigate and fell into their trap. But after I realized it, I didn't let them have it easy. Gun Yinji played with the Zippo lighter in her hand and glanced at Hua Xiaoheng. I broke into their system and wiped out their entire intelligence network. Did you guys receive those emails? Yes. Hua Xiaoheng gripped her shoulders tightly and noticed that she had lost a lot of weight. Her soft, round, and almost boneless shoulders were now frighteningly thin in his hands. Thank you. Although the precious information had been delayed for 3 days and caused them to lose many opportunities to eliminate the traitor, the information contained in the documents marked as top secret was enough for them to study for 10 years. You're welcome. You guys have protected me for so many years. This is the last thing I can do for you guys. As Gu Nianji spoke, she pulled Hua Xiaoheng's hand away and placed the lighter in his palm. This lighter was originally meant to be a gift for you. It saved my life, so it's the last gift I'll give you. You don't mind that it's already old, right? Hua Xiaoheng looked at the lighter that still carried Gu Nianji's warmth. His arms tightened, and he finally hugged Gu Nianji tightly. His extreme guilt and indescribable discomfort were all poured into this indescribable hug. Gu Nianji closed her eyes and stretched out her arms to pat his back. It's okay. I don't mind anymore. Without your guidance all these years, I wouldn't have made it out of the Alps alive. No matter what, I'm very grateful to you. The more polite she was, the more distant they were. Hua Xiaoheng's heart ached. He suddenly lifted her chin and was about to kiss her curvy lips. Gu Nianji didn't dodge or hide. She just looked at him, her clear eyes reflecting his tense expression. He actually couldn't continue kissing her. Their lips were inches apart, and they could feel each other's hot breaths on their lips and the corners of their eyes. They were so close, but it seemed like there was an invisible wall between them. When I was electrocuted by ALS, I really couldn't take it anymore. I thought about your embrace and that you would come to save me. That way, it wouldn't hurt as much. But after I was saved by Reinitz, I saw you and the Prime Minister's daughter. I felt like it was better to continue being electrocuted in the bar. Hua Xiaoheng's heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. He buried her head in his chest and hugged her with all his strength. Gu Nianji's tears flowed. Hua Xiaoheng, let's break up. This was the first time. Chapter 710. She really wanted to break up? These words suddenly flashed through Hua Xiaoheng's mind. All these years, Gu Nianji had called him Uncle Hua Xiao and Mr. Hua, but this was the first time she had called him by his full name. This was the first time he had heard his name come out of her mouth, but it was because she wanted to break up with him. Hua Xiaoheng's feelings were very complicated. He instinctively hugged her tighter and pressed his cheek against the top of her head. Nianji, I know you're very sad and heartbroken. Don't make any decisions at a time like this, okay? Hua Xiaoheng patted her back again and again. He could feel her trembling as she tried to hold back her sobs. His heart ached for her. Gu Nianji sniffled and pushed herself up from Hua Xiaoheng's arms. She looked at his solemn expression and said, I'm not at my most sad and heartbroken right now. I thought about it for a long time before I made this decision. As she spoke, Gu Nianji opened the iPad she had been holding in her hand and pulled up the inventory of her assets. These are all things you've given me all these years. Actually, I shouldn't have accepted them, so I'm returning them to you. Gu Nianji pointed at the real estate, deposit receipts, and investment accounts. However, I won't be returning the clothes, shoes, bags, and skincare products you bought for me. I don't like people using my things. Hua Xiaoheng knew that Gu Nianji's heart was broken when he Ji-Chu had listened to the recording of Gu Nianji's heart-wrenching crying on the plane yesterday through the intercom. He had been mentally prepared for Gu Nianji to break up, but he hadn't expected her to bring it up so quickly. She had even quickly divided up their assets. Once a girl with a high IQ detached herself from the little whirlpool of love and romance. She was so calm that it made people look at her in a new light. Hua Xiaoheng felt pity and love for Gu Nianji when she was like this, but he also felt a bit guilty. It was just that Gu Nianji had the final say in the beginning of their relationship, but she didn't have the final say in the end. Hua Xiaoheng pursed his lips, his tightened jaw revealing an unquestionable determination. He continued to hold her in his arms as he listened to her words that pierced his heart. Leaning over, he lifted her chin with one hand and gently pecked her pink, curvy lips. His deep, melodious voice was like a seductive demon. Nianji, I know everything. No one will use your things. It's all yours. All of it, it's all yours. Tears streamed down Gu Nianji's face as she tried to pry his hand away from her chin, but she couldn't move it. She could only raise her head and allow him to kiss her again and again. Was he treating her like a child again? Every time he made her sad, all he had to do was kiss her, hug her, and lift her up high, and everything would be fine, right? Gun Yinji was furious. When he kissed her again, she suddenly opened her mouth and pounced on him like a little leopard. She bit down hard on his lower lip. Her neat, white teeth immediately left a row of tiny teeth marks on his lower lip. She bit down so hard that she only loosened her teeth when she felt a sweet taste on the tip of her tongue. It was bleeding. The two of them were so close that their breaths mingled. He was panting lightly, but she was as tense as a little animal. She was completely wary of him. Hua Xiaoheng's eyes gradually darkened. How could he stop loving her just like that? Did he ask him? His right hand seemed to have a mind of its own as it circled around the back of Gun Yinji's neck. Hua Xiaoheng lowered his head and kissed her again. Gun Yinji became even angrier. She opened her mouth, and the two rows of white teeth were about to bite him again. However, Hua Xiaoheng held her lips tightly and sucked hard, taking advantage of her opening her mouth to bite him. He held her cheeks like a pair of iron pincers. Just like that, his tongue invaded her mouth, hooked onto the tip of her delicate tongue, and continued to linger. Gun Yinji moaned and struggled in Hua Xiaoheng's arms. She couldn't push him away with her arms, so she even used her legs. She stretched out her long legs, but Hua Xiaoheng's other hand pressed them down and pushed them forward. Just like that, he pushed her onto the sofa, and her long legs hung right around his thin waist. Gun Yinji immediately realized she was wrong again. Competing with Hua Xiaoheng's physical strength was stupid, not to mention the fact that Gun Yinji was no match for Hua Xiaoheng. Even if they fought, Gun Yinji would be taken down by Hua Xiaoheng with one hand. In a panic, Gun Yinji began to cry out in pain. "Let me go. My arm is about to break. It hurts." The video of ALS electrocuting Gun Yinji immediately appeared in Hua Xiaoheng's mind. His entire body froze. After a while, he finally calmed down and sat up from the sofa with Gun Yinji in his arms. Gun Yinji quickly pushed him away and stood up from the sofa. "Hua Xiaoheng, we broke up. You can't just hug me and kiss me whenever you want." Hua Xiaoheng looked up at her, his eyes dark and bottomless. "Did you hear me? Say something." Gun Yinji glared at Hua Xiaoheng. "Do you agree or not?" Hua Xiaoheng panted slightly and sat on the sofa. After he calmed down, he looked at her and said slowly, "I'll think about it." Gun Yinji was speechless. He was actually using bureaucratic language with her. Gun Yinji felt even more disgusted. She looked down and picked up the iPad from the sofa. She opened the list of assets and printed it out in 2 copies. She kept one for herself and passed the other to Hua Xiaoheng. "This is yours. When I have time, I'll go to your official residence and find these things to return to you. Also, take my clothes, shoes, and bags with you." Hua Xiaoheng finally took the list and looked at it. He said slowly, "You've already returned the apartment to me. Where are you going to put your clothes, shoes, and bags?" Gun Yinji originally wanted to say that she would put them in the student dormitory, but then she remembered that she had an entire 10-square-meter cloakroom in Hua Xiaoheng's official residence just for her clothes. Her entire room in the B University dormitory wasn't even 10 square meters. "I'm looking for an apartment. I have enough money to pay the down payment." Gun Yinji blinked and unknowingly revealed her intentions. Hua Xiaoheng rubbed his brows. "You can stay in that apartment on the 3rd ring road. You don't have to return it to me." "No, I hate that place the most." Gun Yinji immediately objected. Because Gu Yanran lived above her, she didn't want to mistreat herself anymore. If she didn't like it, then she should clearly express it. What if she didn't want to consider the bigger picture? Hua Xiaoheng understood and was silent for a while. "Okay, then we'll talk about it later. Your injury hasn't healed yet. You should rest first." Gun Yinji didn't argue with him. She knew that arguing now was useless. Hua Xiaoheng obviously thought that she was throwing a tantrum on a whim and thought that it would be fine after a while. She would use her actions to prove that she wasn't throwing tantrum. Thinking about it this way, Gun Yinji also calmed down. "Okay, Brother Chen also asked me to rest first." She rubbed her arm. "You twisted it just now. I don't know if it's dislocated. Hua Xiaoheng stood up and grabbed her elbow and squeezed it. Then he squeezed her shoulder and said, "It's not dislocated." Gu Nianji shook her arm and suddenly remembered that she had been in danger several times in the Alps. Her arm had been injured, but it had quickly healed. "Hua Xiaoheng, do you and Brother Qin know that I have a special constitution?" Gu Nianji asked directly and didn't beat around the bush. Hua Xiaoheng narrowed his eyes. "What do you mean?" "When I was being chased in the Alps, I was injured a few times." Gu Nianji stretched out her left arm that had been shot and rolled up her sleeve, revealing a smooth, snow-white arm without a single flaw. Not even a single pore could be seen. "Look, does this look like it was shot?" Hua Xiaoheng's hand trembled visibly before he reached out to hold her wrist. His other hand stroked her arm and moved it down inch by inch. "Where you shot?" Gu Nianji pointed to the direction where her left elbow was facing outwards. "Here." Then she pointed her left leg. "I fell off a cliff here and even fractured it, but it completely healed within 2 days." Hua Xiaoheng half knelt down and pulled up Gu Nianji's yoga pants to examine her calf. He really couldn't see where the fracture was. "Is that right?" Gu Nianji continued to ask, "Is this why you and Brother Qin never let me go to other hospitals?" It was because of her special constitution, and because they didn't want her to become a lab rat. Hua Xiaoheng stood up and nodded. He didn't hide it from her anymore. "Yes, your constitution is indeed special, but not to the point of being ridiculous. We didn't want you to go to other hospitals, and also to avoid unnecessary trouble." From this aspect, Gu Nianji was sincerely grateful to Hua Xiaoheng and Chen Lai. The two of them cherished her like a human being, not as important experimental data. Gu Nianji was extremely grateful to Hua Xiaoheng when she thought about what Yi Zieten would do for experimental data. But gratitude was one thing, and loving him was another. Gu Nianji nodded and was about to thank Hua Xiaoheng when she heard knocking at the door. Yin Shixiang's voice sounded at the door. "Hua Xiao, Secretary Chao from General G's side is here. He said he wants to take you to see General G." He didn't want to make the call, but came directly to arrest her. Hua Xiaoheng was also prepared to see General G today to explain the situation. He straightened his military uniform and looked at Gu Nianji. "Rest well, we'll talk when I come back." Gu Nianji smiled and said non-committally, "You're busy, Chief. The big shots are important." Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. He walked out of Gu Nianji's room and closed the door. "Hua Xiao." Yin Shixiang hurried over, but when he saw Hua Xiaoheng's face, he immediately pursed his lips. Hua Xiaoheng's lower lip was obviously bitten, and there was a row of tiny teeth marks. What was going on? Yin Shixiang quickly imagined a passionate action movie where Nianji fought back, and Hua Xiao suppressed the two and fought for 300 rounds. "What's wrong?" Hua Xiaoheng glanced at him. "Did you see a ghost?" It was more frightening than seeing a ghost. Yin Shixiang stared at Hua Xiaoheng's lips in a daze and used his finger to stroke his lower lip. "Hua Xiao, your mouth. What's wrong?" Hua Xiaoheng froze slightly and turned to open the door. He walked to the bathroom and looked in the mirror. The wound on his lower lip was still bleeding, and the row of tiny teeth marks on his full lip was very obvious, like a row of brands. It was a second watch. "Good night, everyone." Chapter 711. Hua Xiaoheng looked at himself in the mirror and smiled wryly. The restroom was the one in the hospital building and also in Chen Lai's office, so it was equipped with a first aid kit. Hua Xiaoheng skillfully took out a first aid kit from the cupboard. There were cotton swabs and hemostatic ointment in the first aid kit. He dipped a cotton swab in the ointment and applied it to the wound on his lower lip. He then used the cotton swab dipped in distilled water to rub it over his lower lip. Soon, the wound on his lower lip stopped bleeding, and the row of tiny teeth marks on his lip also disappeared. By the time Hua Xiaoheng came out of the bathroom, he looked normal, except that his plump lips were a little pale. Gu Nianji sat on the sofa and didn't even look up to see what Hua Xiaoheng was doing. Hua Xiaoheng didn't say anything and went straight out. He closed the door behind him and asked Yin Shixiang, "Where's Secretary Chao?" "Downstairs." Yin Shixiang glanced at Hua Xiaoheng's lips to see that they had been cleaned up and followed him downstairs. Secretary Chow was smoking in front of a military jeep at the entrance of the medical building. When he saw Hua Xiaoheng and Yin Shixiang come out, he quickly threw away the cigarette in his hand and walked up with a smile to salute Hua Xiaoheng. "Chief, General Ji wants to see you." Although Secretary Chow was General Ji's personal secretary, his rank and position were lower than Hua Xiaoheng's. He was still very polite to Hua Xiaoheng in public. Hua Xiaoheng nodded. "Hello, Secretary Chow. I was planning to see General Ji today, but I didn't think we'd be going together. General Ji is just concerned about you." Secretary Chow smiled and tried to smooth things over. They exchanged some pleasantries before Fan Jian drove Hua Xiaoheng's car over and stopped beside them. Hua Xiaoheng waved at Secretary Chow. "Let's go now. Don't keep General Ji waiting." "After you." Secretary Chow watched Hua Xiaoheng get in the car before getting into his own jeep. "Drive back to the military HQ." Secretary Chow drove in front with the driver while Hua Xiaoheng sat in his own car and followed behind the military jeep. At this time, the sun had just risen. The early morning sunlight shone on the streets and alleys of the imperial capital, and the air was filled with the faint fragrance of osmanthus. Two military vehicles drove into the main gate of the military headquarters one after the other. "Salute." When the sentries at the gate saw the pass and license plate number on the military vehicles, they raised their right hands in unison and watched as the two vehicles drove into the depths of the headquarters. At this hour, General Ji did not go to his office. Instead, he waited for Hua Xiaoheng in his courtyard. Hua Xiaoheng got out of the car at the entrance of the courtyard and gave Yin Shixiang a look. Yin Shixiang understood and didn't follow them in. Instead, he contacted Zhao Liangzi, who was stationed in the central control room of the Special Operations Forces headquarters. With a Bluetooth headset in his ear, the two of them chatted casually. Hua Xiaoheng arrived at the door of General Ji's study and saluted loudly. "Hua Xiaoheng, reporting back from a mission." General Ji waited almost the entire night for Hua Xiaoheng to come see him. He was happy, angry, and a little dissatisfied. He intentionally left Hua Xiaoheng at the door for a while before calling out, "Come in." Hua Xiaoheng pushed the door open and walked in, closing the door at the same time. General Ji's study was covered in a thick dark red carpet. The furniture in the study was made of the same color of mahogany. The antique style made it look like the study of an old scholar. In the spacious study, a tall mahogany shelf divided the study into two halves. General Ji was sitting in a small room that was separated from the shelf. Hua Xiaoheng walked around the shelf and saw General Ji sitting behind the large desk, looking at him with a stern expression. General Ji sneered when he saw him enter. He gave him a show of strength first. "Hua Xiaoheng, you still know to come see me?" "General Ji, the Special Operations Forces was in trouble after I came back, so I took care of things there first before coming to see you. If something happens to the Special Operations Forces, you will be the one to be blamed, so I had to take care of it as a top priority." Hua Xiaoheng spoke in a dignified manner. He even reminded General Ji that if the Special Operations Forces were in trouble, General Ji would definitely be in trouble as well. This was because the Special Operations Forces had been established with General Ji's full support in the beginning. General Ji laughed at Hua Xiaoheng's words. He took out a stack of documents from the drawer and threw it on the desk. "What? You're doing this for my own good?" "Hua Xiaoheng, don't treat everyone like an idiot. What do you mean by the Special Operations Forces is in trouble? What a good excuse you have. Look at this. How did they accuse you?" "Accuse me?" Hua Xiaoheng pretended to be confused. "I just came back yesterday, so I really don't know what happened. I'd like to hear the details. Don't play dumb with me. I'm telling you, you abused your power for your own woman. You used public resources for your own personal use. How dare you tell me you don't know anything?" Every single one of the above was irrefutable evidence. You'll make a mistake. You'll make a major organizational mistake. General Ji slapped the stack of documents on the desk and stood up from behind the desk. The corners of Hua Xiaoheng's eyes twitched. A mocking smile appeared on his face as he said slowly, "Used public resources for personal use? abuse my power. I think the people who accuse me should first ask the newly appointed Prime Minister Tan, then tell me what it means to use public resources for personal use. General Ji was speechless at Hua Xiaoheng's words and felt a bit guilty. Hua Xiaoheng's trip to New York this time was indeed an undeserved disaster. He had originally asked Hua Xiaoheng to take on this mission out of kindness so he could increase his favorability with the cabinet. He hadn't expected it to be a trap. General Ji coughed and put away the stack of documents. You can't say that. Prime Minister Tan is the Prime Minister, after all. Helping him is part of your job. As a soldier, shouldn't you protect the safety of the Prime Minister's family? I think they forgot that when they sent me to New York, Tan Dongbang wasn't the Prime Minister yet, Hua Xiaoheng said calmly. They wanted to make him a scapegoat? Haha, this kind of person hadn't even been born yet. Even if he had, he could immediately send him to reincarnate again. Look at you. What's the rush? Didn't I hit your sore spot? General Ji folded his hands behind his back and looked at him with dissatisfaction. Don't play dumb with me. You didn't hesitate to use a fighter jet for your girlfriend. Isn't that favoritism? What kind of status does Gu Nianji have, and what kind of status does Tan Guiran have? How can they be compared? Hua Xiaoheng also folded his hands behind his back and spread his legs. He stood as straight as a pine tree and as tall as a mountain. He said calmly, "You're right. No matter how you look at it, Tan Guiran can't be compared to Gu Nianji. It's good that you know." General Ji saw that Hua Xiaoheng seemed to admit defeat, and his anger subsided a bit. He was about to say something to ease the situation when Hua Xiaoheng spoke again. Tan Guiran is useless to the country and has made no contributions. Instead, she enjoys a position and treatment that doesn't match her status at all. She consumes a lot of the country's manpower, material, and financial resources. This kind of serious wasteful behavior is something we should reflect on. I will make sure this kind of thing will never happen again. General Ji was speechless. But Gu Nianji is different. She appeared in our country when she was 12 years old and brought about a breakthrough in engine development for the country. Our country's fighter jets are among the best in the world because of her contributions. Hua Xiaoheng's expression was serious and resolute, as if he was giving a report at a national conference. The corners of General Ji's mouth twitched. But that blueprint clearly belongs to Gu Xiangwen. It doesn't have much to do with her, does it? It was taken from her backpack. General Ji, as far as we're concerned, we only recognize her. As for whether it's Gu Xiangwen's or not, we can only be sure after she wakes up. Before that, this credit belongs to Gu Nianji. Hua Xiaoheng was relentless and wouldn't allow anything to erase Gu Nianji's contributions. General Ji smiled bitterly and raised his hand. Fine, even if that's the case. The military has protected her meticulously for 7 years. It's worth the blueprint, right? Hua Xiaoheng's lips twitched. He didn't want to argue with General Ji and said, a year ago, Gu Nianji anonymously donated $90 million to the military as a charity fund for ordinary soldiers. It's now the largest charity fund in the military's hands, Jin Ji's heart. General Ji was deep in thought. Jin Ji's heart was indeed donated by Gu Nianji alone. I almost forgot, but where did she get so much money? He then muttered, Jin Ji's heart is Nianji. I was wondering why it was given such a name. Hua Xiaoheng nodded. Yes, Jin Ji's heart is Nianji's name. I took it apart and gave it to her myself. As for her money, don't you remember? That was the compensation she received from her lawsuit against the U.S. Department of Justice and the CIA. She donated it to the military without hesitation and hid her name. It wasn't for personal gain at all. General Ji, tell me, how can Tan Guiran compare to Nianji? General Ji frowned and sat down. He still said stubbornly, but that was only an economic act. Was it worth it for you to use the fighter jets privately? Yes, because she was worth it. As Hua Xiaoheng spoke, he tossed all the document from the German Federal Intelligence Service that Zhao Yangzi had sorted out onto General Ji's desk. This time, Gu Nianji was betrayed by our people in Germany and was captured by the German Federal Intelligence Service. However, she didn't surrender. Instead, She fought them with her wits and bravery and single-handedly took down the entire German Federal Intelligence Services intelligence system. She forwarded all the documents from their intelligence system to our email. General G, tell me, is this kind of achievement not worthy of us using our fighter jets to welcome her? I also have to inform you that these important documents, which Gunyinji almost risked her life to obtain, were delayed by 3 days because our central control room was borrowed to monitor the election. The most precious time was lost just like that. General G was almost dumbfounded. Trembling, he grabbed his reading glasses and put them on. He began to read the documents quickly. He was so excited that he couldn't speak. This was the most valuable asset. This was the most valuable asset of a great nation. In comparison, Gunyinji's previous donation of $90 million was not as great as this contribution. Hua Xiaoheng didn't say a word. He waited for General G to finish reading all the documents before saying, "May I ask, are you still going to pursue me for abusing my power and using public assets for private purposes? If you really want to pursue this, I'm not afraid of going to the Military Discipline Inspection Commission, and I'm definitely not afraid of going to the military court. I'll take out this evidence and let everyone judge. I used a fighter jet to welcome our country's hero. What's wrong with that? Who doesn't like me rescuing Gunyinji? Just how evil are they? Do they have to force someone like Gunyinji, who has made such a great contribution to our country, to another country before they'll be satisfied? Can't you call people like them traitors? Traitors! Traitors! This was the first watch. Yes, it was the third watch today. At noon, it was the monthly pass of 3,300 plus updates. Because it looks like it's about time, I have a time difference with everyone. In order to let everyone see the updates earlier, I'll add updates in advance in the future. There was the third watch at 7 p.m. Chapter 712. Hua Xiaoheng enunciated each word clearly. His voice wasn't very loud, but each word was powerful and deafening. General G closed his eyes, and his expression gradually became solemn. He pushed the stack of documents towards Hua Xiaoheng, took off his reading glasses, and sighed. He looked at Hua Xiaoheng. Okay, this was indeed a false accusation, and I was prepared for it. If I really had a problem with you in this area, I wouldn't have shown you these documents. The crime of privately using a fighter jet for personal gain could be serious or minor. On the serious side, Hua Xiaoheng could be sentenced to life in prison for the highest degree of dereliction of duty. On the minor side, Hua Xiaoheng wouldn't be able to escape punishment. If he were to be punished, his rank would most likely be demoted. There was a threshold from colonel to general, and many soldiers couldn't cross it in their entire lives. For someone like Hua Xiaoheng to cross it at such a young age, he must be a thorn in many people's eyes. Once he was demoted, he would never be able to cross this threshold in his lifetime. Therefore, no matter what the situation was, General G would protect Hua Xiaoheng and never allow anyone to successfully file a complaint. However, Hua Xiaoheng had to be punished, so he called him to his home and planned to scold him to wake him up. In the end, Hua Xiaoheng turned the tables on him. No one would be happy to encounter something like this, but when General G saw the information Gunyinji had brought back, all his dissatisfaction disappeared. Nianji has indeed made a great contribution. Don't worry, I won't mistreat her on this. I remember who has contributed to our country and our military, and I will make the country and its people remember. General G was a person who was clear about rewards and punishments. But you also have to be careful about how you do things. Hua Xiaoheng still stood in front of General G's desk with his hands behind his back. He didn't look at the documents, but looked straight ahead. He said calmly, I can understand that some people have a problem with me. In this position, there are many people who don't like me. However, I believe in the organization, believe in the higher-ups, and believe in our soldiers. Their eyes are sharp, and they will never let evil people succeed. These words were pleasing to General G's ears. One of the main reasons he admired Hua Xiaoheng was that Hua Xiaoheng wasn't like other soldiers who didn't care about the world. He didn't think he was the best in the world just because he had a little bit of ability. He didn't even respect his superiors and colleagues from the same unit. Hua Xiaoheng was different. He had the toughness and determination of a soldier, but he also had the smoothness and compromise of a politician. The person who could sit in the highest position in the military must be the best in both aspects. Therefore, he was determined to groom Hua Xiaoheng as a successor. However, Hua Xiaoheng was still too young. Before the tree had fully grown, there were already slanting branches that needed to be trimmed by the gardener before it could become useful. General Ji was very displeased with Hua Xiaoheng this time because he had violated too many military principles for a woman. This made General Ji very unhappy and worried. He had chosen for so many years before finally finding a successor who suited him in every aspect. He could not allow an insignificant woman to ruin Hua Xiaoheng's future. Therefore, he was even stricter with Hua Xiaoheng. General Ji's expression darkened as he frowned at Hua Xiaoheng. Nianji did make a great contribution, but you can't use her contributions as an excuse for your mistakes. Tell me, did you not do anything wrong at all? Hua Xiaoheng raised his head and said without hesitation, General Ji, I, Hua Xiaoheng, have never done anything wrong to the country, the military, or the citizens. You really didn't do anything wrong? Xiaoheng, I'll give you one last chance. General Ji propped himself on the table and slowly stood up with narrowed eyes. He leaned forward, his gaze as sharp as an eagle's. At this moment, this veteran's aura was truly on full display. Hua Xiaoheng wasn't frightened. He shook his head firmly. Sir, I didn't. General Ji had given Hua Xiaoheng a chance, but he was still unrepentant and unwilling to admit his mistakes. He was instantly furious. Hua Xiaoheng, as a soldier, you lied to your superiors for a woman and went against them in secret. How dare you say you didn't do anything wrong? How dare you say you didn't hide anything from me about Nianji's background? This was the real reason General Ji was most displeased with Hua Xiaoheng. A soldier's duty was to obey orders. In General Ji's eyes, Hua Xiaoheng had made a huge mistake this time. However, Hua Xiaoheng still said loudly, Sir, I didn't. You're still so stubborn. General Ji angrily took out Gu Nianji and Gu Xiangwen's DNA report from the drawer and angrily threw it on the desk. See for yourself. Gu Nianji isn't Gu Xiangwen's biological daughter at all. Gu Yanran is. We've been looking in the wrong direction all along. Yet, for the sake of your own personal gain, you deceived me because of the love between a man and a woman. You lied to the organization. Don't squander my trust in you just because I appreciate you. Ask yourself, would I make things difficult for you if you told me the truth? It's because you lied to me about this key issue that I truly feel that I can't let you be with Gu Nianji anymore. Who knows what kind of mistakes you'll make for her in the future? Xiaoheng, I handed such a large organization to you, and this is how you make the organization feel at ease. General Ji finished in one breath, the veins on his forehead popping. To a soldier, disobeying orders and secretly disobeying orders was a fatal blow. Hua Xiaoheng finally understood the real reason for General Ji's change in attitude. So it was because of Gu Nianji's background. Fortunately, he had already prepared for this. He had only kept it to himself to get the marriage permit earlier and let Gu Nianji pass the complicated background check. Now that General Ji knew they had gotten a marriage permit and Gu Nianji had passed the background check, he had nothing to worry about. I didn't lie, nor did I lie to you or the organization. Hua Xiaoheng's tone was still calm and his attitude was very normal. He didn't seem like he had any ulterior motives at all. General Ji stared at Hua Xiaoheng, trying to figure out what he was thinking. His brows furrowed even more. Do you think I'm that stupid? You didn't lie just because you said you didn't? You still want to be so stubborn in the face of evidence? Xiaoheng, you're not that kind of person. General Ji, don't be angry. I really didn't lie to you. I believe that the DNA report you received is real, and it does show that Gu Nianji is not related to Gu Xiangwen in a vegetative state. But who can prove that Gu Xiangwen in a vegetative state is the real Gu Xiangwen? Hua Xiaoheng threw out his trump card without batting an eyelid. He had begun to suspect this when he found out from Chunlai that Gu Nianji's DNA didn't match with Gu Xiangwen. However, He did have his own plans. He wanted to temporarily give Gu Nianji an identity so she could pass the background check and marry him. Unfortunately, God's plan was not as good as his. He had everything planned out, and even General Ji was kept in the dark. He just didn't expect the most uncooperative person to be Gu Nianji. Why would she even get married? She was about to break up with him. Sadness flashed across the depths of Hua Xiaoheng's eyes. General Ji was flabbergasted by Hua Xiaoheng's words. He was even more shocked than the day he heard from Hua Guanxin that Gu Nianji wasn't Gu Xiangwen's biological daughter. He almost yelled, "What do you mean? You were the one who saved him. If he's fake, then why did you mobilize so many people that time?" Hua Xiaoheng looked at General Ji calmly and nodded. "Yes, I brought him back personally, but I only brought him back because of Nianji's background." The situation was very urgent. As soon as we arrived in Barbados, there were people trying to kill Gu Xiangwen in a vegetative state. We didn't have time to investigate the truth, so we could only bring him back first. As for the truth, I'm still investigating. I've always believed that Nianji is Gu Xiangwen's biological daughter, but the DNA doesn't match. Either this Gu Xiangwen is fake, or there's something we don't know about. But Gu Yanran's DNA matches his. How you explain that? General Ji's heart slowly came back to life. Although Hua Xiaoheng's reason sounded shocking, it wasn't baseless. If everything he said was true, then Hua Xiaoheng wasn't pretending to be against him or lying to him. General Ji was confident in Hua Xiaoheng's work. General Ji heaved a long sigh of relief, and his entire body relaxed. Hua Xiaoheng continued to nod. Yes, the vegetative Gu Xiangwen and Gu Yanran should be biological father and daughter. So I think there's something we don't know. I originally wanted to summarize the contradictions and suspicious points before reporting to you in detail. But you sent me to the United States to save Prime Minister Tan's daughter as soon as we returned from Barbados. I didn't have time to do that at all. He spread his hands and took advantage of the opportunity when General Ji had been convinced. General Ji, I really want to know who gave you this DNA report. Why do you want to know this? General Ji narrowed his eyes and looked like a sly old fox. Nothing much. No matter who this person is, you have to be cautious. Think about it. Aren't there too many coincidences to drive a wedge between you and me? After all, everyone knows that you're my biggest and only backer. Hua Xiaoheng's words satisfied General Ji and finally smoothed out the discord and uneasiness he felt about his betrayal. Hua Xiaoheng knew very well that if this knot really existed in General Ji's heart, it would grow and fester sooner or later and become a cancer that could threaten them. Now, he could prick it, cut it off, and clean it so that he wouldn't have to worry about future side effects. General Ji truly treated Hua Xiaoheng as his confidant and confided in him. Your father found out about this from Gu Yanran. I had someone find the DNA report for me. This was an advance update for the second monthly pass of 3,300. There was still a third update at 7 p.m. P.S. Some details were changed in the previous chapter. You can go back and look at it again. Chapter 713. My father has something to do with this? Hua Xiaoheng was truly surprised. Why would he pay attention to this? Hua Xiaoheng was also a bit surprised that Gu Yanran had voluntarily revealed this. Because Gu Yanran had never mentioned it before, Hua Xiaoheng also knew that she wanted to get close to Gu Nianji, so she wouldn't take the initiative to reveal this. He didn't expect it to come out of her mouth this time. General Ji's answer answered both of his questions at the same time. It's like this. News of Nianji's disappearance in Germany came through our consulate there. Director Bai specifically asked his daughter, Bai Yueran, to inform me. I was also very shocked at the time, so I asked your father to make the decision to use the highest standards to rescue Gu Nianji. In the end, when your father went to visit Gu Xiangwen, he found Gu Yanran there, so he told her about Gu Nianji's disappearance. After all, we thought they were biological sisters at the time. General Ji couldn't help but sigh, but when he came back to his senses, he also realized something was amiss. Why didn't Gu Yanran mention it earlier or later? Why did she suddenly reveal the fact that Gun Yinji was an adopted daughter of the Gu family when Gun Yinji's disappearance was so urgent? I see. Hua Xiaoheng didn't say much else. Since it was his father, Hua Guanxin, who received the news, it seemed like he had to make a trip home. How is it? Did you catch the spy after you came back? General Ji finally asked with concern. You should also reflect on how an organization like the Special Operations Forces was infiltrated by someone. That's not strange. Our work is done through infiltration, and reverse osmosis. It would be strange if there weren't any spies. Hua Xiaoheng didn't think much of it. I can guarantee that our important departments will be able to eliminate the existence of spies, but I can't guarantee that for other departments. What do you mean? I thought the person you found this time was in the Special Operations Forces. That Dr. Yi something, right? General Ji was still very concerned about this matter. General Ji was also furious that Hua Xiaoheng had met with danger in New York. His most capable general had almost died without reason. Yes, it's Yi Zieten. He was executed this morning. Hua Xiaoheng said calmly, but she wasn't the real mastermind. There should be someone else behind her, but the other party's security was too tight, and we couldn't find any traces at all. To prevent more information from being leaked, I directly ordered her to be executed. General Ji said with a half-smile, he should be executed immediately. But isn't the marksmanship of the Special Operations Forces, a firing squad, a little too bad? I heard that in order to shoot her, your firing squad used up 3 magazines of bullets? Yes, that executioner's marksmanship is not very good. I've already asked him to practice his marksmanship more. Well, Xiaoheng's expression did not change, nor did his heart skip a beat. General Ji could not possibly have concrete evidence on this matter anyway. Even if he could guess the reason, it would forever remain a guess. It's good that you know. Dr. Ye's incident did have a negative impact. Because of her, we sacrificed 2 field agents for nothing. And Yinji, do you know why they kidnapped her? General Ji frowned. And it's the German Federal Intelligence Agency. I feel like something's off. They all knew that the German Federal Intelligence Agency's predecessor was the infamous Gestapo during World War II. I heard from Yinji that someone revealed my relationship with her to them, so Hua Xiaoheng discreetly blamed Gun Yinji's kidnapping on himself, although he knew it was definitely not the case. The other party clearly valued Gun Yinji much more than he did. However, he did not want General Ji to notice this now, and he also did not want Gun Yinji to be noticed by the military again. Oh, that's ridiculous. Looks like Yinji was caught in the crossfire. General Ji accepted this reason. After all, Hua Xiaoheng had been active in Europe for a few years and had fought with the German Federal Intelligence Agency. It was certain that they would pay attention to Hua Xiaoheng. It's very likely that's the reason, but what exactly happened? I think I still have to make a trip to Germany. Hua Xiaoheng did not make a definite decision, but he volunteered to go to Germany. Gun Yinji was angry now, and Hua Xiaoheng did not want to have another conflict with her. Also, he did owe her a rescue. Although she had successfully rescued herself with He Jichu's help, Hua Xiaoheng still held a grudge. He had to avenge Gun Yinji and teach the German Federal Intelligence Agency a lesson. You're going personally? General Ji was not very willing. Xiaoheng, it's not suitable for you to personally go on missions now. General Ji, I've already been a bodyguard for people. What job do you think I can't do? Hua Xiaoheng mocked himself. Don't worry, I'll plan ahead this time. I'll be back soon and won't waste any time. Okay, you're already the head of the Special Operations Forces. I trust your judgment and ability. General Ji felt somewhat guilty towards Hua Xiaoheng, so he did not strongly object. He only reminded him again, you must be careful and pay attention to your safety. Don't take any risks. Roger, Chief. Hua Xiaoheng saluted again to signal the end of this conversation. He could be considered to have successfully passed this test. After leaving General Ji's home, Hua Xiaoheng immediately brought In Shixiang back to the Special Operations Forces headquarters base. They went directly to the central control room on the 6th floor of the basement. Zhao Yangzi had been there for a day. Other than being on standby for Hua Xiaoheng, he was also sorting and archiving the secret documents Gu Nianji had sent back. Hua Xiao, General Ji didn't make things difficult for you, right? Seeing Hua Xiaoheng enter with a solemn expression, Zhao Yangzi hurried over and asked with concern. Hua Xiaoheng shook his head. General Ji is fine. I've already explained. Now, I need you to do something else. Roger, Chief. Hua Xiaoheng walked to the supercomputer in the central control room and pressed a few commands. Find all the information on ALS, the director of the German Federal Intelligence Agency, and send me his schedule for the last 10 days. I'll give you an hour. I want to receive the information before I get on the plane. Plane? Where are you going? Zhao Yangzi glanced at Yin Shixiao. Yin Shixiao shrugged to indicate that he didn't know either. Hua Xiaoheng finally said, Big Xiong, pack up. We're going to Germany. Zhao Yangzi and Yin Shixiao immediately understood Hua Xiaoheng's intentions. They didn't say anything else and said in unison, Roger, Chief. An hour later, Hua Xiaoheng and Yin Shixiao had already disguised themselves and boarded the Lufthansa plane to Berlin, Germany. Their identities this time were backpackers going on a poor vacation to Germany. They wore the most ordinary of jackets, large black-framed glasses, backpacks, and Louis Vuitton flats. Their hair was a bit greasy. The neat and tidy Germans were very careful to keep their distance from them. The two of them wanted the effect of being looked at, but not being paid too much attention. 10 hours later, the plane arrived at the Berlin airport. Hua Xiaoheng and Yin Shixiao successfully entered the country. Their visas and passports were all real. They had the support of the country, so they didn't have to think about smuggling themselves. The two of them rented a car from the Berlin airport and drove directly to the Berlin city center. They rented a room in a hotel a block away from the German Federal Intelligence Agency, directly facing the main entrance of the agency. In the morning, they could see the German Federal Intelligence Agency employees walking in for work. In the afternoon, they could see them coming out for lunch. In the evening, they could see them returning home from work. The two of them were already prepared, so they naturally didn't pay too much attention to other people. Their target from the beginning to the end was only one person, and that was ALS. Al's appearance was very outstanding. He had a kind of feminine beauty that was abnormal, so he stood out in the crowd. Hua Xiaoheng looked at the pattern of Al's movements for the past 10 days that Zhao Yangzi had sent him. He realized that ALS often went to a small restaurant 2 blocks away for lunch. There weren't many people on that street, so it was relatively quiet. There weren't many people in the small restaurant either. Hua Xiaoheng observed for a day and said to Yin Shixiao, Book the tickets back to the imperial capital. We'll make our move tomorrow at noon, and then immediately board the plane. Their tickets back were booked by Huaxia Imperial Airlines. This was the only way to ensure that they wouldn't be dragged down midway like cargo. At noon the next day, the sky in Berlin was a bit gloomy. The sun only came out for a moment in the morning, but it actually started to drizzle at noon. Hua Xiaoheng and Yin Shixiao both wore raincoats that could change color. They lay prone on the rooftop of the 3rd floor of the residential building across from the small restaurant. They set up their sniper rifles, put on a silencer, and aimed at the seat that ALS usually sat in the small restaurant. Hua Xiaoheng analyzed the information that Zhao Yangzi had sent over. ALS was a person with severe obsessive-compulsive disorder. That was why he could walk the same route, go to the same restaurant, and sit in his habitual seat for 10 years without changing his posture or direction. For an intelligence agent, this habit was a bit strange. However, ALS didn't go out into the field. He only did internal work and assassination work, so his severe obsessive-compulsive disorder wasn't a minus, but a plus. The rain gradually thickened, and their vision was also limited. However, from the scope of the sniper rifle, everything in the cross-shaped field of view was neat and orderly. It was as clear as a database, and every position could be marked with coordinates. At 12:30, ALS appeared in their field of view on time. He wore a gray raincoat, and his hands were in his pockets as he casually walked into the restaurant. He ordered his usual fried fish and sausages, as well as a small bun and a bowl of soup. He carried it on a plate to his habitual seat and sat down. Just as he picked up his knife and fork to stab the fried fish, ALS suddenly felt that something was wrong. A red seemed to suddenly appear out of thin air and slid past his eyes. He looked up, but he couldn't see where the red had gone. If someone was sitting across from him at that moment, they would see the little red dot in the center of his forehead. In the next moment, there was a soft sound. Al's body suddenly stiffened as he stared blankly in front of him. There was a clear bullet hole in his forehead. It was very round, very much in line with the habits of people with obsessive-compulsive disorder. It took ALS 5 minutes to flop on the dining table. At that moment, Hua Xiaoheng and Yin Shixiang had already gotten into their rented car and were driving to the airport. Yin Shixiang asked curiously, "Hua Xiao, why did you use our country's sniper rifle this time? The Germans will be able to detect it." "It's to let them know that we did it," Hua Xiaoheng said calmly. He slammed on the accelerator and arrived at the airport in 10 minutes. After another 5 minutes, they successfully boarded the plane with the help of the airport staff. When the German intelligence agency finally received the news that ALS had been killed in the restaurant, the Huaxia Empire's flight had already left Germany and arrived in Kazakhstan's airspace. It was the third watch. There was a second watch at 1 p.m. today, so they forgot to look at their watches. Chapter 714. The area 2 streets away from the Federal Intelligence Service headquarters in Berlin, Germany, was tightly sealed off. The outermost area was filled with normal riot police. They wore bulletproof helmets, bulletproof vests, and bulletproof shields. They were fully armed, but no one knew who they were guarding against. The Germans were different from the Huaxia people. They didn't like to watch a commotion. Thus, when the area was sealed off, almost all the Germans took a detour. The people who lived in the area didn't dare to poke their heads out. They all shut their doors and windows tightly. The residential buildings on both sides of the street were filled with armed soldiers. They held semi-automatic submachine guns in their hands and wore sunglasses. They occupied a high vantage point and vigilantly monitored everyone in and out of the street. On the other hand, there were many plain-clothed agents walking around, searching for evidence. The center of the encirclement was the small restaurant where ALS had been sniped. The owner of the restaurant and the diners at the time had already been taken to another room and detained. It wasn't said that they were criminals. It was more accurate to say that they were witnesses at the scene or that they could be spies. These factors couldn't be eliminated. ALS was still lying on the small dining table, but only a little black blood flowed out of the bullet hole in his forehead. On his smooth, white forehead, there was a strange S shape that looked like a snake mark. The senior agent from the Berlin police headquarters was spitting saliva as he came to a conclusion for his own people. It's obvious that this is a cult killing people. Look at the mark on his forehead. I've seen this pattern in my many years of working cases. Many agents nodded in agreement, agreeing that what he said made sense. But some agents didn't think so. They gathered around ALS, their eyes darting around, looking at everyone in the room. Not long after, there was a sudden sound of car brakes at the entrance of the street that was surrounded by riot police. All of them. Salute. A uniform salute came from the entrance. The police officers who were investigating the case looked up. They saw a tall man in a black trench coat walk over quickly. He had a high nose, deep eyes, blonde hair, and blue eyes. His facial features were the typical Germanic beauty. There was a small groove on his chin, and his expression was solemn. It was as if he had nothing to live for, and he had a religious aura of abstinence. All the German soldiers present were saluting him, but he was expressionless and didn't even look at them. Major General Reinitz. Is that Major General Reinitz? Why is he here? He's the head of the Federal Intelligence Agency. The head of the Federal Intelligence Agency. He just took office at the beginning of this year. The person who died was his right-hand man. He must have come to express his gratitude, right? The Berlin police officers were discussing among themselves, but Reinitz didn't walk toward them. Instead, he turned around and walked toward the 3-story residential building across from the restaurant. However, although Reinitz didn't come over, a few plainclothes agents from the Federal Intelligence Agency walked over and showed the police their IDs. We'll take over the case here. You can go now. Why? This criminal case is a murder committed by a cult. It has always been handled by our police department. You guys are the Federal Intelligence Agency. Aren't you overstepping your boundaries? The agents from the police station were indignant, seeing that it was another big case that would cause a sensation in the country. How could they be willing to give up this opportunity to become famous? Go back and ask your bureau chief about this question. The agents from the Federal Intelligence Agency were very arrogant. They asked the policemen to leave at the slightest disagreement. Do you want to leave by yourselves? Or do you want me to throw you out? The policemen didn't have a choice. They looked at the soldiers who were ready for battle, as well as the aggressive agents from the Federal Intelligence Agency. They couldn't get the support of the police headquarters, so they could only give up and retreat from the street. Before they left, they looked at the rooftop of the residential building across from the restaurant and saw that a group of people had already gathered around Major General Reinitz. They didn't know what they were doing. Reinitz, who was standing on the rooftop of the residential building, was staring at a spot on the rooftop in a daze. Major General Reinitz, this should be where the enemy set up their sniper rifle. The specialist in charge of technical support from the Federal Intelligence Agency's Directorate 6 was demonstrating the ballistic curve to Reinitz. The enemy's marksmanship is very accurate. The sniper rifle should be a Huaxiao Imperial JS-0 sniper rifle. It uses an ultra-fine precision bullet, and it was a headshot. The force of the bullet was just right, so it didn't penetrate Chief Al's skull. Instead, it directly exploded in a small area inside his brain. That was why there wasn't even much blood. The specifics can be verified after Chief ALS performs an autopsy and removes the bullet. Reinitz was expressionless as he said indifferently, "You already said that the bullet caused a small explosion. How can you still find evidence?" "What do you mean?" Reinitz checked the traces left by the enemy's sniper rifle again and nodded. "It is indeed a sniper rifle produced by the Huaxia Empire. There is no doubt about that." Was it really the Huaxia Empire's secret service? They are simply too cruel. They actually dared to come to our territory and provoke us. Reinitz didn't shake his head or nod. A strange smile appeared on his face, but that smile quickly disappeared from his perpetually lifeless face. Just based on this evidence, we can't prove that it was the Huaxia Empire who did it. Why? Because this sniper rifle was publicly sold by the Huaxiao Empire at the World Gun Show. Anyone can buy it. Just like how you can't see an American-made Remington sniper rifle and say that the murderer is an American. Reinitz's voice was very slow and gentle, but his subordinates all knew that this director of the Federal Intelligence Agency, who was comparable to the youngest major general in the Huaxia Empire, had always been a ruthless character. However, he was different from his good friend ALS. ALS was ruthless on the surface, but everyone knew that ALS was a pervert. Reinitz wouldn't physically torture people like ALS, but he could still make people wish they were dead. Oh, then who did it? Could it really be like what the police said, that it was a cult killing people? The technical specialist was in the technical field, so he wasn't very good at analyzing cases. Reinitz didn't say anything. He turned around and walked down the building to the small restaurant across the street. A tall, beautiful woman had been waiting for him downstairs for a long time. When she saw him coming down, she walked up to him and said, "Major General Reinitz, I think this was done by the Huaxia Empire." The goal was to avenge Gunyenji. She stared at Reinitz with obvious anger on her face, as if she was accusing him. Reinitz didn't even look at her and said dryly, "Tina, are you the director, or am I the director? I don't want to hear this kind of thing a second time." Tina clenched her fists and looked at Reinitz's straight back. She said coldly, "Major General Reinitz, don't you want to avenge ALS? Or are you so mesmerized by a woman that you've forgotten your duty and loyalty?" Reinitz ignored her and quickly walked to the small restaurant. He looked at ALS, who was collapsed on the table, and turned around to give an order. "Check all the flights in and out of Berlin in the past 3 days. Find the targets. Everyone from the Huaxia Empire, regardless of nationality." He frowned and raised the level of his opponent in his mind. Reinitz really didn't expect the Huaxiao Empire's revenge to be so swift and violent. For the past few days, he had been dealing with the fact that all the files in the Federal Intelligence Agency's central control system had been wiped clean. All field personnel had to be recalled, all the keys had to be changed, and all communications had to be temporarily stopped. Because of this, when he received news that ALS had been killed, it was already a few hours late. Hua Xiaoheng and Yin Shixiang were already in Kazakhstan's airspace. Reinitz thought about it for a few minutes before personally sending a special message to the chairman of the Huaxia Imperial Military Supreme Council, General Ji, as a major general of the German army and the director of the Federal Intelligence Agency. In the special message, he asked the Huaxia Imperial Military why the trajectory of a Huaxia Imperial sniper rifle would appear at the scene where ALS, the director of the Federal Intelligence Agency's First Bureau, was killed in Berlin, Germany. He also asked the Huaxia Imperial Military for a list of customers who had purchased JS-0 sniper rifle from the Huaxia Empire in the past few years. Of course, Reinitz wasn't naive enough to think the Huaxia Empire would give him a list of customers. He was only using this method to warn the Huaxia Imperial Military and tell them that he knew what they had done in Berlin. When General Ji saw the special message from Germany, he finally realized what Huaxia Imperial had been up to. He instantly flew into a rage and threw a tantrum in his office. He really doesn't listen. I told him not to take risks. However, he definitely wouldn't care about the Germans' provocation. General Ji had his secretary send a simple reply. Trade secret, no comment. At the same time, he had Secretary Chao go to the Special Operations Forces headquarters to stop Huaxia Imperial again. Hua Xiaoheng and Yin Shixiang left the Imperial Capital International Airport, got into Fan Jian's car, and went straight to the Special Operations Forces headquarters. They had only been gone for 2 days this time, and their movements were as fast as lightning. However, both of them were very calm. This wasn't the first time they had done something like this, so there was nothing to be excited about. Moreover, Xiaoheng's pent-up anger hadn't been alleviated by Al's death. However, as soon as they returned to the headquarters, they were stopped by Secretary Chao. Major General Hua, please be kind and come with me quickly. General Ji almost flipped the dinner table. Secretary Chao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It had only been 3 days, and he had already gone to the Special Operations Forces headquarters to arrest people twice. Hua Xiaoheng was slightly taken aback. How did General Ji know what had happened so quickly? Secretary Chao took a step closer to him and whispered. The German sent a special message. Hua Xiaoheng nodded. The other party's reaction was indeed fast. He followed Secretary Chao to General Ji's study. He had just left this study 2 days ago, and now he was back here again. There was only a desk lamp in the study, so it was a bit dim. General Ji sat behind the wide desk. As soon as he saw him enter, he shouted, "How many times have I told you? Don't take risks. Don't take risks. You've turned a deaf ear, haven't you?" Hua Xiaoheng didn't say a word and allowed General Ji to scold him. General Ji scolded him for almost 15 minutes. After he was done, he finally relaxed a bit. He picked up the teacup on the desk and took a sip of tea. He leaned back in his chair tiredly. You made a big target this time. The other party won't let this go easily. Hua Xiaoheng finally looked up and said calmly, "Yes, I did it on purpose. 2 of our field agents died because of them, so they must pay the price. This price must be that if you respect me, I will respect you 10 times. Otherwise, these people wouldn't learn their lesson." General Ji admired Hua Xiaoheng's toughness, but he didn't believe Hua Xiaoheng's explanation. Why must it be ALS? Even if you respect them 10 times, why pick the second in command of the Federal Intelligence Agency? This is like the other party coming to kill your deputy commander. Can you tolerate it? General Ji stared at Hua Xiaoheng and saw all the changes in his expression. Hua Xiaoheng remained unmoved. They have to tolerate it even if they can't tolerate it. Of course, this isn't over, but when will they let us go? Why should we find a way out for them? This made so much sense that General Ji was actually speechless. He was also reflecting on himself. Was it because he was getting older that he really didn't have the fearless drive of a young man? After a long time, General Ji waved his hand. "All right, you can go back. I'll give you 3 months off to get some rest. Your murderous aura has been too strong recently. It's not good for your work. This was the first update, and it had 3,500 words. It was as good as the third update with 1,000 words, right? Oh, intersection. Oh. I have to remind everyone of the recommendation votes. There was a second update at 7 p.m. Chapter 715. 3 months off? Take a vacation while the Special Operations Forces are in a mess? Of course, Xiaoheng wouldn't agree, but he wouldn't directly say no to General G either. General G, I was really impulsive this time. Think about it. I was set up in the United States and almost fell into the hands of the CIA. Here, there was a traitor in my base camp and caused 2 of my field comrades to die tragically abroad. Their bodies haven't been found yet. I went to Germany this time to teach them a lesson, but it's not enough. So I can't take a break for now, Hua Xiaoheng said sincerely and gently. General G frowned and rubbed his chin. What you said makes sense, but you've already executed 2 people in 2 days. I know you're angry, but at times like this, you have to stay calm. You've been doing this for a long time, so you shouldn't be so impulsive. Yes, he shouldn't be impulsive, but he shouldn't miss a golden opportunity while waiting. Hua Xiaoheng went to Germany to personally assassinate ALS. Of course, he had his own selfish motives, but he had also carefully analyzed it. He didn't attack recklessly in a moment of anger. His biggest advantage was that Gun Yinji had just destroyed the entire central control system of the German Federal Intelligence Service. Only when the enemy's intelligence network was temporarily paralyzed would he be able to quickly attack and find an opportunity to kill the enemy's second-in-command. It was also the person he hated the most. From the moment he saw Gun Yinji being electrocuted, he swore to personally kill the culprit. When he first saw the video, he didn't know who had electrocuted Gun Yinji. Later, when Gun Yinji wanted to break up with him, she almost cried in his arms and said Al's name. From that moment on, ALS was a dead person in Hua Xiaoheng's heart. Was he impulsive? Of course he was. A man wouldn't be able to tolerate it at a time like this. The woman he loved had been kidnapped and electrocuted. He was already giving Reinitz face by not killing him. After all, Reinitz had let Gun Yinji go in the end. Otherwise, she wouldn't have returned to his side so quickly. Hua Xiaoheng thought about it carefully and said, General G, Yi Zieten was the traitor who directly betrayed the 2 field agents. She definitely has to die. As for Germany's ALS, it was a lesson we taught the German Federal Intelligence Service. They set up a trap in Germany and wanted to reap the benefits, but they still had people behind them. Me attacking ALS was also a warning to the people behind them. Don't think that we're easy to bully. You can casually attack our people without paying the price. Blood for blood, a tooth for a tooth, a life for a life. Only if we beat them into submission will they return to the negotiating table. General G, I remember you once said that the purpose of setting up the Special Operations Forces was to protect our nation's interests overseas. As long as the country and the military can't directly intervene, we, the Special Operations Forces, will intervene. General G was shocked by Hua Xiaoheng's words. Indeed, this was his original intention for establishing the Special Operations Forces. Xiaoheng firmly followed the direction he had pointed out all those years ago, while he, one of the initiators, had unknowingly retreated. Xiaoheng, I'm really glad to see that you have this thought. You didn't forget the responsibility on your shoulders and didn't go against our original intentions. I'm very happy that I didn't misjudge you. General G looked at Hua Xiaoheng encouragingly, the admiration in his eyes almost overflowing. Okay, you don't need to take a vacation and can continue working. However, you can't go overseas for the time being. You have to hand over your passport to me, and I have to watch over you. Hua Xiaoheng didn't have any plans to continue overseas for the time being. Or rather, he couldn't leave Gun Yinji before he reconciled with her. Okay, I'll listen to you. I'll have Big Xiong send my passport over to you. Hua Xiaoheng agreed readily. Seeing that General G was very satisfied with his answer, Hua Xiaoheng took the opportunity to say, General G, there's one more thing I have to tell you. What is it? Sit down and talk. General G pointed at the single sofa across from the desk. You've been standing for so long, yet you don't know how to sit down. Hua Xiaoheng smiled and walked over to refill General G's teacup before sitting across from him. I want to tell you about the grave mistake the deputy chief of the Special Operations Forces made. Hua Xiaoheng sat upright on the sofa. He violated an important rule and purpose of the Special Operations Forces. He interfered with domestic affairs and is no longer fit to continue being the deputy chief of the Special Operations Forces. Hua Xiaoheng was talking about the deputy chief and his confidants occupying the central control room for 3 days to provide technical support for the domestic election. General G was a bit embarrassed when he heard that. He smiled sheepishly and said, "Well, it's like this. We can't completely blame him. It was a joint request from me, Speaker Long, and the 2 Prime Minister candidates. It's not wrong for you, Speaker Long, and the 2 Prime Minister candidates to have such a request." Hua Xiaoheng casually removed General G and the others from matter. He had no choice but to remove it. After all, he could control the deputy chief, but he couldn't control General G, Speaker Long, or the 2 Prime Minister candidates. However, as the second in command of the Special Operations Forces, the deputy chief had no position at all. He completely catered to the wishes of others and disregarded the principles of the Special Operations Forces. This was a serious dereliction of duty. Moreover, during the 3 days they occupied the central control room, they missed an important opportunity to deal with the intelligence, which led to serious consequences. If this kind of dereliction of duty is not publicly punished, how can I carry out my work in the future? Will the Special Operations Forces still be a hidden trump card for our country in the future? Hua Xiaoheng elevated this matter to the position of the Special Operations Forces' existence. Even if General G wanted to plead for the deputy chief, he would feel embarrassed. However, General G was still in a difficult position. He shook his head and said, "You can't say that. Although the Special Operations Forces has the principles of not interfering with domestic affairs, things change as they develop. Moreover, this request was not made by me alone. Speaker Long and the 2 Prime Minister candidates also made this request. Also, let me tell you, this matter has the support of the public. The vast majority of the people believe in the fairness of your organization. So the task of monitoring the voting and counting of votes was given to you." The corners of Hua Xiaoheng's eyes couldn't help but twitch. He suppressed the frustration in his heart and lowered his voice to say, "General G, what do you mean by the public? I thought that our organization was hidden in the dark and didn't even have a name for it to be open to the public. How would the public know about our organization? If even ordinary people knew about the existence of our organization, do you think we could still keep it secret? Could we still do any work? Then we might as well disband." General G choked on Hua Xiaoheng's words. He frowned and thought for a moment before saying, "Actually, this was said by the 2 Prime Minister candidates. They said that based on the public opinion, they hoped that an impartial third party, unrelated to either of them, would be able to monitor the voting and counting of votes. They instructed your organization." Hua Xiaoheng only wanted to chuckle. These 2 Prime Minister candidates were really good at manipulating elections. The public was the scapegoat, and they could take the blame for everything. He leaned forward and looked directly into General G's eyes. He said word by word, "General G, I think that you and Speaker Long had good intentions, but these 2 Prime Minister candidates took advantage of your good intentions. Their request was really out of line. If they really guided the public to choose the Special Operations Forces as their escort for the election, then they committed a serious act of leaking information. Don't think that directly contacting the enemy is considered leaking information. If they expose their own secrets like this, it's definitely a leak." General G's heart skipped a beat. He narrowed his eyes and looked thoughtfully at the multi-treasure pavilion across from him. Hua Xiaoheng's words made him think of something bad. Sending Hua Xiaoheng to the United States to save Tangaran was a joint operation between the Tans and the Kais. Gunyinji going to Germany was inextricably linked to the Bai family. And these two families had actually reached an agreement at the last moment of the election to target the Special Operations Forces. Thinking about this, General Ji also felt very uncomfortable. No one would feel at ease being used by someone else. His face darkened as he nodded slowly at Hua Xiaoheng. Xiaoheng, you've thought it through. I'm afraid this matter isn't as simple as it seems. General Ji is wise. Hua Xiaoheng quickly complimented General Ji, making him feel both comfortable and embarrassed. He pointed at Hua Xiaoheng with a smile. I was just praising you for being calm earlier, and now you're talking nonsense. What status do you have now? Aren't you afraid people will laugh at you for talking like that? Hua Xiaoheng smiled. I'll always be your subordinate in front of you. Without your wise leadership, my work wouldn't have progressed so smoothly. He wasn't completely sucking up to General Ji, because General Ji had indeed provided the greatest support to the Special Operations Forces. He was also their greatest backing. Whatever Hua Xiaoheng wanted to do, he could achieve twice the results with half the effort if he had General Ji's support. General Ji was finally satisfied with Hua Xiaoheng's words and waved his hand. Speak. What do you want to do? I'll be on your side. Chief is wise. Hua Xiaoheng stood up and saluted General Ji. I'm relieved to hear that. It's like this. Since you've spoken up for the deputy chief's mistake, I won't punish him severely. Originally, he was guilty of dereliction of duty and should have been imprisoned for life. But for your sake, I'll just remove him from his position as deputy chief. General Ji pointed at Hua Xiaoheng and smiled knowingly. Tricks. It's all tricks. Tell me, who do you want to promote? I think it's better to have two deputy chiefs. That way, there won't be a situation like this, Hua Xiaoheng said calmly. Big Xiong and Little Zhe are also very capable. They've been my personal secretaries for so many years, and they've never made any mistakes. I think they're both qualified to be deputy chiefs. This way, they can better assist me in carrying out my work. It was the second watch. I have to remind everyone of your recommendation votes. There would be 3 watch tomorrow, and the first watch would be very early. You can watch the next watch at 12:30 tonight, if you haven't slept yet. It would be Monday after 12 o'clock, so don't forget your recommendation votes for the new week. Mwah. Chapter 716. You want to promote Big Xiong and Little Zhe? General Ji had a hard time holding it in and almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. Xiaoheng, you really don't shy away from family. Ha. Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. He waited for General Ji to finish laughing before saying with a smile, You're making fun of me, Chief. Big Xiong and Little Zhe aren't my relatives, so it's not appropriate to say that I don't shy away from family. But they're your personal secretaries. Yes, I was your follower back then. Hua Xiaoheng raised his brows calmly. You promoted me so vigorously. Did anyone say that you don't shy away from family? Haha, well said. Actually, when we promote talents, the key word is talent. As long as we know he's talented and hasn't made any mistakes, why can't we promote him? That's the way you should be. As long as you have a clear conscience, and it's for the benefit of the nation, you don't have to be restricted or afraid of gossip. I'm the least afraid of gossip. Hua Xiaoheng nodded with a half-smile. Also, in our line of work, we don't need fame. We can't even expose ourselves. He discussed with General Ji for a while more before finally making his last request. General Ji, this time, the 2 prime minister candidates made our work very passive. It can be said that the losses we suffered this time were purely caused by their unreasonable requests. Also, I have reason to suspect that they have a mole planted by the enemy. General Ji's expression instantly turned serious. He glared at Hua Xiaoheng and said in a low voice, Xiaoheng, you can't say something like that. Tan Dongbang is now the new prime minister, and I heard that he will continue to appoint by Jiansheng as the Minister of Internal Affairs. Although these two fought fiercely during the election, they've obviously reconciled now. If you say they have a mole by their side, the consequences will be very serious. I know. That's why I discussed it with you. Right now, it's just our suspicion, and it's not baseless. It's a reasonable inference based on their recent actions and the losses they've caused us. Hua Xiaoheng paused. Seeing that General Ji seemed to have understood, he continued, "Originally, I was most troubled by the fact that the Special Operations Forces can't interfere with domestic affairs. So even if they have a mole planted by the enemy, there's nothing we can do." General Ji immediately understood. He laughed and slapped the desk. Xiaoheng, you really can't take any losses. Tell me, what do you want?" Give him a taste of his own medicine. You're so wise, Chief. Hua Xiaoheng smiled. You see, you really raised me up. You know what I'm thinking? According to the mission and regulations, the Special Operations Forces could not interfere with domestic affairs. This was the bottom line that the higher-ups had set for them in the past. But this bottom line was broken by the public opinion of the two prime minister candidates. The Special Operations Forces had already interfered with domestic affairs, so to Hua Xiaoheng, it would be unfair to the country, the organization, and the public if he didn't take advantage of them. Even if the other party found out in the end, they could still openly fight back. You can't be the only one who can use public opinion to ask us to do things for you. And we can also follow public opinion to monitor your actions, right? Don't you trust the special forces the most? Even the election requires us to monitor the voting and counting. So what's wrong with us monitoring your actions? We also have to be responsible for public opinion. After all, we represented public opinion and watched you elect. Good. We did suffer heavy losses this time, so we should make them pay. Also, they broke the rules first and used us as weapons. Of course, we have to retaliate. General Ji nodded approvingly. You want to monitor the people around them? Good idea, Chief. Hua Xiaoheng looked completely convinced. I didn't even think of this, but you already thought of it. You're really not old. You're a role model for our generation. General Ji was delighted by Hua Xiaoheng's words. He looked up and laughed for a while. Okay, do what you want. As for them, there's no need to inform them. Can you do it? This was to allow Hua Xiaoheng to monitor the people in the cabinet. But before he had concrete evidence, he couldn't let them find out. Otherwise, General Ji wouldn't be able to take the blame. Hua Xiaoheng had monitored foreign intelligence agencies for many years. This time, he had no choice but to deal with a domestic agency. All signs pointed to the fact that the mastermind with ulterior motives toward Gunyinji was in the Huaxia Empire. If he still rigidly adhered to the original operational rules and objectives of the Special Operations Forces and refused to respond to domestic affairs, what awaited him in Gunyinji would be even fiercer follow-up attacks and hunts. He couldn't just sit and wait for death, and he couldn't just watch Gunyinji fall into the enemy's trap. The enemy also misjudged him and thought that people like Hua Xiaoheng would never interfere with domestic affairs, so they hid in the domestic agencies. However, nothing was absolute in this world, and now it was time for the enemy to not think. It was already dawn when Hua Xiaoheng left General Ji's house. He hadn't slept for 2 days and 2 nights, but he was still full of energy and didn't feel sleepy at all. When he returned to the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces, Hua Xiaoheng quickly called for a special meeting to calm everyone's unease. At the same time, he announced that because the deputy chief had violated the operational rules and objectives of the Special Operations Forces by interfering with domestic affairs, he should be sent to the military court to be punished. However, because he had the joint guarantee of the 2 prime minister candidates, he wouldn't be sent to the military court. He would only be dismissed on the spot and transferred to the logistics office as the office director. The deputy chief was still being held in the detention center by the Department of Discipline. His dismissal didn't require anyone's approval because Hua Xiaoheng had complete personnel rights. However, for a position like the deputy chief, even if he could make decisions on his own, he definitely couldn't make decisions on his own. Therefore, he pulled General Ji to support him. With General Ji's support, he had a good reason to take action. Also, after the Department of Discipline's thunderous attack, everyone was mentally prepared for the deputy chief's dismissal, so it didn't cause too much trouble. However, Hua Xiaoheng's subsequent announcement of appointing Zhao Liangze and Yin Shixiang as the new deputy chief surprised everyone. These 2 people had much more experience in the Special Operations Forces than the deputy chief, who had been dropped in. Also, these two people were especially popular, so their promotions were almost expected by everyone. Congratulations, Big Xiong. Treat, treat. Little Zay, you're in high spirits because of a happy occasion. The conference room instantly fell into a joyous atmosphere. The low pressure that had enveloped the Special Operations Forces headquarters these past few days was swept away. Everyone's morale was high again, and they felt like they had a pillar to work towards. Yin Shixiang and Zhao Yangze were also pleasantly surprised. They didn't expect Hua Xiaoheng to fight for such a high position and such good treatment for them. After all, once they were promoted to deputy chief, they would immediately be promoted to colonel. Soon, Senior Colonel wouldn't be out of reach. Hua Xiaoheng smiled as he watched everyone in the conference room cheering. He gave Yin Shixiang and Zhao Yangze a look and quietly left the conference room alone. Without him present, everyone was even more excited. Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangze also knew that Hua Xiaoheng was intentionally giving them a chance to get along better with these people. So they readily said, "Sure. Where do you go to eat? We'll treat all of us today." Hua Xiaoheng stood in the hallway for a while and unconsciously took out another cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag. Looking at his watch, it was already past 7 in the morning. He left the building and went to the base cafeteria to buy 2 breakfasts, then brought them to Chunlai's office. Outside Chunlai's office was a special single-patient room, where Gun Yinji was currently staying. Hua Xiaoheng knocked on the door, but there was no sound from inside. He turned the lock and found that the door wasn't locked, so he pushed it open. There was a white screen in the middle of the room, and on the other side of the screen was a single-patient bed. Hua Xiaoheng walked around the screen and saw Gun Yinji sleeping on the bed. Her small face was fair and clear, and her red lips were full and moist. Her complexion was much better than 2 days ago. Hua Xiaoheng didn't feel happy to see Gun Yinji recover so quickly. Instead, he sighed and felt pity for her. Placing the breakfast on the small table next to the bed, Hua Xiaoheng sat by Gun Yinji's bed and tucked her in. He also checked her forehead to see that she didn't have a fever and her temperature was normal. Chunlai heard the noise and came out of his office to look. With a bitter expression, he said, "Hua Xiao, you're finally here. Yinji is clamoring to be discharged. I can't handle it anymore." Hua Xiaoheng nodded. "Thank you. Here, have you had breakfast yet?" Hua Xiaoheng passed the breakfast he bought to Chunlai. Beef buns, millet porridge, boiled egg, and milk tea. Chunlai took it without hesitation. "I stayed up all night last night, so I'm hungry." "Stayed up all night? What are you doing?" Hua Xiaoheng saw that Gunyinji was still sleeping, so he didn't wake her up. He followed Chunlai in his office and sat down. Chunlai ate the beef buns as he said to Hua Xiaoheng, "I'm reading the medical papers I found from Dr. Yi." Hua Xiaoheng understood. Those people gave her bait? Chunlai nodded and praised. "Those people are also stupid. They should have just given such a good paper to me. They didn't have to bribe Dr. Yi." Hua Xiaoheng snorted. "Don't talk nonsense. Is it really that good?" Chunlai stopped smiling and said sternly, "Luckily you found Dr. Yi. Otherwise, Ninji wouldn't have survived." "The paper has something to do with Ninji?" Hua Xiaoheng was even more surprised. He hadn't looked at the material yet. To be precise, it has something to do with her physique. The data in the paper that those people gave Dr. Yi was frontier research on rapid cell repair. Chunlai picked up a pen and tapped on the paper. "Don't worry, I'll burn it after reading it. To be honest, although it's very advanced, it's not as advanced as Dr. Yi thinks." Chunlai smiled. He was already very calm when talking about Yi Zieten. "We're also conducting a lot of research. Dr. Yi is indeed a bit lacking in talent. Otherwise, our research team would have accepted her." This was the first watch. It was the third watch today. Oh, intersection_intersection. Oh. It was Monday, and I forgot the recommendation ticket list. The second watch was at 1 p.m., and it was for the 50,000 Chidian dollars that Alliance leader Ji Yuer had tipped on the last day of December last year. I almost forgot, and only remembered when I flipped through my notebook yesterday. I hope the Alliance leader won't blame me. There was the third watch at 7 p.m. Chapter 717. Hua Xiaoheng expressionlessly took the thesis from Chun Lai's hands and skimmed through it. After reading it, he agreed with Chun Lai. It's definitely something, but not as good as Yi Zieten said. However, I think they didn't bring out the real thing. These are just bait to get Yi Zieten's interest. The potential displayed by Gu Nianji's physique was many times greater than the data provided in the thesis. Although Chun Lai really coveted Gu Nianji's special constitution, he wasn't like Yi Zieten, who would do anything for the sake of scientific research. Moreover, he had watched Gu Nianji grow up. Not many people would be willing to let their own cats and dogs be experimented on, let alone a living person. Chun Lai completely agreed with Hua Xiaoheng and said bitterly, "You're thinking the same thing as me. But after reading this, I feel a lot more at ease. Otherwise, they would really think they're so capable and leave us far behind. That would be terrible." Hua Xiaoheng nodded and threw the paper into the stainless steel bin. He then took out the Zippo lighter Gu Nianji had given him and lit it up. Of course, Zhao Yangzi had already deleted the original copy in the mailbox. It was best not to let people know about these things. Chun Lai shook his head and asked Hua Xiaoheng, "You've been out on another mission for the past 2 days, haven't you? You're already a major general and a leader of the Special Operations Forces. Why do you still have to do everything yourself? Don't tell me you don't understand the logic of a rich man sitting in a chair." Hua Xiaoheng put one hand in his pocket and the other on Chun Lai's desk. He stretched his long legs and said calmly, "Some things have to be done personally to be at ease." Chun Lai looked at him nervously. "Where did you go? Don't tell me you went to Germany." "I went." Hua Xiaoheng's voice turned cold. "They dared to touch our people. How can I not teach them a lesson?" Chun Lai stared at him for a long time before leaning over and whispering, "Don't talk so sanctimoniously to me. Tell me honestly, was it because of Nianji that you want to vent your anger?" "Why should I vent my anger?" Hua Xiaoheng calmly denied it. "I did it for the benefit of the country and to avenge our field personnel. That's why I asked Mr. ALS to take a bullet." "Who is ALS?" "The director of Germany's Federal Intelligence Agency." Hua Xiaoheng expressionlessly raised his right hand and gestured a pistol. One shot to the forehead. The super micro-precision bullet will only explode in the skull. It will definitely not pollute the environment. Chun Lai sucked in a sharp breath. "You're 2F** King Cruel. What did ALS do to incur the wrath of the heavens? Aren't those bullets banned?" 2 field agents died in their hands, and he electrocuted Nianji, Hua Xiaoheng said coldly. "You deserve it. Serves you right. You should have given him a few more super micro precision bombs." Chun Lai was furious. "Are you even human? Nianji wasn't a secret agent. An innocent little girl? He's crazy. You asked me to pick Nianji up at the airport that day because of this?" Hua Xiaoheng nodded, and a trace of darkness flashed across his eyes. "Haha, and you still say it wasn't for Nianji?" Chun Lai snapped back to reality and glared at Hua Xiaoheng with disdain. "Bullsh**. You even asked him to take a bullet. Would you eat if I paid?" "Of course I paid. I didn't ask him to pay for the bullets. Don't you think I should be the one paying?" Hua Xiaoheng leaned back and rested both hands on the armrests. He tapped his fingers lightly and said nonchalantly, "This time, I really have to clean up the team. In the past, I was too embarrassed to use all my people, but now I won't stand on ceremony. I just promoted Big Xiong and Little Zay to Deputy Chief in the Special Operations Forces." Chun Lai grinned and nodded vigorously. "Not bad, Hua Xiao. You'll really make this place watertight in the future." "Haha, I had no choice. I was forced to do this." Hua Xiaoheng smiled faintly and shrugged. He stood up and was about to leave when he heard Gu Nianji's sweet and soft voice from outside the door. "Brother Chun, I can be discharged today, right?" She clearly wasn't calling Hua Xiaoheng, but the voice still made Hua Xiaoheng's calm heart skip a few beats. Chun Lai smiled bitterly and pointed in the direction of the door. He said to Hua Xiaoheng, "Did you hear that? For the past 2 days, you've been clamoring to be discharged the moment you wake up. I've been looking for excuses to delay it, and now my white hair has grown out." He pointed at the top of his head as he spoke. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at it and said coolly, "I don't see any white hair, but I seem to have gone bald again." Chun-Li was furious and threw the documents on the desk at Hua Xiaoheng. Get out. Hua Xiaoheng easily dodged it and turned to walk out of the room. He said quietly, "Don't come out later." "Huffed. I want to come out. I'll be the big third wheel." "What are you going to do about it?" Chun-Li grabbed the mirror angrily and looked at the top of his head carefully. Was he really bald again? Equals. Gunyinji opened her eyes and began to harass Chun-Li. She really wanted to be discharged. Staying here meant she couldn't do many of the things she had planned. Also, she wanted to go back to school, and especially Miss Ma Chi-Chi. She couldn't be discharged for the next 2 days, so she kept thinking about things. She thought about how Ji Chu and Hua Xiaoheng were able to find her location in time because of Ma Chi-Chi's help. When Gunyinji was in trouble, the only people she could contact were Ma Chi-Chi and Chun-Li. Because of Yi Zieten, Chun-Li must not have gotten the news. Then Ma Chi-Chi was the only one who had really helped. Gunyinji was extremely grateful to her. Hua Xiaoheng came out of Chun-Li's office and walked around the screen to Gunyinji's bed. He saw that she had already changed into a patient's gown and was lying on the bedboard. One of her long legs was raised high in the air, and she was doing some kicking exercises on the bed. Her snow-white toes were pink and tender, round and plump, and her toenails shone like pearls. The corners of Hua Xiaoheng's mouth twitched. He looked away as if nothing had happened and said calmly, "You're awake? Are you feeling better?" Gunyinji finally saw that it was Hua Xiaoheng coming out of Chun-Li's office. Her brows furrowed imperceptibly, and she quickly put down her legs and covered herself with the blanket. She said unhappily, "Mr. Hua, this is a female ward. Didn't you knock when you came in?" Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. Chun-Li heard it from the office and couldn't stop smiling. He secretly gave Gunyinji a thumbs up. He looked in the mirror and counted the hair on the top of his head as he listened to the 2 people arguing in the ward outside. Gunyinji glanced at the half-closed door and rolled up the blanket to cover herself tightly. She said to Hua Xiaoheng, "Mr. Hua, I'm going to get up and wash up. Can you go out for a while?" Hua Xiaoheng took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and put one in his mouth. He nodded. "Okay, go ahead." He turned to leave, but didn't hear Gunyinji's voice telling him not to smoke. Gunyinji only looked at his back. Her eyes dimmed, and she finally swallowed the words that were on the tip of her tongue. She lay quietly on the bed for a while before lifting the blanket and getting out of bed. She put on her slippers and didn't go to the bathroom to wash up. Instead, she went to knock on Chun-Li's office door. "Brother Chun, are you inside?" Chun-Li froze in the office. "Nyinji, are you alone?" "Yeah, Mr. Hua went out." Gunyinji pushed open the unlatched door and went in. Chun-Li quickly pushed the mirror down and said uncomfortably, "Nyinji, what's the matter?" Gunyinji crossed her arms and leaned against the door of Chun-Li's office. She said unhappily, "I asked Brother Chun when I could be discharged. If you don't let me out, I'm going to sue you for illegal confinement." Chun-Li quickly raised his hands. "Calm down, little lady. Your Brother Chun is timid and can't take your scares. Fine, you can be discharged. You can be discharged today." "Really?" Gunyinji's mood improved instantly. She smiled and put down her arms. "Can I really leave now?" "Of course, but you should change your clothes." Chun-Li nodded at her and waved at her. Gunyinji walked to his desk. "What's the matter, Brother Chun?" "Nyinji, let Brother Chun give you a piece of advice. There should be a limit to how spoiled you can be. Hua Xiao isn't a very patient person, and he really is very busy. He just went to Germany 2 days ago and personally killed the director of the German Federal Intelligence Service, ALS. He hasn't slept for 2 days and 2 nights. Stop messing around. Look at the bruises under his eyes." Chun-Li blinked his round eyes and whispered to Gunyinji. Gunyinji was shocked. Her eyes widened and she asked in a low voice, "What? Just these 2 days? You killed ALS?" "Yeah, you know this person, right?" Chun-Li moved closer. "Was this person the one who electrocuted you?" Gunyinji remembered the pain she felt that day. She instinctively grasped the fingers of her left hand and nodded lightly. "Yeah, he electrocuted my fingers." When Chun-Li heard this, he felt a burning pain in his fingers. ALS was such a pervert. Electrocuting was one thing, but he chose the most painful spot to electrocute. The fingers were connected to the heart. Didn't he understand? What a bastard. Chun-Li quickly comforted Gun Yinji. Yinji, look, Huashao has already avenged you. Don't be so hard on him, okay? Gun Yinji didn't like hearing Chun-Li say that, but she also knew that almost everyone who knew her and Huashao would think that she didn't know what was good for her, that she was arrogant, and that she was unreasonable. But did they ever think that regardless of whether ALS was killed or not, the pain she felt couldn't be ignored? She would rather be chased to death than disturb Huashao. What was he doing? So it was too late. But she was still grateful to Huashao for killing ALS and avenging the blood debt of the other two field agents. This was a separate matter. Gun Yinji nodded calmly. Brother Chun, you don't have to worry about what happened between him and me. He killed ALS, so of course I'm grateful to him. But ALS also killed two of our field agents. With his personality, he will definitely return the favor. So you must say that he killed ALS because of me. You are belittling him. But don't worry, I won't argue with him. They broke up peacefully. Why would they argue? This was the second update. It was an update for the 50,000 Chidian dollars that Alliance Leader Yu had rewarded on the last day of December last year. Today was the third update. Oh, intersection. Oh, it's been too long. I hope Alliance Leader Yu won't blame me. Also, today is Monday. Everyone, remember to vote for the recommendation. Chapter 718. Chun-Li chuckled and tilted his head. Who's him? Who is he? Yinji, I don't understand why you keep saying him and him. Gun Yinji rolled her eyes at Chun-Li. Brother Chun, if you don't understand, then so be it. I'm not in charge of teaching. Coming out of Chun-Li's office, Gun Yinji went to the bathroom to wash up and change out of her hospital gown. She changed into the clean hoodie, yoga pants, and a pair of RA 1PH Lauren flats. She came out of the bathroom looking refreshed. She then packed her belongings into a large cloth bag and carried it out the door. In the hallway, Xiaohing's tall figure almost blocked the sunlight coming in through the window. Gun Yinji lowered her eyes and really wanted to sneak away from Huashao. But Huashao heard the door open and turned in time to see Gun Yinji dressed freshly with lowered eyelashes. He called out to her. Yinji, where are you going? Gun Yinji composed herself and looked up at Huashao with a smile. Mr. Hua, I was just about to look for you. Brother Chen said I could be discharged now. I want to go to your official residence to pack my things and go back to school. She was obviously still thinking about breaking up and splitting the assets. Huashao nodded. Let's go. I'll take you there. He walked towards Gun Yinji and habitually wrapped his arm around her back and gently placed it on her left shoulder. He pulled her into his arms in a domineering manner. Gun Yinji moved to the side and left Huashao's embrace. Mr. Hua, I said we broke up. What do you mean by this? Huashao glanced at her and said calmly, I said I'd think about it. Why are you in such a hurry? I'm in a hurry. Gun Yinji was furious, but when she saw Huashao's unwavering composure, she felt that she couldn't act like a child in front of him. She suppressed her anger and turned to walk towards the elevator. Then you should think about it quickly. Legally, you can even file for divorce unilaterally. I'm giving you face, so don't make it difficult for me. Huashao pursed his lips and followed her into the elevator. The two of them stood in the elevator, one on the left and the other on the right, both looking straight ahead. There were mirrors on all four sides of the elevator. Although the two of them weren't looking at each other, they could see each other's expressions and movements in the mirror in front of them. Gun Yinji only glanced at it before looking down at the marble floor beneath her feet. He could only see Gun Yinji's dark hair in the mirror, but he couldn't see her face. Huashao sighed internally and reached out to take the cloth bag from Gun Yinji's hand. Gun Yinji originally didn't want to, but Huashao was too strong, and she didn't want to struggle with him in the elevator. It was too embarrassing, so she struggled for a while and finally let go. Huashao took the bag and glanced at it. He saw a small Hermes leather bag that he had never seen before. Did you buy this bag yourself? Huashao couldn't help but ask. He thought of the birthday present he had sent her, but he couldn't ask in the elevator. Gunyanji nodded and said calmly, "The bucket bag you gave me. I threw it away when I was running for my life in the Alps." Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. Gunyanji glanced at him and explained, "They sent fake police to catch me, so I escaped by wading in the river. The bag sank like a rock once it entered the water. Yeah." Hua Xiaoheng nodded. "You should have thrown it away. Your life is more important. If you like that bag, I'll have someone look for it in France." Gunyanji quickly shook her head. "No need. I don't like that kind of bag anymore." Hua Xiaoheng looked ahead and didn't say anything else. The two of them arrived at Hua Xiaoheng's official residence in silence and entered Gunyanji's suite. Her room was opposite Hua Xiaoheng's and was also on the second floor. Hua Xiaoheng stood at the door and had no intention of going in. He handed the cloth bag to Gunyanji. Gunyanji let him in. "Mr. Hua, come in. I'll give you the key." Hua Xiaoheng looked at her and saw that she didn't seem to be joking, so he followed Gunyanji into the room. Gunyanji went straight to the bedroom inside. There was an oil painting on the east wall of the bedroom. Gunyanji lifted the painting to reveal a built-in safe on the wall. Gunyanji went to the bottom drawer of her dresser to find the key. After entering the password and fingerprint into the safe, she opened it with the key. This type of safe used fingerprint and iris technology, as well as the original password mechanical lock for double security. Opening the safe, Gunyanji took out the property ownership certificate, various deposit receipts, investment account stubs, and a box of jewelry, and placed them on the bed in a row. Hua Xiaoheng's hands were still in his trouser pockets. He stood ramrod straight and didn't walk over. Instead, he stood by Gunyanji's bedroom door and frowned. "Nyanji, do you really want to be so clear with me? Mr. Hua, I know you don't believe that I really want to break up with you." Gunyanji arranged the things like she was setting up a stall. She turned to look at Hua Xiaoheng at the door. "It doesn't matter what I say, but these things can show my sincerity." Hua Xiaoheng looked at her deeply and slowly leaned against the door. His long legs were bent, and he stood leisurely. He said calmly, "Nyanji, I think you remember that I said I needed to think about it." "Yeah, you can think about it." Gunyanji raised her brows in disapproval. "This is something I have to do." She pointed at the property ownership certificates. "Actually, from a legal point of view, Mr. Hua, these property ownership certificates are not legal. I wasn't there when you transferred the ownership, and I didn't sign the power of attorney. Also, I wasn't even 18 when you transferred the property in Sea City to me, so it's completely invalid." Hua Xiaoheng began to have a headache. How was he going to change the mind of a young girl who was smart and well-versed in the law? He rubbed his forehead and took a deep breath. "Fine, I'll forget about these properties. But those deposit receipts and investment accounts, yeah, it's the same. Your transfer is also not legal. But according to the law, these things can be ignored without a lawsuit. So as long as I don't file a lawsuit, they're not illegal. But if you don't take them back, I'll have to file a lawsuit in court." Gunyanji smiled as she walked to the closet and took out some of her clothes, shoes, and skincare products. She also planned to move the clothes, shoes, and bags from the Tenping cloakroom after her own apartment was settled. Thinking about her apartment, Gunyanji urged, "I hope Mr. Hua can change these property ownership certificates back to your name as soon as possible. It's best if you can get it done today. I know Mr. Hua has the ability, don't you?" She turned to look at Hua Xiaoheng and winked playfully. Hua Xiaoheng's hands in his trouser pockets were itching. A little girl like this who liked to cause trouble should be dragged over his lap and spanked. Gunyanji had really let go of herself. She no longer blushed when she faced Hua Xiaoheng's handsome face, nor did she try to show her best side in front of him. In fact, always remembering to let the other person see the best side of herself wouldn't last long. When two people were together, they could only feel comfortable with each other's truest side. They didn't need to pretend or suck up to each other. Only then could they last. Hua Xiaoheng walked to Gunyanji's bedside and looked down at the bed filled with all kinds of identification documents and letters, as well as an exquisitely made mahogany box. He said, "Okay, I'll get it changed later. Can you get it done faster? Like today?" Gunyanji packed her clothes in the large LV suitcase. "I know Mr. Hua can do it. Can you not make it difficult for a normal person like me?" Hua Xiaoheng turned to look at her and asked dryly, "Why does it have to be today?" "Actually, it doesn't have to be today. I just want it to be done as soon as possible." Gu Nianji cocked her head. "I've already chosen a second-hand house near the school. I want to get a loan to buy it. If I have other properties under my name, I won't be able to get a loan. You want to buy a house?" Hua Xiaoheng's brows really furrowed. "Why do you want to buy a second-hand house? If you really want to buy a house, I can sell this house to you." He pointed to a house in the Xiangshan Villa district in the imperial capital. "It's not far from your school. It's a 15-minute drive." Speaking of cars, Gu Nianji slapped her forehead. "Oh, I forgot. There's still that car." As she spoke, she went to her desk drawer and found the car keys for the red custom-made Ferrari sports car. She put them together next to the property ownership certificates. It was the third watch. It was the third watch today. Oh, and oh. Also, today is Monday, so remember to vote for the recommendation. Chapter 719. Hua Xiaoheng's expression gradually darkened. He bent down to pick up the car key from Gu Nianji's bed and looked at it. "This is a Valentine's Day gift for you. It's fine if you return the other things to me, but you're returning this too. Do you think I'm the kind of TCH who would take back all the gifts after breaking up with my girlfriend?" Gu Nianji was speechless. She suddenly blushed. Indeed, this gift was different from the others. This was the first and last Valentine's Day gift Hua Xiaoheng had given her after they confirmed their relationship. Gu Nianji bit her lower lip and spread her hands at Hua Xiaoheng. "It's my fault. Give me the car key." Hua Xiaoheng looked at her and placed the car key in her soft, fair palm. His large hand wrapped around her hand and clasped it tightly before letting go. She wanted to say something but couldn't find the words, so she simply stopped talking. He stood to the side and watched coldly as Gu Nianji packed her daily necessities, clothes, and shoes into the LV suitcase. There were 4 suitcases in total, and the entire suitcase was filled. Gu Nianji looked at the remaining clothes in the closet and closed the closet door. "I'll leave these here for now. I'll come and move when I'm done with the house." She then looked at Hua Xiaoheng. "Mr. Hua, can you keep this room for a few days? While I'm done with the house and move my things, can I let someone else live in it?" Hua Xiaoheng nodded. "This is your room. If you don't live in it, it'll be empty. You don't have to do that. Isn't it a waste to leave such a large room empty?" Gu Nianji shook her head. "Really, that's fine. When your things are moved out, I'll move in." Hua Xiaoheng only wanted to shut Gu Nianji up. To others, her words might not sound like a normal breakup between a boyfriend and a girlfriend, but to Hua Xiaoheng, it was exceptionally heart-wrenching. Gu Nianji looked at him and hesitated to speak. "If you have something to say, just say it. Why are you hesitating?" Hua Xiaoheng sat down. Gu Nianji raised her chin towards the bathroom. "Mr. Hua, if you're moving in, the bathroom will have to be renovated." "What's wrong? Is the bathroom broken?" Hua Xiaoheng got up to go to the bathroom. Gu Nianji said quietly behind him, "Can Major General Hua really use the pink bathroom?" Hua Xiaoheng stopped in his tracks. He did not continue to walk towards the bathroom. He turned around and looked at Gu Nianji helplessly. After a while, he said, "It's okay. If you can use it, I can use it." She looked down at the large and small boxes on the ground and said, "Mr. Hua, can I ask Brother Xiong or Brother Zhe to take me back to school?" Yin Xixiang and Zhao Yangze were Hua Xiaoheng's personal secretaries, so of course she had to get Hua Xiaoheng's permission before asking for their help. Hua Xiaoheng walked to Gu Nianji's side and bent down to help her lift the largest box. Big Xiong and Little Zhe just got promoted, so they should be celebrating with their colleagues now. They're very busy and don't have time. I'll take you back to school. Gu Nianji stopped with Xiaoheng and smiled. "How can I do that? Mr. Hua has a high status and is very busy. I don't have the face to ask you to be my driver. I'd better give Brother Xiong a call. No matter what, I have to congratulate him on his promotion first." Seeing Gu Nianji look for the landline, Hua Xiaoheng realized she must have left her phone in the Alps. He took out his phone from his pocket and unlocked it to pass to her. "Use mine." Gu Nianji thought Hua Xiaoheng did not want her to use their landline, so she took the phone and said, "Thank you." She looked down to open Hua Xiaoheng's contact book and entered Yin Shixiang's number. The phone had just rung when Yin Shixiang picked up and said with a smile, "Hua Xiao, do you want to join us?" Gun Yinji laughed. "Brother Xiong, congratulations on your promotion." Yin Shixiang finally realized it was not Hua Xiaoheng calling him, but Gun Yinji using Hua Xiaoheng's phone. He smiled even more happily and said loudly, "Yinji, come and have fun with Hua Xiao. There are a lot of people here, and you know them all. Little Zay and a few colleagues who used to work for you. We have barbecue, a seafood buffet, and karaoke." Gun Yinji heard the commotion on the other end and realized there were indeed a lot of people. She smiled widely and said, "Thank you, Brother Xiong, but it's okay. I just wanted to congratulate you. And Brother Zay, help me get it." Yin Shixiang was high from the alcohol and snapped his fingers. "No problem." Gun Yinji hung up and thought about it before asking Hua Xiaoheng, "Mr. Hua, can I use your phone to make another call?" Hua Xiaoheng raised his hand. "Go ahead." Gun Yinji recalled He Jichu's phone number and the B University professor's building's landline number. She was debating which one to call when Hua Xiaoheng's phone suddenly rang. Gun Yinji instinctively thought it was Yin Shixiang calling again, so she answered. The operator's voice came from the phone. "Hua Xiao, Prime Minister Tan Dongbang's office is calling. Do you want to take it?" Gun Yinji's smile faded as she handed the phone back to Hua Xiaoheng without saying anything. Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. He took the phone and originally wanted to use his Bluetooth headset to take the call, but he saw Gun Yinji turn around to take her suitcase. He put it down and pressed the speaker button to say to the operator, "Put it through." An extremely gentle voice quickly came from the phone. "Is this Hua Xiao? I'm Tan Guiran." Hua Xiaoheng heard Tan Guiran's voice and quickly glanced at Gun Yinji. He saw that she was still packing her suitcase with her back to him and didn't seem to be out of the ordinary. He frowned and grunted at the phone. "Hello, Miss Tan. May I ask what I can help you with?" Tan Guiran blushed when she heard Hua Xiaoheng's voice. Mustering her courage, she asked with a slightly trembling voice, "Mr. Hua, my father's inauguration is in 5 days. I would like to invite Mr. Hua to attend the ceremony. Are you free?" Gun Yinji had her back to Hua Xiaoheng, so she heard everything clearly. Although she was mentally prepared and knew that Hua Xiaoheng didn't have any personal feelings for Tan Guiran, she was still a bit dazed when she heard her slightly nervous and shy invitation. Was it another girl who was charmed by Hua Xiaoheng's charm? Gun Yinji recalled the video she saw. It seemed to be a beautiful woman with a very good temperament. She was about the same age as Hua Xiaoheng and had a compatible family background. In the eyes of outsiders, she would definitely be more suitable than Gun Yinji. Gun Yinji pursed her lips and felt very uncomfortable. However, that kind of discomfort wasn't the discomfort of the man she loved liking someone else, but the discomfort of being looked down upon, and ignored. Everyone said she wasn't good enough for Hua Xiaoheng. She really didn't have the strength to fight against the cold eyes of the world. Gun Yinji packed her suitcases one by one and locked them with a combination lock. She planned to call He Jichu's phone first. If she couldn't get through, she would call his landline at the B University professor's building. She didn't know what He Jichu had been doing for the past 2 days. He hadn't contacted her, and she was locked in a hospital room by Chun Lai. She had almost no contact with the outside world. Meanwhile, Hua Xiaoheng politely declined Tan Guiran's invitation on the phone. "Miss Tan, I've been overseas for a few months and have accumulated a lot of unfinished work. I won't be free for the next few months. Please pass my thanks to Prime Minister Tan on my behalf and congratulate him on being elected as the new Prime Minister." Tan Guiran was very disappointed. Biting her lower lip, she hesitated for a while before asking, "Hua Xiao, you attending my father's inauguration is also part of your job, right?" After all, Hua Xiaoheng was also a general in the military and a member of the government. When Tan Dongbang was inaugurated as the new prime minister, senior officials from the government, the military, and the Senate would all attend. Those who couldn't attend either weren't invited or were too sick to get out of bed. Tan Guiran really didn't expect Hua Xiaoheng to reject her outright and couldn't help trying to persuade him in a low voice. Once Hua Xiaoheng had made up his mind, No one could persuade him otherwise. He smiled perfunctorily and said, Miss Tan, may I ask if you are a government employee in the cabinet? Or are you Prime Minister Tan's personal assistant? Tan Guirin was taken aback and shook her head. Neither. I just came back from abroad, and my body is still a little weak. My mommy said that I need to take care of myself. Before she could finish, Hua Xiaoheng already said politely, In that case, you have no right to invite me to attend the Prime Minister's inauguration. All right, I'm very busy right now. If there's anything, ask Prime Minister Tan's office to call my secretary. He hung up after speaking. Tan Guirin's face burned from Hua Xiaoheng's words. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she almost couldn't hold it in anymore. Her mother, Kai Songyin, came in from outside and knocked on the door. She asked with a smile, How did it go? Did Hua Xiao agree? Tan Guirin said shamefully, I was too rash. Hua Xiao is a senior military general, and I'm nothing. I called to invite him, but of course he wouldn't come. He wouldn't come? That's impossible, right? Kai Songyin was very confused. Are you sure you're not mistaken? No matter who invited him. This is your father's inauguration. How could he refuse? Also, you're your father's only daughter, so you'll have to stand with your father when the time comes. How could he give up this opportunity to show his face? Tan Guirin's heart was in a mess, and she was very embarrassed. She quickly said, Mommy, I have no other choice. I'll go back first. Tan Guirin hurried back to her home and closed the door. Gunyinji saw that Hua Xiaoheng had finished his call, so she turned around and said, Mr. Hua was invited to attend the inauguration. Why didn't you go? This is really part of your job, right? Hua Xiaoheng weighed the largest suitcase in his hands and said, No, my job doesn't include attending the Prime Minister's inauguration. Gunyinji smiled and said, But what if she sprains her ankle during the inauguration? If you're not there, who's going to help her? This is the first night watch. It's still the third night watch today. I have to remind you about the recommendation tickets. I was reminded by my deputy yesterday that I still owe the Prime Minister of the Guanghan Palace an extra update. The Prime Minister, I've let you down, so I'll add it today, at 1 p.m. on the second night watch. I owe the Prime Minister of the Guanghan Palace an extra update of 5 pieces of his jade, 50,000 Chidan dollars. I hope the Prime Minister won't blame me. There's still the third night watch at 7 p.m. Mwah. Chapter 720. Hua Xiaoheng. He looked at Gunyinji deeply. There seemed to be some jealousy, but the faint mockery made the jealousy water. It wasn't as strong as he had hoped. Gunyinji originally didn't want to mention this in front of Hua Xiaoheng in case he thought she was jealous. However, on second thought, it would be too deliberate if she didn't mention it. She clearly cared a lot about it. It was clearly the last straw that made her break up emotionally and decide to break up. Why should she pretend that the straw didn't exist? Why should she endure it herself? No one would care if she endured it until she suffered internal injuries. Therefore, she simply said it out loud. The situation at that time was still vivid in her mind. Every time she thought about it, there would be another scar in her heart. Let him imagine that she was jealous. It had nothing to do with her anyway, and she didn't want to explain. Hua Xiaoheng raised his head and looked at her silently. He was no stranger to Gunyinji's feelings, and he could fully understand her mentality at that time. Seeing such a scene in that almost hopeless situation, even the strong-willed men in the Special Operations Forces who had undergone special training would immediately break down when they encountered such a scene during high-intensity and high-pressure training. They would also need a long time of psychological treatment to recover afterward. Not to mention that Gunyinji was only a little girl who hadn't experienced any setbacks and would only be 19 years old in 5 days. The psychological impact she had suffered was definitely greater than those field agents. After a while, Hua Xiaoheng reached out and held Gunyinji's arm. He said in a calm voice, If you were by my side, I wouldn't have given you the chance to sprain your ankle. Gunyinji was originally smiling, but when she heard this, tears suddenly came out. She quickly broke free from Hua Xiaoheng's hand and turned her head to wipe her tears with the back of her hand. She choked and said, Yes, I believe you. But most of the time you're not by my side. so I have to make sure that I don't have the chance to sprain my ankle. Even if I do, I have to learn to save myself. By the time someone comes to save me, I might have already become crippled or fallen to my death. Hua Xiaoheng let out a long sigh. He knew that Gun Yinji's injury this time was too deep, and it wouldn't be able to recover in a short time. He didn't say anything else. He carried Gun Yinji's 2 suitcases on each side and walked out. Gun Yinji stopped him. "Mr. Hua, can you lend your phone? I can call someone else to pick me up." Hua Xiaoheng didn't stop walking. Of course, he didn't lend his phone to Gun Yinji either. He just carried his suitcase and walked out. Gun Yinji had no choice but to stomp her feet and follow him out of his official residence. A silver-gray Bentley Bentegas V was parked at the entrance of the official residence. It was a sleek and streamlined car. It was parked quietly at the entrance, as if it was intercepting a section of moonlight. It was tall, reliable, gentle, and considerate. Gun Yinji clicked her tongue and followed Hua Xiaoheng into the car. Hua Xiaoheng drove to the entrance of the military base with one hand on the steering wheel and the other on the side of the window. He glanced at Gun Yinji, who was sitting in the passenger seat, and asked her, "You don't like this car?" Gun Yinji turned to look out of the car and crossed her arms as she replied calmly, "No, this car is pretty good. Better than many men." Gun Yinji added silently in her heart. He was willing to bear hardships and be trampled on as he pleased. He was also tall and reliable, gentle and considerate. Just the latter 2 characteristics alone were already very difficult to coexist. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at her again and turned the steering wheel to go up the highway. It was Tuesday, and it was already past working hours. Although there were still many cars on the highway, it wasn't crowded. The 2 of them didn't speak along the way. They quickly arrived at B University and arrived at Gun Yinji's graduate student dormitory. Seeing the familiar dormitory building from a car, Gun Yinji almost burst into tears again. She looked at the building through the window and said emotionally, "I thought I wouldn't be able to come back at that time. When I slept outdoors in the Alps, I dreamed of my dormitory at night." This was her home, a place that could truly give her a sense of belonging. Seeing her own school, her own dormitory, and even some of the classmates she'd had conflicts with in the past, she felt especially close. During this struggle between life and death, what she'd lost was dependence, and what she'd gained was confidence in her own abilities. Only by relying on herself could she live a solid life. Gun Yinji clenched her fists and turned to Hua Xiaoheng with sincerity. "Thank you, Mr. Hua." Hua Xiaoheng looked at her quietly, then leaned over to unbuckle her seatbelt. His body was tall and burly, and when he leaned close to her, the heat radiating from his body enveloped her. Gun Yinji shifted her body uncomfortably. Hua Xiaoheng paused and whispered in Gun Yinji's ear, "You don't have to call me Mr. Hua. That sounds so distant. You can call me by my name." Of course, he also didn't want Gun Yinji to continue calling him Uncle Hua. Gun Yinji thought about it. She'd already achieved her goal, so she probably didn't need to use Mr. Hua to express the distance between them. She nodded. "Okay, Hua Xiaoheng, then I won't hold back." As soon as the seatbelt was unbuckled, Gun Yinji opened the door and jumped out. Hua Xiaoheng followed her downstairs and carried her suitcase upstairs. When she arrived at her dormitory door, Gun Yinji was so excited she couldn't control herself. She anxiously searched for her keys in her bag and scrambled to open the door. As soon as the door was opened, she saw Ma Chi-Chi poking her head out of her room. "Yinji, Chi-Chi." The 2 of them screamed at the same time and excitedly ran up to her. They hugged each other and shouted and laughed until tears came out of their eyes. Ma Chi-Chi pulled Gun Yinji and said anxiously, "Yinji, are you okay? I saw them electrocuting you. I was so scared that I cried." Gun Yinji quickly shook her head and winked at Ma Chi-Chi. "I'm fine. I'm really sorry for scaring you. It actually didn't hurt that much. I was just purposely screaming to make them happy. You know, what if I acted like I was unyielding and they continue to torture me? I had to satisfy their perverted mentality, right?" Ma Chi-Chi knew Gun Yinji was comforting her. She wiped her tears and said, "That's good. You look like you're really fine. Look at your little face. It's even more rosy than mine." Little girl, I've missed you so much. As she spoke, she hugged Gu Nianji and rubbed her head with all her might. Hua Xiaoheng watched from the side as the two roommates were so affectionate and smiled slightly. It was great that Gu Nianji was in a good mood. Ma Qiqi finally calmed down and saw that there was someone else in the room. She looked closely. Oh my, wasn't this the amazing Major General Hua Xiaoheng? She had even yelled at him at the airport that day. Ma Qiqi's face instantly turned red. She was so embarrassed that she didn't know what to say. Gu Nianji didn't know about the part at the airport. She thought Ma Qiqi was embarrassed to see Hua Xiaoheng, so she turned to Hua Xiaoheng and said, Hua Xiaoheng, thank you for driving me back. I hope I didn't take up too much of your time. What she meant was that she could leave now. Of course, Hua Xiaoheng wouldn't just leave like that. He picked up Gu Nianji's suitcase. You guys talk. I'll go pack for you. As he spoke, he walked towards Gu Nianji's room. Gu Nianji thought it was inappropriate and was about to stop her when Ma Qiqi grabbed her from behind and dragged her to her room. Nianji, come here. I have so much to tell you. If you don't let me talk, I'm going to explode. In Gu Nianji's heart, Ma Qiqi was more important than Hua Xiaoheng. Gu Nianji followed Ma Qiqi into her room. The door slammed shut, and Ma Qiqi pulled Gu Nianji to sit on her bed. She looked her up and down to make sure she was really fine. She sighed and said, Nianji, I have to tell you something. Gu Nianji nodded and patted Ma Qiqi's shoulder. Qiqi, is there anything you can't tell me? My life was saved by you, so I will tell you everything I know. Ma Qiqi blushed from Gu Nianji's praise. She said sheepishly, I didn't actually do anything. I just made a few calls and sent 2 videos. She then asked, was it Professor He who saved you, or was it that? Ma Qiqi pouted in the direction of Gu Nianji's room. Gu Nianji was amused by Ma Qiqi. She covered her mouth and said, it was Professor He. Mr. Hua Xiaoheng was too far away, so he didn't make it in time. Oh, I knew it. Ma Qiqi punched the bed angrily and was a bit worried. Nianji, I'm telling you, I even scolded him at the airport that day. Do you think he'll take revenge on me? Gu Nianji froze. Scolded him? You saw him? She originally thought Ma Qiqi had found Hua Xiaoheng through Yin Xixiang or Zhao Yangzi. Ma Qiqi was also stunned. Didn't your boyfriend tell you? Gu Nianji smiled and pinched Ma Qiqi's mouth. Don't talk nonsense. My boyfriend isn't him anymore. Ma Qiqi's expression became serious. She grabbed Gu Nianji's hand. What happened? Did he really steal my love? Gu Nianji was confused and couldn't help but push Ma Qiqi. Qiqi, wake up. Why are you sleep-talking in broad daylight? You still don't know? Ma Qiqi bit her lip and thought about it. She moved closer to Gu Nianji and whispered, it's like this, Nianji. I was in a hurry to find someone to save you. But when I found Brother Xiong, he said your boyfriend wasn't in the country. Also, the higher-ups gave strict orders not to inform him about your disappearance. Later, I saw on TV that your boyfriend went overseas for a visit and even brought the Prime Minister's daughter back to the country. I went to the airport to wait for him. Stop. Gu Nianji's eyes widened. I'll say it again. You said someone didn't allow you to inform Hua Xiaoheng, and you went to the airport to wait for Hua Xiaoheng? But, how did you get in? Gu Nianji knew that an event like that would definitely be cleared. There was no way someone like Ma Qiqi would go in to wait for someone. Ma Qiqi suddenly felt embarrassed. She fidgeted and whispered, I'll tell you, but you can't tell your boyfriend. Tell me, I promise I won't. Gu Nianji felt it was inappropriate after saying that. So she added, how many times have I told you not to mention my boyfriend? He's not my boyfriend. We've already broken up. This was the second update. It was an additional update of 5 pieces of He's jade, 50,000 Chidian dollars, awarded to the Guanghan Palace's leader. It was still the third update today. She had to remind him about the recommendation tickets. There was still the third update at 7 p.m. Chapter 721. WW what? Broke up? Ma Qiqi jumped up from the bed in shock. You're not kidding me, are you? No, don't be so surprised. Gu Nianji quickly pulled her to sit down. Tell me first, then I'll tell you why we broke up. Ma Qiqi patted her chest and said with lingering fear, "Okay, it's like this. That day, Brother Xiong told me he was going to the airport to pick you up. That's Hua Xiao, so I went to the airport to stop him, but you know I couldn't get in. Brother Xiong purposely let me in." Gun Yinji's heart warmed as she squeezed Ma Qiqi's hand. Ma Qiqi was encouraged and continued to tell the whole story like a storyteller, including what In Shixiang told her and how anxious she was when she couldn't get help. Finally, she said, "When I got to the place where Hua Xiao and that tan something had arrived, I happened to see them get off the plane. Guess what I saw? I saw your Hua Xiao become that tan something's flower protector. I was furious and rushed up to yell at him. Hua Xiao, your girlfriend was kidnapped and tortured with electrocution. How could you still be in the mood to be a flower protector? Nianji must be blind. You scum. You'll get what you deserve." Gun Yinji's heart trembled. She didn't see what Ma Qiqi said later on in the video. "Qiqi, you're saying that you saw them get off the plane, saw Hua Xiao help that Tangaran, and even took the flower from her, and then you rushed out to yell at him?" Gun Yinji asked in detail. Like a jigsaw puzzle with a missing picture, she had to work hard to restore the whole picture. Ma Qiqi nodded. "Yeah, you know it too. It was a live broadcast on TV, but the director cut it off. After that, I didn't see the part where I scolded people on the internet." She giggled and poked Gun Yinji. "Yinji, you won't blame me, right?" Gun Yinji snapped back to reality and shook her head. Of course not. How could she blame Ma Qiqi for helping her like that? She couldn't even thank her enough. It felt so good to have someone support her and speak up for her. She hugged Ma Qiqi and rested her head on her shoulder. "But you said you guys broke up. Don't tell me he really fell in love with someone else?" Ma Qiqi wondered. What's going on? Gun Yinji suddenly felt very complicated. Her feelings and her decision couldn't be explained in a few words. However, she also took Ma Qiqi's concern seriously. She thought about it and said concisely, "No, Hua Xiaoheng didn't fall in love with someone else. It's my own problem. This time, I've gone through fire and water, and I've come to terms with many things. I won't force things. This way, everyone will be comfortable." Hua Xiaoheng couldn't be changed, and she didn't want him to change for her. So the best outcome was to break up peacefully. She didn't want to break up after their feelings were completely worn out. That would be too ugly. Ma Qiqi didn't really understand, but she still nodded. "Yeah, it's good that you know what you're doing. But Ninji, you're still young. Even if you're in a relationship, there's no need to be stubborn. Take me, for example. I've already hung from many trees. Not only did I not die, but I've also become stronger." Gun Yinji couldn't help but giggle at her teasing. The unwillingness and resentment in her heart slowly dissipated in Ma Qiqi's hearty laughter. She thought it was just a broken up. Just like Ma Qiqi said, she was still young. The most important thing now was to complete her studies and start her own career. She would be able to truly be independent in this society and not have to worry about being abandoned. Gun Yinji joked with Ma Qiqi for a while and remembered it was Tuesday. She said, "Qiqi, do you have class today?" Oh no. I forgot as soon as I saw you come back. I have 2 classes in the morning. I've already passed half a class." Ma Qiqi hurriedly put on her backpack that she had already packed and ran out. Gun Yinji only got up to go back to her room when she heard the door outside the dorm slam shut. She froze as soon as she entered. Hua Xiaoheng had already put her suitcase in the closet and was getting water to clean up for her. The windows were wiped clean, the floor was mopped, and the bed was covered with new sheets. The old sheets were removed and placed in a laundry basket. Hua Xiaoheng heard the door open and turned to see Gun Yinji come in. He straightened up and asked, "Ma Qiqi went out?" He had just heard the door open and close outside. Gun Yinji nodded. She went to class. She was so excited just now that she forgot she had class. "She's going to class now." Hua Xiaoheng patted the bed. "Come and sit." Gun Yinji was speechless. "What's wrong?" "I won't do anything to you," Hua Xiaoheng said calmly as he stood up from the bed and moved away. Gun Yinji didn't go over. She leaned against the door and lowered her head for a long time without saying anything. Ma Qiqi's words just now made her think a lot. Ma Qiqi had scolded Hua Xiaoheng at the airport, but Hua Xiaoheng hadn't mentioned a word to her. Perhaps a man like Hua Xiaoheng wouldn't care about such a small matter. They only cared about national affairs and the world. People like Gun Yinji and Ma Chichi weren't even worth mentioning in their eyes. Naturally, they wouldn't care if you scolded him, praised him, or loved him. As for him, he was indeed not a match for her. Their families didn't match, and she was the one who forced it. It was too hard for her. It wasn't necessarily a bad thing to be able to extricate herself from such intense feelings. Gun Yinji said calmly, Hua Xiaoheng, I apologize for my attitude before. I really felt very uncomfortable and wasn't in a good state of mind. I hope you can be magnanimous and don't take it to heart. Hua Xiaoheng froze and narrowed his eyes at Gun Yinji. He didn't feel happy about her calm attitude. Instead, he felt even more depressed. I know you had your difficulties, but you also know that I really couldn't be that magnanimous in that kind of situation. I'm very tired. Gun Yinji looked down and brushed away a strand of hair that had fallen. I know. You don't have to apologize. Hua Xiaoheng walked to her and held her shoulders. I'm the one who needs to apologize. I don't blame you. Gun Yinji quickly shook her head. I know I don't blame you. Although I'm really sad, I know I shouldn't blame you. You can blame me. Hua Xiaoheng felt even worse. It was worse than when Gun Yinji argued with him and when she stabbed him with her words. He leaned forward and pulled Gun Yinji into his arms. He patted her back. Yinji, you're not angry anymore, right? Gun Yinji smiled and gently pushed Hua Xiaoheng away. Hua Xiaoheng, I said I'm not angry anymore. Then are we still breaking up? Of course, we're breaking up. Why? Hua Xiaoheng was silent for a long time before asking. No reason. If you really want a reason, you can say that Cheetah is not a match. Gun Yinji raised her head, and the sparkling light in her eyes instantly disappeared. You think I'm old? Hua Xiaoheng let go of Gun Yinji's shoulders and took a step back. He looked at Gun Yinji's face and clenched his fist behind his back. Gun Yinji was slightly sullen. Hua Xiaoheng, is that how you explain Cheetah is not a match? You know it's not like that. Hua Xiaoheng didn't dwell on the topic anymore. He looked away and looked around the room. I'll take you to buy a phone and some daily necessities. Your fridge is empty. I can buy it myself. Hua Xiaoheng, thank you for today. Goodbye. Gun Yinji opened the door and was already about to leave. Hua Xiaoheng suddenly smiled at her. It was like a spring breeze blowing through a sleeping valley. Everything was awakened and full of life. Gun Yinji only felt that her eyes were dazzling and full of prosperity. Let's go. I'm free today. Hua Xiaoheng took her hand and naturally led her out of the dormitory, just like before. Gun Yinji was immersed in the shock of that beautiful smile. After a while, she came back to her senses and broke free from Hua Xiaoheng's hand. However, they were already in the car. He was too cunning. Gun Yinji's lips twitched. She silently followed Hua Xiaoheng to buy a phone. She used her bank card when she paid the bill. Hua Xiaoheng didn't say anything. He only helped her turn on the phone to look at the contents. He didn't say anything before putting it down. Gun Yinji bought the phone and installed the SIM card. Hua Xiaoheng was the first to call. He took the phone from Gun Yinji's hand and saved his number as A. That way, his number would always be at the top. Gun Yinji was speechless. Gun Yinji took back her phone and called He Jichu. It was an unknown number. He Jichu wouldn't pick up. As expected, the call went to voicemail. Gun Yinji happily left a message. Professor He, it's Gun Yinji. This is my new phone number. I'm already back for class. Can you send me your class schedule? Gun Yinji wasn't only He Jichu's teaching assistant, but also his assistant at his American law firm. She was officially on the payroll. Hua Xiaoheng drove quietly and drove Gun Yinji around the campus. He asked casually, Yinji, you said you saw a house near the campus. Where is it? It was the third watch. It was the third watch today. I have to remind you about the recommendation tickets. Good night, everyone. Moi. P.S. I have to work overtime tomorrow. I might be home late. The first watch will also be late. I don't know when it will be written. You can come read it tomorrow morning at around 10. Chapter 722. She didn't expect Hua Xiaoheng to actually ask about the house. Gun Yinji felt very conflicted. She really wanted to settle the house immediately so she could move all her things from Hua Xiaoheng's place. But did she need Hua Xiaoheng to look at the house with her? She wanted to break up with him, so was it really okay to follow him around like this? Hua Xiaoheng glanced at Gun Yinji and saw that her conflicted expression was written all over her face. Didn't you say it's a second-hand house? I'll help you check if it's safe. You're a young girl and don't know the place well. If you encounter bad neighbors, Hua Xiaoheng said seriously with a frown. He seemed very concerned about the security of the area. Gun Yinji was speechless, but after thinking about it carefully, it seemed like a good idea to ask Hua Xiaoheng to help check if the surroundings of the house were safe. After all, Hua Xiaoheng was a professional in this area, and Gun Yinji didn't want to live next door to a group of unfriendly neighbors. She hesitated for a while and looked down at her phone. Will it affect your work? Aren't you very busy? I'm not busy. Hua Xiaoheng drove and looked at the surroundings of the school as he said, nonchalantly, Big Xiong and Little Zay have been promoted now, so I can leave a lot of things to them. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to rest assured. He had to take care of the Special Operations Forces before he had time to comfort Gun Yinji. He then glanced at Gun Yinji, but she turned to look out the window and said, Okay, it's just around the corner up ahead. There's a Hipingli precinct there. It looks okay. Hua Xiaoheng turned the steering wheel. You've been here before? No. Then how do you know it's okay? Gun Yinji glared at him. I saw it on the internet. Is there anything that can't be seen on the internet now? This kind of information about second-hand houses is everywhere. Hua Xiaoheng didn't ask any more questions and drove to a small road near the precinct before stopping. To look at second-hand houses, one had to contact the real estate agent or the owner before they could enter. Gun Yinji didn't know if she could contact them now. She got out of the car with Hua Xiaoheng first and walked around the precinct. The houses here were about 10 years old, and the residential area even had enclosed walls. The floors were not too high, with the highest being only 12 floors. There was an elevator, and there were 4 units per floor. The exterior was well maintained. There were also security guards on duty at the entrance of the residential area. Vehicles entering and exiting had a special pass. If one was not a resident of the residential area, he or she would have to register and leave a copy of the pass. Hua Xiaoheng nodded. It's all right. I'll go back and check the background information of the residents here. If it's about right, I'll buy it. Gun Yinji, he suddenly blushed with shame. She knew that if Hua Xiaoheng wanted to investigate the background information of the residents here, he would probably go as far as the heavens and the earth. He would be able to investigate everything from 3 generations of their ancestors to their collateral relatives. We haven't even seen the house yet. How can we buy it just like that? It was Gun Yinji's turn to object. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at her. Do you have the contact information of the owner or manager? Gun Yinji nodded. Yes. I'll give them a call and see if we can view the house today. Hua Xiaoheng was a man of action. Since he was here, he might as well take a look at the actual house. Gun Yinji felt that it was a bit abrupt and too urgent. The owner hadn't even prepared in such a short time. However, Hua Xiaoheng kept staring at her, so she had no choice but to take out her phone and call the manager first. The manager heard it and quickly said, Miss Gu, I'll help you ask the owner. If they don't mind, I'll take you to view the house. Gun Yinji breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Thank you for the trouble. The manager acted very quickly and called her 5 minutes later. She said with a smile, What a coincidence. The owner is at home cleaning up the house. You can go up and see for yourself. I've already told him your name. That's great. Thank you. Gun Yinji hung up with a smile and said to Hua Xiaoheng, The owner is at home cleaning up the house. Let's go take a look. Hua Xiaoheng nodded and walked in with her. The security guard at the entrance had already received a call from the owner and knew that Gun Yinji was there to view the house. After asking her to make a copy of her identification, he let her and Hua Xiaoheng in. The two of them went to Unit 602 of Block A in Hipingli Precinct and rang the doorbell. A woman in her 30s opened the door and looked at them. She asked with a smile, You Gun Yinji? Gun Yinji nodded. May I ask if you're the owner of the house? Mr. Zhao asked us to come. Mr. Zhao was the manager. The woman stepped aside to let them in. Come in. We're packing up, and we'll be moving soon. Gun Yinji and Hua Xiaoheng casually looked around the house. It was a two-bedroom apartment with elegant decor. It had a log floor and light-colored waterproof paint on the walls. The two bathrooms were clean and refreshing, and the kitchen was connected to the dining room. It was open plan. There was also a large bay window facing the dining table. Gun Yinji walked around and liked the place very much. Although it wasn't as big as the house Hua Xiaoheng had bought for her, it would be the first house she had bought for herself. It had a different meaning. She had spent her own money to buy something and used it with confidence. Although Gun Yinji looked happy, she didn't show it. She asked Hua Xiaoheng non-committally, "Are you done looking?" Hua Xiaoheng nodded. "Let's go." The two of them said goodbye and left. The owner of the house felt uneasy and contacted the manager again. She didn't know if the house would be sold. After Gun Yinji and Hua Xiaoheng came out, they had more or less decided to buy the house. They got in the car, and Hua Xiaoheng drove her back to school. On the way there, he took her to a nearby supermarket to buy some daily necessities and food to go back to school. When they arrived at Gun Yinji's dorm, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. Gun Yinji got out of the car with large and small bags and said to Hua Xiaoheng, "Thank you for shopping with me today. It's getting late, so I won't keep you." Hua Xiaoheng looked at the large and small bags in her hands and parked the car. He took the plastic bags from her hands. "I'll walk you up." Gun Yinji wanted to say no, but Hua Xiaoheng was already striding towards the elevator. Gun Yinji could only follow. They returned to Gun Yinji's dorm and saw that Ma Qiqi had already returned. She was holding a thermos and watching TV. When she saw Gun Yinji come in, she quickly stood up and said, "Yinji, you're back. Where did you go?" Gun Yinji smiled as she put a bag of snacks on the dining table in the living room. "Here, Qiqi, it's my treat." Ma Qiqi cheered and took out a bag of shrimp crackers from the plastic bag to eat. Hua Xiaoheng helped Gun Yinji take the rest of the things to her room. Ma Qiqi winked at Gun Yinji, and Gun Yinji smiled and hid her before going in. "Hua Xiaoheng, don't bother. I can clean up myself." Gun Yinji took the plastic bag from Hua Xiaoheng's hands firmly and stubbornly. Hua Xiaoheng let go and watched as Gun Yinji skillfully sorted the things she bought and put them in the appropriate places. He stood there for a while and saw that Gun Yinji was still ignoring him. He took out a cigarette from his trouser pocket and lit it twice on his palm. He said to Gun Yinji, "Then I'll go back first. You can sign the contract and pay the deposit after I finish the background check." Gun Yinji didn't even look back. "Thank you for the trouble." After a while, Ma Qiqi's farewell came from outside, followed by the sound of the door slamming shut. Gun Yinji instantly felt relieved. She jumped out of the room and waved at Ma Qiqi. "Qiqi, come. Tell me what big gossip has been going on at school and in the faculty these days." Ma Qiqi hugged the snacks and went into her room. Gun Yinji took out the 2 cups of iced milk tea she bought, and the two of them ate and drank. They happily enjoyed the leisurely afternoon. When Yijichu found Gun Yinji's message, it was already 6 or 7 in the evening. He had been investigating Gun Yinji's disappearance in Germany for the past 2 days. Many clues had been cut off by others, so his investigation wasn't going smoothly. However, it was this unsuccess that pointed him in the right direction. The more he investigated, the more he seemed to point to the most impossible result. In the afternoon, Yijichu gathered all the evidence together and called his hometown. The person who answered was Wenshui. Yijichu's voice was very cold. "Wenshui, are you that free? You're always at my house." Wenshui's voice was very frightened and trembling. "Mr. He, Auntie Qin had a miscarriage." Yijichu was speechless. He stood up with a very serious expression. "What did you say?" "Auntie Qin had a miscarriage." Wenshui said it again. This time, she spoke very slowly, enunciating each word as if she was afraid Yijichu couldn't hear her clearly. "Auntie Qin had a miscarriage? What did she get pregnant?" Yijichu's voice seemed to have been tempered in ice water. Every word was like ice shards that made people shiver. "It's only been 2 months. When Shuyi said very quietly, like she was pressed against the microphone, Annie Chin is very sad. Senior Mister, he has been in her room with her for the past 2 days. Hijichu almost sneered. Are you sure? Does my father know she had a miscarriage? Of course he knows. When Shuyi froze. Is there something wrong? Put my father on the phone. Hijichu kicked the coffee table in annoyance, and it moved to the side with a squeak. A few drops of coffee spilled on the table, and Hijichu wiped it with a tissue. Soon after, Senior Mister he picked up the phone. Hijichu immediately said, Father, Annie Chin had a miscarriage? How did she get pregnant? Hijichu knew that his father had a very serious prostate disease in the past and could no longer have children. But he also knew that Annie Chin had been infatuated with his father for decades. He couldn't tell that she would cheat on him. Senior Mister he rubbed his eyebrows and said quietly, Don't get the wrong idea. Your Annie Chin used my frozen sperm as a test tube baby. Hijichu was speechless. This was the first night watch. The monthly votes were over 3,600, and it was still the third night watch today. Let me remind you about the recommendation tickets. There were 3,600 monthly votes at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. There was still the third night watch at 7 o'clock in the evening. P.S. Thank you to Bagel16 for the 10,000 Chi coins yesterday. Moi. Chapter 723. Since that was the case, Hijichu didn't need to say more. Annie Chin was actually pregnant and had a miscarriage. After Hijichu put down the phone, his brows furrowed for a long time before finally sighing softly. He pinched the slight wrinkle between his brows and checked his voicemail. Gun Yinji's light and crisp voice slipped into his eardrums. Hijichu couldn't help curling his lips. He immediately called Gun Yinji's new number. It was 6 or 7 in the evening. Gun Yinji and Ma Chi-Chi had just returned from dinner and had just gone to the bathroom to shower. It was already very cold in the imperial capital in early October. She came out of the bathroom wrapped in a bathrobe and used a towel to dry her freshly washed hair. When she heard her phone ring, she quickly walked over to check. It was Hijichu's number. Gun Yinji happily swiped the phone to answer. Professor He, you're so busy. Hijichu sat on the sofa in the suite of the professor's building, one hand tapping on the armrest in satisfaction. His expression was still cold, but his voice was very gentle. Yinji, you're back at school? Yeah, I just got back today. Gun Yinji sat on the soft chair in front of her desk and put on her Bluetooth headset to talk to Hijichu. This way, she could free her hands. Professor He, can you send me this semester's class schedule? I want to see how many courses I need to graduate. Hijichu froze. Graduate? You want to graduate that badly? Yeah, I've thought about it. A master's in law doesn't require a lot of credits. The key is the graduation thesis. As long as I can finish the credits and complete the thesis, the faculty should be able to allow me to graduate early, right? Gun Yinji spoke and used a pitiful voice to beg Hijichu. Professor He, you're my mentor. You want to allow me to graduate early, right? Hijichu sighed and felt his head hurt even more. Yinji, you're still young. Why do you want to graduate early? I think it's best for you to stay in school for a few more years. Gun Yinji shook her head and looked out the window at the gradually darkening sky. She suddenly wanted to talk to someone. Professor He, I know I'm young, but who says I have to be old to enter society? All these years, I've been protected by Hua Xiaoheng too well, and I'm completely out of touch with society. Now that I'm independent, of course I have to get close to society as soon as possible. Without the illusory peach blossom garden that Hua Xiaoheng had created for her, she would rather become stronger so that she could create a peach blossom garden for herself. Independent? Hijichu didn't think much of it. What are you talking about? Would Hua Xiaoheng let you leave him? Gun Yinji smiled bitterly. She didn't mention that she had already broken up with Hua Xiaoheng. She only whispered, Hua Xiaoheng is also very busy. I just want to graduate early and find a job to support myself. No matter how good Hua Xiaoheng was to her, this experience only served to remind her that she was no different from Sister Lin, who was living under someone else's roof. The difference was that little sister Lin did not have the opportunity and ability to break away from that family and live on her own, but she could. Although Gu Nianji didn't say anything, He Jichu had already sensed something sensitive. He sat up straight and asked slowly, "Nianji, did you fight with Huo Xiaoyang?" Gu Nianji didn't answer and only said, "Professor He, please help me and let me graduate early. This is very important to me." He Jichu saw that she was avoiding the topic and was basically certain that something had happened between her and Huo Xiaoyang. This was also within his expectations. Ever since Gu Nianji cried and complained in Germany, He Jichu felt that Gu Nianji probably wanted to break up with Huo Xiaoyang. Of course, he also knew that Huo Xiaoyang wasn't the kind of person that would break up with just because she said so. Huo Xiaoyang was the same kind of person as He Jichu. They both liked to have everything in their control and wouldn't allow anything to escape their control. But coincidentally, both of them had met someone who had escaped their control, and it was the same person, Gu Nianji. "I'll send you this semester's class schedule, as well as next semester's. If you can handle it, you can complete 15 credits in the remaining 4 months, which is 5 courses. Then you can write your thesis and do your internship in the second half of next year." He Jichu opened Gu Nianji's class schedule and gave her a suggestion after a brief look. Gu Nianji immediately said, "It's not a problem to complete 15 credits in 4 months. I'll try and see if I can write my thesis at the same time." He Jichu sat up straight and said seriously, "Think about it carefully before making a decision. Your body won't be able to handle taking so many courses and writing a thesis at the same time." "I'm fine. I'm talented." Gu Nianji chuckled and mocked herself. He Jichu was speechless. After putting down the phone, Gu Nianji turned on her computer to check her email and study her class schedule. He Jichu sat alone on the sofa and thought for a long time before getting up to contact an American law firm. The next day, when Gu Nianji checked her bank account balance, she was shocked to find that there was a large amount of money in her card. The money was enough for her to buy the second-hand house she was interested in cash, with some left over. Gu Nianji's heart trembled. Her first thought was, did Huo Xiaoyang give her the money? But after calming down, she carefully checked the source of the money and discovered that it was from an American law firm. Gu Nianji called He Jichu. "Professor He, I just discovered that my bank card received a sum of money from an American law firm. Do you know why?" He Jichu smiled as he stood in front of the window. He held his phone in one hand and used the other to rub breadcrumbs into the fish tank to feed the goldfish. He said, "It's your performance bonus. You helped us win Li Haiqing's lawsuit this time, so this is the first bonus." "That much?" Gu Nianji looked at the balance in her bank account and couldn't bear to put it down. No wonder everyone wants to be a lawyer. What a bright future for money. He Jichu laughed. "Little money grubber. You've never been short of money?" Gu Nianji was embarrassed and secretly made a face at the phone. He Jichu couldn't see it anyway. She smiled and said, "Professor He, a gentleman loves money and gets it in a proper way. Why can't I love money? Also, I'm proud to earn money from my own labor." "Yes, of course you can." He Jichu smiled without batting an eyelid. "Don't forget about Li Haiqing's case. There's still civil compensation. When the trial is over, you can also get another performance bonus." Gu Nianji nodded quickly. Yes. Thank you, Professor He, for the opportunity. Please help me in the future, Professor He. You're my assistant. If I don't give you a chance, who should I give a chance to?" He Jichu was in a great mood. He dusted off the breadcrumbs in his hands and said to Gu Nianji, "When are you going back to class? Are you feeling better?" "I'm fully recovered. I've been recovering for a long time." Gu Nianji looked at her schedule. "Any time is fine. I want to give my all in these 4 months. I'm so addicted to studying that I'm losing weight." He Jichu was speechless. After putting down the phone, Gu Nianji immediately began to draft a study plan and class selection. She also needed He Jichu and the faculty to provide proof that she could make an exception and choose classes. Because Li Haiqing's case had dragged on for too long, and she had experienced a period of being on the run, she had already missed the deadline for class selection. If she wanted to choose these classes now, she would have to make special arrangements. She would definitely need proof from the instructor and faculty. Then she would have to personally beg the instructors of those classes to allow her to choose classes. By the time she had registered for all 5 courses and successfully started her thesis, it was already Thursday night. Gunyinji returned from the library and saw the familiar silver Bentley Bentayga SUV in front of the dormitory building. It was Hua Xiaoheng's new car. She took a few steps forward and saw Hua Xiaoheng smoking under the streetlight next to the car. He was tall and wore a general's uniform. His sleeves were rolled up, and he leaned against the hood of the car with his back facing her. Gunyinji coughed lightly. Hua Xiaoheng turned to look at her. Gunyinji smiled and nodded. Waiting for someone? Hua Xiaoheng threw away the cigarette in his hand and said calmly, Yes, waiting for you. What's the matter? Gunyinji held up a stack of reference books. I'm very busy. Hua Xiaoheng didn't know what to feel. He suppressed his surging emotions and said with a smile, I've checked the background of the people in Hepingli district and the owner of the second-hand house. Not bad. They don't have any bad records. Gunyinji was speechless. It wasn't a criminal record. Hua Xiaoheng was making a mountain out of a molehill. Gunyinji pouted inwardly and said politely, Thank you. I was planning to sign the contract and transfer the ownership tomorrow. Hua Xiaoheng nodded. I'll go with you. Chi-Chi will go with me. Gunyinji declined politely. You're too busy. Our home is small and can't accommodate a great Buddha like you. He was so polite and had a slightly sarcastic tone. Hua Xiaoheng's eyes dimmed. He shook his head. It's okay. I'm happy to. But I'm not happy, Gunyinji almost blurted out. But looking at Hua Xiaoheng's serious expression, she wondered if he was used to caring for her. Or did he treat her like a child? She couldn't buy her own house, drive her own car, or drink alcohol. Gunyinji looked up and took 2 deep breaths to suppress the unspeakable depression. She knew that no one could stop Hua Xiaoheng from doing what he said he was going to do. She didn't want to waste her energy. Okay, whatever you want. Gunyinji nodded at Hua Xiaoheng and turned to go upstairs. Hua Xiaoheng didn't follow her this time. Instead, he leaned against the hood of the car and took out a cigarette from his trouser pocket. He twisted it and watched Gunyinji's figure disappear from his sight expressionlessly. Yin Shixiang didn't dare to make a sound in the car until he saw Gunyinji leave. He then poked his head out of the car and asked quietly, Hua Xiao, you guys really broke up? Is that possible? Nyinji is young and likes to dream. How old are you to still dream? Hua Xiaoheng glanced at him calmly and lowered his head to light his cigarette. He used the new lighter Gunyinji had given him. This was the second night watch, and the monthly ticket was 3,600 plus night watch. Today was still the 3rd night watch. Let me remind you about the recommendation tickets. There was still the 3rd night watch at 7 p.m. Chapter 724. Yin Shixiang almost spat blood at Hua Xiaoheng's words. Am I very old? Very old? Very old. We're the same age, Hua Xiao. Yin Shixiang only dared to scream in his heart. He retracted his head and sat in the driver's seat, bored to death, and almost wanted to honk the horn. Hua Xiaoheng didn't say anything to get in the car. He just leaned against the hood and smoked in silence. The dim yellow light from the street lamps cast a silhouette in front of him. His handsome back and long legs made people want to do something wrong. All of this in the imperial capital's October night exuded a deep sense of loneliness. Yin Shixiang didn't dare disturb Hua Xiaoheng or urge him to get in the car. After waiting for a while, Yin Shixiang had an idea and secretly called Ma Chi-Chi's phone. Ma Chi-Chi had just finished chatting with Gunyinji and returned to her room to sleep. When she heard her phone ring, and it was Brother Xiong's exclusive ringtone, she was so happy that she immediately grabbed the phone and swiped it open. Brother Xiong, Chi-Chi, it's me. Yin Shixiang heard Ma Chi-Chi's clear and crisp voice, and his mood instantly improved. He stuck a glance at Hua Xiaoheng, who was silently smoking diagonally in front of him. Yin Shixiang lowered his voice and asked Ma Chi-Chi, Chi-Chi, did Ninji go back? She did. I just finished talking to her, and she went to shower. I'm going to sleep. Ma Chi-Chi said as she lifted the duvet and got into bed. It was already very cold in the imperial capital at this time of the year. Because it wasn't time for heating, a thick and soft duvet was a must. Was Nianji unhappy or unhappy? Or did she complain to you about something? In Shixiang cleverly tried to get information out of Ma Chichi. They had no choice. The chief's personal life wasn't going well, so as his personal secretaries, they had to take on the heavy responsibility of coordinating. Ma Chichi shook her head and said in confusion, "No, why do you ask? Nianji's in a good mood and even asked me to accompany her to buy a house tomorrow." She then said enviously, "Nianji is so amazing. She's already working to earn enough money to buy a house. I'm still living off my parents. Chi-Chi, it's your good fortune to be able to rely on the elderly. Look at how pitiful Nianji is. She can't rely on the elderly, so she can only rely on Huashao." In Shixiang joked with Ma Chichi cheekily. Ma Chichi didn't like hearing him say that. She raised a brow and retorted, "Nianji didn't bite Huashao. Nianji relied on herself. She earned her money as a lawyer. Don't look down on our Nianji." "How would I dare? Nianji has been our little ancestor since she was young." In Shixiang's heart skipped a beat. He knew that he had said the wrong thing and quickly tried to salvage the situation. "I was just joking. You also know that they are lovers. Isn't it normal for them to be biting each other?" Ma Chichi was silent for a while and said faintly, "I didn't expect you to be like this, Brother Xiong. Damn it, for the sake of Huashao, he had completely lost his image. How is he going to woo girls and pursue girlfriends in the future?" In Shixiang hurriedly laughed a couple of times to dispel his mockery. Then he lowered his voice and said, "Chi-Chi, I was just joking. I was really joking." "Okay, I got it." Ma Chichi slid under the blankets and also whispered, "Actually, Nianji has already broken up with Huashao." In Shixiang was speechless. How did everyone know? Even Hua Xiao didn't admit it. In Shixiang perked up and asked, "Nianji told you that they broke up?" "Yes," she said it herself. She said it several times. "Isn't it enough to say it once?" "What do you mean by several times?" In Shixiang suddenly felt that it was unfair for his chief. He had never lowered his head and had never been taken advantage of. Look at what he had become in front of Nianji. Ma Chichi quickly said, "No, it's my fault. I always didn't believe that they really broke up. That's why Nianji corrected me again and again. I won't ask about it anymore. It's sad that they broke up. Why do I keep bringing it up?" In Shixiang continued to fish for information. "But didn't you just say that Nianji wasn't sad? How did it become a sad thing?" "Of course it's sad. Do you think girls aren't sad when they break up? I'm telling you, as long as the girl didn't cheat and break up, it's definitely the girl who feels worse than the guy. Even if the girl broke up first, it's the girl who feels worse." Ma Chichi almost sat up and grit her teeth as she gripped her phone. In Shixiang was wearing a Bluetooth headset to talk to Ma Chichi. He wasn't paying attention, and Ma Chichi's sudden high-pitched voice hurt his eardrums. He rubbed his ear and whispered, "I know Mississippi. You're missed too. No wonder you're Nianji's best friend. Birds of a feather really do flock together." "What? We're good friends with the same values." Ma Chichi teased In Shixiang with a smile. "Are you jealous?" "I'm jealous. I'm so jealous I'm about to vomit blood." In Shixiang smiled as he leaned against the car seat. He glanced in the direction of Gunyanji's dorm and saw that the lights in her room had just gone out. She was probably asleep. Xiaoheng also saw it. He threw away the almost burnt cigarette and turned to get into the car. In Shixiang quickly said to Ma Chichi, "All right, let's not talk anymore. Go to sleep. I'm leaving." "Bye, Brother Xiong." Ma Chichi didn't ask much and went to sleep after saying goodbye. Xiaoheng got into the car and glanced at In Shixiang. "Who are you talking to?" "Ma Chichi, Nianji's roommate." In Shixiang started the car. She said Nianji wasn't in a bad mood. She even made plans with her to buy a house and sign the transfer papers tomorrow. Xiaoheng didn't say anything. He propped up his chin with one hand and rested his elbow on the side of the window. He stared at the night sky outside the car in a daze. In Shixiang looked at him in the rearview mirror and asked, "Huashao, why does Nianji want to buy a house? Do you know?" "Got it. I'll accompany her tomorrow." He glanced at Yin Xiang and said, "Drive properly and don't get distracted by talking. It's against the traffic rules." Yin Xiang knew that she was telling him to shut up. He didn't dare to speak again, let alone ask this question. This was clearly Hua Xiao's reverse scale. Whoever touched it would die. Gun Yinji still had 2 classes on Friday morning. After class, she hurriedly went to the cafeteria to buy fried rice and ate it. Then, she went straight to the real estate bureau in the Hepingli district with Ma Qiqi. When they arrived at the entrance, Gun Yinji was surprised to see Hua Xiaoheng's latest silver-gray Bentley Bentayga SUV parked in the temporary parking space in front of the real estate bureau. Seeing them arrive, Hua Xiaoheng opened the car door and got out. He nodded to Gun Yinji and Ma Qiqi. "Yinji, Qiqi, you're here." Gun Yinji also greeted him. "I didn't think you'd really come. I was actually just being polite." "You didn't have to come." Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. He looked at Ma Qiqi and saw that she was looking at him and Gun Yinji with her big eyes. It was like she was watching a good show. Hua Xiaoheng had no choice but to close the door. He gently knocked on the car door. It was actually a series of Morse code. Yin Xiang, who was in the car, was speechless. However, he still obeyed the chief's orders and got out of the car. He greeted Gun Yinji first. "Yinji, you're here to buy a house?" He made it sound like buying cabbages at the real estate bureau. Gun Yinji glared at him. Yin Xiang also felt that his conversation was a bit awkward. He turned to smile at Ma Qiqi. "Qiqi, I said I had something to ask you yesterday. Do you still remember?" Ma Qiqi withdrew her gaze from Gun Yinji and Hua Xiaoheng and frowned. "What is it? You don't remember? Then come here. I'll ask you again." Yin Xiang walked across the road and waved at Ma Qiqi. Ma Qiqi said to Gun Yinji, "I'll be right back." The corners of Gun Yinji's mouth twitched. Go. It's fine. Talk nicely with Brother Xiong." She patted Ma Qiqi's shoulder and raised her chin at Yin Xiang. Ma Qiqi ran over with a smile. Hua Xiaoheng walked up and said to Gun Yinji, "Let's go." "Did you bring everything?" Gun Yinji patted the Cambridge postman bag on her back. "It's all in here." The two of them walked into the real estate bureau lobby. The owners and agents were waiting for them in the lobby. Seeing Gun Yinji walk in with a tall, handsome man, Agent Zhao quickly went up to greet them. "Miss Gun Yinji, you're finally here." Gun Yinji nodded with a smile. "Why wouldn't I be here? You see, I already sent the down payment." "We already received it. You're saying you'll pay in full, right?" Agent Zhao confirmed again. "It'll be much more convenient this way. It'll be very troublesome and time-consuming to get a bank loan." Hua Xiaoheng froze and looked at Gun Yinji. He pulled her to the side and asked quietly, "You want to pay in full? Where did you get the money?" "It was the third watch. Today was the third watch. Let me remind you about the recommendation tickets." Good night, dear friends. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.